This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Playoffs are less than 2 weeks away, and we got 5 spots still up for grabs. The question is, who is going to have what it takes to make the cut? Hello, everyone, and welcome back to VCT Americas, coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, California. I'm saying it right this time around. Why? Wow. Because we are joined by an illustrious new analyst here on the desk. It's a Dryad in the house, who, by the way, it's her birthday today, and I wanted to embarrass her on camera. So there
That's a good start.
I got you done. Welcome. You're literally like surrounded by the unks.
So
you gotta.
I'm aware.
It's another bring the kid to work kind of day, and we got Dan driving us.
Bring her elderly uncles to work today. That's mostly what it is. All right, folks, let's go ahead and recenter ourselves. Talk about what happened on this stage yesterday, because we started things off with 100 Thieves taking on 2G. And look, I think that Vansili, we all came into this one feeling like this was going to be a 100 Thieves win. I mean, everyone predicted it except for Riv, lol. But
River's almost right.
We did see some signs of life from this 2G lineup.
Not gonna lie, I went into this week number 4 for the VCTs Americas thinking that it's gonna be an easy week of 2-0s across the board with all guarantees for all the matches. But definitely 2G came in with a fight. The match that went into overtime against 100 Thieves, I mean, they were looking pretty good.
Yeah. It was really good too, especially because 2G, they had the upper hand for a few of those rounds on the map 1, so we thought, okay, they're gonna get away with it. Second map, it was a little bit of the same, but then it kind of slips through their fingers. They're not able to close it out, and 100 Thieves, they learn from their mistakes because they've had that problem too before. Yeah,
you really saw the grit from this 100 Thieves lineup and buckling down in the moments where it mattered the most. There were times where I genuinely thought that they were gonna let it slip from their fingertips, but you started to see, I mean, Cryo just went online, like everyone started. Boostio was hit. Boostio dropped, what, 45 or something like that? Like, yeah, they were cooking, and I think 100 Thieves have a lot to be happy about. But then we shift focus over to G2 versus Leviathan. Now, what made this one so fascinating here, Dryad, is that a lot of people were very much unsure of what we were going to get out of Leviathan here. It's G2, for goodness sake. But we ended up getting a very competitive matchup.
It was very close, and I had a feeling when Itopata, when we were talking to him, and he immediately mentions when we go into map 3, like he already knew that it was going to go the distance. Yeah. And there were some great ideas from Lev. It's the first time that we see them. I actually looked at the team that we were hyping up so much at the beginning of stage 1.
It's definitely a team that the pieces are finally falling in the right order, in the right spots, and people are comfortable with their roles. You're seeing also from different maps, King's going to play duelist for some. Demon 1 also had a resurgence coming back as a duelist and putting numbers in there too. So I'm loving the look of Leviathan so far. And I do believe, even in the post-match, when Pato was tweeting it out, he said, look, we still lost this game, but we had great improvement. If it continues this way, we actually could make it to Toronto. And I'm starting to believe that.
Yeah, I feel like that is not out of the realm of possibility given what we saw yesterday. A much different look for Leviathan, but that does set things up for the playoff picture here, because the top 4 teams from each group are going to be qualifying for playoffs. Here are the standings right now. So as we had mentioned yesterday, G2 came into week 4 already locking in that playoff spot, the number 1 spot from the Omega group. Meanwhile, on the other side of that, you had the Alpha group, Crew, 100 Thieves, with that win from 100T, locks in both of those spots there. So Dryad, we got 3 teams already along the way, but wild to think that it's Crew and 100 Thieves are the first ones to lock in.
It is maybe not what people were thinking right at the beginning, right? When we went into the groups, it seems like both were going to be kind of fighting for that spot, and then just with the 100 Thieves win, Crew makes it as well. But they have been looking good. They have been making improvements week after week, which is the biggest thing, and it's amazing.
The crazy part is Loud is currently at 0-3, but there's still somehow some scenario that even if they lose today, they probably could still make it into the playoffs because their week number 5 game is against EG, and it might go into a head-to-head between those 2 teams.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned what's going on today here, because here's our schedule and what you wonderful people should be expecting at home, because we got Cloud9 taking on Furia, and then later on, the Sentinels are going to be going toe-to-toe as they lock things up with Loud to close out our Saturday here. So we got 2 great matches on the docket that are going to be coming up for viewers here today. I'm excited about that Sentinels Loud game, because who knows where it's going to happen. I mean, I showed up and there was a new guy on the lineup.
Oh, yeah?
Like, I was gone for 2 weeks and everything just changed. It was just wild stuff there. But, guys, look, before we get into today's first matchup, we're actually going to get a closer look at one of the key pillars of VCT. It's, of course, Game Changers.
That's snappy, yep. Starbound plays that perfectly. Wow. Timon aced it out. Place finds 3. Sleepy Aria back on the site. How is she moving like that? Managing to dodge up, has to take a fight. There's no way now, right? Oh my goodness. Reaction on the attack in the pit. What? That's the 30 bomb for Bob. Starbound's gonna get one. Digs their heels in. What are your Verizon Game Changers champions?
All right, well, look, folks, the Swiss stage starts this week, and joining us now for a closer look at Sid City.
Golf clap.
Golf clap. Sid, thank you so much for joining us here. And well, first things first, I do want to give you an opportunity to tell the audience a little bit about yourself in case they haven't had a chance to get to know you.
Okay, well, my name is Sadil, otherwise known as Sid City online. I stream, I make content, but before I wanted to make content, I wanted to be a pro GC player. That obviously didn't work out because I am where I am now, but
What team did you play for?
Teddy Tactics, actually.
Oh, hey!
Shout out Ender, my go.
That's right. Coach Ender, my captain. All right, well, let's talk more Game Changers, shall we? And talk about FlyQuest Red, because this team came out strong out of the gate. What can you tell us about this team as we get ready for Game Changers?
I mean, first and foremost, they're insane. I don't know if anyone remembers, but they beat SRG back in Open Qualifier last year.
Yeah.
That was insane. They look really good right now in Kickoff. They look amazing.
Yeah, and you look at it now, like Kickoff for this year was an opportunity for a lot of teams in Game Changers to go through roster changes and try things out. So FlyQuest Red, actually had to go through a bit of those roster changes because they lost Dodo Nut to Shop Fire Rebellion Gold. So you're testing things out, and unfortunately, yes, they came out swinging, but they did not win Kickoff. They lost to a team called Wadada that also had 2 ex-GC player in Power Pixelay and Starbound.
And it's really cool to see because it is a scene that you're having this mix of old players with new players coming in, and you're mixing these two to build even the FlyQuest roster that we're looking at right now. The team that won the Kickoff and now going into the main event very soon is like it comes to a point where you never know what to expect.
Yeah, and now there was a name that I saw in there that I'm quite familiar with when I got to host Game Changers at first World Championship. Get to see Bob playing.
Yeah.
How's she doing? Because I know, of course, always a beast.
She was working overtime pretty much during that split for Kickoff, because at the same time, she was also playing for SEN Esports in Tier 2. So now you're playing full-time Raze in Game Changers for Kickoff, and then you're playing full-time Teo on the other side. But she didn't need any of that util. I think she was rated like second player throughout the stats in GC, just 0.01 behind Starbound overall. She's been owning.
Sid, what is it about Bob that continues to allow her to be the impact player that she has been for so long now?
I think it depends on the team behind Bob, but I think Bob has like this insane confidence, like swinging every angle, winning every first engagement. If you watch her gameplay, she literally does not lose a fight. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that talent is unreal. Of course, we'll be keeping eyes on Bob as we get ready when, of course, FlyQuest Red takes the stage, when we do some game changes. But also want to give a shout out to a good friend of mine, because Kaide is also in the mix, and she's trying to qualify herself. I'm looking forward to that. You go, kid. All right, give him hell. Give him hell out there in the server. Looking forward to it. But Sid, I want to thank you so much for joining us here today. I know you shouted him out before, but any other shout outs you want to do?
Oh, shout out to my mom. She's probably not going to watch this. She does not know what Valorant is, but if she's listening, she's not. But shout out to my mom, and shout out to you guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. It was a pleasure to have you here, and you're, of course, welcome back whenever you want. Also, shout out to my mom, too. She does still think I work in the internet. Crazy how that works out. In any case, though, folks, this week, Waylay is going to be playable in Game Changers for the first time. So why don't we go ahead and hear from our pros right here in Americas what they think about Valorant's newest agent.
Foi bem legal jogar de Waylay pela primeira vez. O motivo do pique da Waylay é porque a gente achou ela bem interessante na Pro. Você pode acabar dando dash do long A para o Secret. Ou na B você consegue dar o dash dela direto pro museu. Uma coisa que eu sinto é que o dash dela acaba sendo bem melhor do que o da Jett.
The explosiveness of Waylay is something that it's still kind of untapped for Icy. He's loving the agent. So I think that's the key point. Your player has to be inspired by the agent and really see the movies and visualize it for themselves. And Icy's definitely seeing that. So we're cooking.
It's kind of like a high skill ceiling agent. I think only certain people can actually like exploit it a little bit more than others. I think Ospas is definitely one of those people right now. Seeing on Pearl, like how he takes his lines.
The dash, being able to go anywhere and super high, it's just like a Jogamo playground. We kind of know that he likes to go, so we send him the util, he dives in, he does whatever he wants, and probably 80% of the time he's killing you, so unlucky for you. Pretty much our whole utility kit supports the Waylay super well. The combinations that we like with Waylay can hinder grenade anything, and it combos well with like KO Molly or tail missiles.
This meta is very heavy util, so having the ability to pretty much have like a get out of jail free card with Waylay's refract and just baiting out a lot of stuff is something like, you know, we like to take advantage of.
We have a play where you literally just send a Waylay in with a refract popped already and she recalls out. That's like one of the few agents that you can do that with. It could be just a Waylay or it could be a full side exec and you would never know. So I think that's her strength, is being able to just mask like full side execs or just full on faking.
Também é fácil de ser cauterado pouco, então é por isso que eu acho que a pessoa que jogar com uma Waylay tem que ter uma mecânica muito boa.
When teams play Waylay, the patterns and the options that they have in terms of like execution are kinda, at least right now, it feels like they're kinda limited. So for me, like playing the game against Waylay felt easier, I feel like, than it would have if I was playing like a Yoru or a Neon.
In the match against G2 and MIBR, we saw a Waylay ult from Art to A main and a Tail ult added on top, but we saw like the combo coming in. It was a little bit slow because Waylay ult takes a little bit longer.
If you had to burn either your dash or your refract early, it's a little bit harder for you to get value, like the same way a Jet or a Raze would.
If you know how to like take your fights very well and use your ult for the team, still go in at the same time, that's kind of like the main point I would say for Waylay players.
Overall, I feel like as long as you're smart about your util, like Icy is, I think she has a ton of value.
Waylay is going to be played more eventually once people see some more like records on her, some more like time on it. But I think it's kind of just a skill ceiling right now. If you can play, you can play. If you can't, you gotta go back to the old meta and figure it out.
The new agent in VALORANT has everyone talking, and Vansili's been locking Waylay non-stop in his ranked games. Cost, right? Why you do that, man?
I'm way low actually on the kill feed though when I'm actually playing against Waylay. It's not too good. I'm trying, but I think Sideshow does a better job so far on Waylay.
Sideshow's a
yeah,
good
somehow
Waylay?
He's been frying as a duelist for games.
What is his face?
No, I don't believe in any of them. Any of them in the Waylay. Me on the other side.
A goat?
I'm cooking.
You're the beast?
I've never played Waylay.
Because aren't you like a Reyna one trick or something like that? Or that's your whole gimmick?
She had no ranked games when Reyna was disabled for like 2 days. Yeah. Like there was zero.
I played, and I was not doing good. Lucky Neon, baiting Bren. He goes in. Then I go in.
Waylay material right here. Waylay material. All right, well, let's go ahead and dive into today's first matchup and talk about Cloud9. Now, this is a squad that was getting really close to being able to take down the likes of MIBR, but they could not quite seal the deal. But Dryad, we do know the talent on this team, especially players like Oxy, bring so much to the table that for C9, it has to be a matter of time.
It's a matter of time, but they've already been looking really, really good. I think it's unfortunate. One of the things that Amy talked about right at the beginning is that they're working on not having slow starts. That was a big problem for them last year. Now it seems like they're fixing it on the map starts. They're winning that first map they're going into. But then when it goes to the maps in specific, it was a 3-9 for both of them. Almost a comeback. The fake comebacks that Cloud9 put us through.
Yeah.
But it was a good game.
You bring up a great point because last year you just remember Cloud9 just losing the first map and then winning in 3 and then going to the playoffs. But this time, it almost felt it should have been a 2-0 versus MIBR, though, in that game. Just because of that round number 24 on Haven where they should have taken on Ospas. They should have gone to overtime at least to close it out. But I think once they got over to that third map, that's where it's like, oh my God, we have to play against the long run against Ospas. We can't overtake this yet.
Yeah, the marathon against a player like that's very, very challenging there. But you know, even though they lost that matchup, it does not set them up for failure quite yet because they still have a chance. Of course, if they manage to get a win, I think, let's see where they are right now. Yeah, so we're sitting at 2-1. So they basically win out this next game. They're in a really good position. Of course, they have G2 on the horizon, but G2's already a lock in, so they're pretty solid here. So I think C9, Dan, are looking pretty solid for playoffs here.
They get this win, and it's just that simple. And it feels like they're fine.
I think it's like even like 99 point something
They're
percent as
fine.
well. So even if they lose both, there's some mathematical equation that might get them
Probably.
through. So yeah, they're in a good spot. They're
But
definitely in a
what
good
does
spot.
help them, though, as we were talking about before, was that they do have a lot of weapons at their disposal here, Vansili. One of those players in particular, Vic, we're seeing, you know, him find a little bit of a groove here, right?
Yeah. No cap. I'm bringing my Zoom returns in. But again, when you look at a player like Vic, he's just literally a silent killer. Because back in Tier 2, when he's playing for Moise's Shopify, he was kind of overshadowed by Mata because Mata was like the duelist that's just popping off in that region. Now you're going into the VCTs, and you're kind of overshadowed by Oxy because Oxy is very loud, and he's very explosive, and he's going to make some highlight reels. But now you're starting to see Vic find these moments where he's going to find quad kills at Rubble by himself, flick, drop them all. And he's just laughing, being very humble about it without being loud. He makes all the talking inside the server.
It's really fun to see him play. But to be fair, right at the beginning when we saw him in Kickoff, he was not putting up these numbers. It's just something that started to happen on that second week where we started seeing Vic being one of the best controllers. I mean, right now in Stage 1, he has better stats than we're seeing from Valen, from Bang, from those controllers that we always talk about year after year, the ones that are making it international, and Vic is putting up a fight against them.
Yeah, I mean, it's really been impressive to see Vic. And I think, you know, to kind of go to the point you were saying, it sounds like you just need a little bit of time. Just get a bit more comfortable on that stage. And he has done just that. But let's actually check in with Vic and Oxy, as a matter of fact, who had a chance to catch up with Riv ahead of today's matchup.
Yeah, I'm here with Vic and Oxy before their game today, looking incredibly fashionable. I gotta ask you guys about the shirts. What do you got an I Heart Oxy with a baby Oxy on? What do we got?
Yeah, it's just my love for Oxy and how great he is, and the show's right here.
And we got a bat chest right over here.
I mean, like, come on, guys. Who else loves 10s? You know what I mean? It's all good.
Well, keeping it fashionable, we noticed recently you dyed your hair. Vic, what's the deal? Is there another color coming soon?
No. It's just something subtle I wanted to do. I wanted to change it up, so I just dyed it like burgundy, maroon kind of, but nothing crazy.
Looking good. Cooking with it. Oxy, final question. Coming up towards playoffs, who do you find to be the most formidable opponent as you guys head towards that?
We're facing G2 soon, but honestly, in playoffs, 2G. Wink, wink.
All right. Thanks, guys. Good luck on the game today.
Oh my
I like how Riv is like, okay. That's
How do you answer to that?
That is one of the answers that I have been provided here. That's what I gotta do. Oh boy, hey, but you know what though? They look like they're having a good time, right? Wearing shirts. I have a I Heart Vansili shirt, but production didn't allow me to wear it today.
Yeah, it's copyrighted, so I
Copyrighted
gotta get the IP from me first.
Yeah, we're trying to get a sign off on it. It's very depressing. But you know what though? What I'm not depressed about is that Cloud9's feeling confident. They're feeling, that's a segue. They're feeling really confident because they're getting ready for a matchup against Furia, who has been having a little bit of a rough time.
Yeah.
You know, hasn't been great, Dryad. You know, a little bit of a tough one there for the Furia boys. How do they turn this around?
It's not going to be easy. This team is 0-3 right now. They've been struggling to get a win. They got one mop off of Energy, but that was it. And it just seems like there are multiple layers of the things that are not working out for them, right? There was
one problem.
Yeah, it's a voice comm where they were talking, and the way that they were communicating with each other, there's little things that are missing, right? Swinging and trying to swing together, trying to play those rounds together, and it's just not happening at all.
Yeah. I mean, you have one of those weeks that week number 2 when Prize actually joined the roster from 2G. He had big shoes to fill, right? Having to play for MW0, and you're like, okay, this actually looks pretty good on that on those maps. And then after that, it's just the whole team that kind of falls short. Then you have another week where you're like, Heat is probably the one that finds the most consistency out of this roster. But I'd love to see a Furia where all three, like a lot of these players, maybe even Khalil finding that form back from like 2022, if they're able to all shine
That 1 week.
for 1 week. I mean, it's the 1 week they need potentially to qualify. Who knows, right? But if that could be something that you want to pray to the Valorant gods that hopefully Furia can actually bring forward.
Well, you know who is going to be praying to the Valorant gods? It's actually the Furia CEO, because he is not all that thrilled. He's furious. Yeah, actually, very true. You know, obviously a frustrating time for the organization, you know, expressing their distaste with what has been going on. You know, Furia has been an organization that's been in esports for a really long time, right? They're not just a Valorant team. They've been in the industry for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
So, Dryad, I have to imagine for a team that does hold themselves up, and especially with Brazilian fans, this has to be a little frustrating.
It is insane, especially for the Brazilian community, where you want all those teams to do good, and it's kind of the opposite, right? Because Loud is in the same spot, 0-3 on the other group. So you're trying to find an answer for Furia, but it seems like there's so many layers that they have to work on.
Yeah.
And when you look at the individual players, when you look at how the roster has been built up, I don't know if they can do it in time.
What do they do to get back on track, Ben Silly?
Next question.
You troll.
No, I mean, like, to be honest, you have to look at the results so far in this split. It's not looking too good. They only had one map where they're able to drop double digits, and that's on Lotus. Outside of that, they can't even score past like 7 rounds. So it stems even deeper than just players or individual performances. There's just got to be probably a change in the shift, and I feel a lot of that is due to all these roles that are switching over, right? Have it going back into a duelist role. And yes, sometimes he puts good numbers, sometimes not. But it's just a lack of consistency for a lot of these players as well.
And to add on to it as well, I feel like one of the things that is missing from them is the way that they're playing these rounds. They're not used to the Tejo utility, and they're playing Tejo themselves in a lot of these maps. They don't know, they're being delayed. They're not really working out around the map. They have 20 seconds left. They're trying to hit, and guess what? The Tejo util is coming in. They're running out of time. They lose their round that way. And it is the same with little things like that, like a Tejo lurking mid on a SEN that should not be happening. You have Heat that has been performing really well and a chance to do so on the Vice, but instead you're sending your initiator and your IGL to play by himself, and oftentimes, honestly, just get taken down.
So be more together.
Yeah, and the thing is they don't really have a lot of room for errors here, right? No. You lose here, you're done, right? You're cooked. You're eliminated. 2-1 and a 2-1 for G2 MIBR. Cooked, eliminated, you're done. I mean, there's a lot of things that are working against Furia here, and they have a lot of work ahead of them here. But there is one individual, though, that you guys were highlighting as one of the more consistent factors, and that was Heat. And, you know, Dryad, I definitely think that if there is a player, especially with the loss of MW Zera, that you got to turn to in those moments to get you those big moments, it's got to be Heat.
Heat is a conversation topic every single time. When we talked about not only this year for Furia, but when we go back in the past on what they've been able to do, it was him on the Initiator last year for Crew, him on the Duelist before, now on the Sentinel. And, I mean, he's doing good on the Sentinel, but is that enough?
So far, at least for his responsibilities, it's good. Like he's filling the shoes very well for the team in terms of how he could turn rounds over. There was like one of these rounds where he's playing on a set, he's heads up plays, putting walls actively, not putting at the very beginning of the round, just based on what information's coming through, and he reacts quite well. He just needs a little bit more support around that. It's hard to do as a Sentinel role. You need a little bit more.
Yeah, and he definitely has, as far as what we were speaking about before, right, that impact potential to be the person that can make or break a round here. But to your point, right, you do need a little bit more pepper on that steak. You know, you need a little bit more seasoning there, Triad.
I like that they're playing with his Vice a lot in a lot of the different maps, but I do feel like they're not using it to the best of its potential. There's some rounds where Heat is actually playing in front of his wall or giving a lot of space with the wall where they, once again, it's 20 seconds left, they need to re-clear and they have no idea if they have the space to do so. And it's not only them, I feel like in Brazil and a lot of the teams that we've seen, even the play from 2G yesterday, you're putting a wall on Ascend and on mid, and then Boostio goes in and gets a kill because by the time the wall is up, he's already gotten one. He has all of
got it to spawn. I remember that.
Control. And that's happening with Heat as well.
If anything, though, that's lack of communication of what's going on too, because sometimes you're like looking at different spots and then boom, you're getting shot in the back. So there is, again, it stems deeper than that. Heat could do whatever he can. Like he's going to try to find space. Somebody's got to make a move. Somebody's got to move. You just mentioned before, if a Taylor's going to move in alone or they're not finding the right timings, somebody who's consistent is going to have to pull out the big boy pants and start moving forward, and that's going to be Heat. And he's not overheating, for lack of a better word, in these moments. He's actually succeeding quite well in his role. It's the other foot I'm looking at again.
He's a good temperature. He's a good temperate degree.
And you were talking about steaks. I usually love my steaks medium rare, but so far for Furia, it actually has to be well done because they need to start pulling in some rounds.
Hey, I like that reference, tying it all back. All right, well, guys, let's actually hear what Heat had to say to Riv as we get ready for today's match.
I am joined. I have a moment with Heat before their match today. You've said that you're really enjoying the Sentinel role. It's allowing you to do so much. If you could elaborate on that, how is it helping you to better your gameplay and also help the team?
I think I'm very comfortable about this role. I can help my team getting some space, getting lurks. So I'm very comfortable, and that's it.
And what are you feeling like is your favorite Sentinel to play right now?
For me, Cypher and Vice, I think is the favorite.
Why those two?
Cypher.
Cypher out of most of them. I like that. Good luck in the match today. Thank you so much, Heat.
For a team that has nothing to lose, yeah, it's definitely harder because they don't care and they're just swinging, and they're probably less pressure, less nerves, and things will go their way. Do I think that applies to Fury? Probably not. I feel like because they're 0-3, maybe it is a little more pressure for them because they need to win, you know? And any team that's going winless, it's not a good look. So I'm sure they'll be trying to win just as much as we are.
All right, everyone. So here's the thing. We like to do some fun games, on the desk, but this time around we decided to include our incredible audience because we love you guys and we thank you so much for coming out early. Thank you so much. So let's see what we're doing today. It's called Don't Peek. And the name of the game is very simple. I have Claire here, my good friend. Thank you so much for joining us because Vansili is going to have to guess an image that's going to pop up on the screen. There's some text there, and Claire's going to describe it without giving the answers away.
Not going to lie, I'm nervous.
All right, and also we did this in rehearsal, and Vansili sucks at this. So
I
it's going to be great.
I was already sweating that we have a crowd. This is going to be
Let's see what this first image is, and then Claire's going to guess. Here we go. Oh, dear Lord. All right, go ahead. Remember, you cannot tell him what the yellow text is. You got to describe
I like
it.
the reactions on
So
Claire.
it's giving Windows, sort of like the wallpaper.
Okay,
and
Windows
then,
wallpaper. Are we talking about a map here?
Focus on the yellow text.
Okay, and then you know Gecko. You know my friend Gecko, right?
Yeah.
Okay, who's his favorite? Who do you think?
Wingman.
Yep.
Yeah, got it.
What the hell was that?
Wingman planning. Come on, get your mind out of the gutter, Alex.
And then it's a C9 player.
Okay.
Very luscious locks. Very luscious locks.
Luscious locks. Hold on, I'm just gonna go through them and you tell me yes or no. So we're talking about Vic? Are we talking about Oxy?
No.
Are we talking about? Oh, sorry. Do we have hints?
Who has the most luscious locks? On cloud 9, bro. Look at me. I'm bald. I pray to him all the time.
Dude, I told you, rehearsals, I'm trying to learn names in front of a crowd this time around. I'm really nervous.
All right, crowd, help him out without saying the name.
Busio, but he's got long hair? What? Long hair. Zeppa! Oh,
Okay.
my God. Okay, I got it. Thank you so much.
And then he is upside down, but he is...
Spider-Man kiss. No. Zeppa and Gecko doing a Spider-Man kiss.
Someone draw that. He is flipping. It's something you see in gymnastics.
A pirouette. A somersault.
No.
A point.
This fool, that ass said a pirouette.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I mean, I'm French.
What do you, when you go shopping at Walmart, what do you push around?
A cart. A cartwheel. Oh, okay. Okay, so Wingman and Zeppa doing a cartwheel.
No.
Zeppa throwing Wingman into a cartwheel.
Okay. Okay. Can I say?
Go for it.
Okay, so Zeppa, right?
Yeah. Luscious hair.
Luscious
Got that,
hair.
right?
He is. It's just him. It's just him.
Just
and then
him.
with a bunch of other little wingmans.
Okay, so Zeppa fighting 1,000 wingmans doing cartwheels. Is it one giant wingman or 100 little wingmans? And who wins the fight?
Closer to the second option.
Wait, really?
Two.
Hold on, wait. Reset this. Okay, hold on. What?
Well, describe the green.
Okay, again, going back to Windows.
Okay.
The wallpaper.
Okay. The green. Windows wallpaper.
What is
The classic
Like a
picture.
Windows desktop?
Yeah.
Yes.
Zeppa and Wingman on a wallpaper doing cartwheels.
You know what?
Do we give it to him?
I'm gonna give it to him.
Jesus, what was it? What was it?
It was Zeppa cartwheeling through a field of wingmans.
It was close
And
enough.
Here you go. That's for
Okay,
you.
that
Thank
was
you so
very,
much,
very
Claire.
hard.
Appreciate it. Guys, give it up for Claire. Give it up for Claire. And most importantly, if you want,
You have
give
no
it
idea
up
how hard
for
this was.
Give it up for Vansili if you
don't,
want
don't.
to.
That was
You
terrible.
don't have
That
to
was
cheer.
terrible.
And, I like that one guy's there like, hey, he tried.
I really tried.
It was sad to see it.
I'm sorry.
All right, well, folks, we're going to get started with the show in a little bit here, but let's see what we thought with our predictions as we get ready for the day. Who you guys have winning here today? Who you have winning? Blurt it out loud. Say it out loud. All right, do you?
Paper X.
Whoa, I did that? When did that happen?
Wait, I thought. Wait, how come you're going the opposite?
I predicted that?
Sen City.
Okay, first and foremost, how dare you? Number one, I can never count out my Loud Boys, but I also didn't know that they had 2 new players when I signed that thing up. So, you know.
Wait, leaks?
Yeah, I know, right? Well, yeah, of course. All right, guys. Well, listen, we're getting ready for the show here today. Who's excited for the matchups? Who's excited to see C9 take the stage? You want to try the next one?
Who's ready to see Furia?
Yeah!
Not too bad, not too bad.
How about the next one? How about Lauji? How about Sensinos? All right, folks, let's get this show on the road. VCT America starts ahora.
Obviously, it's always fun to play a match against Furia. I'm sure it'll be hard. I'm sure no game is gonna be easy.
Ele tem ultimate e tem míssil, cara. É aqui que ele brilha. Só tira a cara, mano. Jogou um míssil no primeiro, levou o Tex. Tá fazendo dele! Vamos, Rafa!
Creio que vai ser um jogo difícil porque eles têm players, tipo, bem... Eles são bons individualmente e coletivamente também quando se trata em caos assim no meio do jogo.
Reset, fight to be taken, stun tucked up. Smoke's not going to be helping you out too much when Vic is pulling off magic like this.
Então tá bem difícil pra gente agora pra conseguir passar da fase de grupos. A gente tá 0-3, mas eu acho que a gente tem que ganhar assim contra essa Cloud9 porque vai ser um jogo que vai hypar a gente pro próximo, entendeu?
Because they're 0-3, maybe it is a little more pressure for them because they need to win, you know? And any team that's going winless, it's not a good look. So I'm sure they'll be trying to win just as much as we are.
All right, folks, let's go ahead and get this show on the road, shall we? And bring out your first team. Put your hands together for Furia.
I know there's at least 4 people in the crowd right now clapping loud for Furia walking through as we were just asking.
They were in.
They were in. Yeah, definitely this team. They are in dire straits for sure. They have to step up to the plate. We did so many math scenarios, but most importantly, they just have to win their next 2 games to make sure they have a chance even to make it into the top 4.
Yeah, that's right. Furia, of course, a lot of pressure on this team. You heard in the interview before, right? Who's that going to be on more so? And, well, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Furia 0-3, they need this win, just like the way they need to breathe, pretty much.
They've had good moments. They've had good moments in maps against Energy, for example, good rounds as well, Heat as well, popping ups as we've been talking about, but a lot more is going to be needed if they want to stay alive here, not eliminated from this.
Well, let's go ahead and bring out their opponents. Welcome to the stage, everyone in the Riot Games Arena. It's Cloud9.
This is also a chance for Cloud9 to even continue their streak and make it top of the group. So this is going to be still a very important game. I think for a lot of teams, it's like, yeah, it's cool to make it into the playoffs. We know the stakes are a little bit lower here for Cloud9, but to get a bye into the playoffs is still super important for this team.
Yeah, it would be massive if they were able to accomplish that right now, Dryad.
We need to remember as well that Cloud9 are always the gods when it comes to the group stages. They're always winning these matches. They are always making it to playoffs. And now they're trying to make it past that step, right? Not only make it to playoffs, but move that step forward and make it all the way to Toronto. That is going to be their end goal. And they've been working on it so well. When you talk about the maps that they've been playing every single map but Icebox. And it is the preparation that they have that they're facing no matter who, and they're ready for it.
Well, here's your series layout, and we're going to get Lotus, Pearl, and if necessary, we'll take a trip over to Split. Lotus and Pearl, kind of shocked to see, Ascent, excuse me, not in the rotation here, Dryad. I thought that we would see Furia probably lock that one in.
But it hasn't really gone their way, to be honest. And Cloud9 do look like the best team on Ascent.
Oh, that's fair. Good point.
It was that question of the 2 when they're playing the double sentinel. So we're not going to be seeing that. Instead, we're going to go into Lotus. And that is one that gives Furia at least a chance.
Well, like I've mentioned before, double digits against G2. They had a great start of like an 8-0 pretty much on their attack side. But then when it came against the Energy game, they actually won that map, right? So it's the only one where they have actually good success. You go back into the rest of the pool, though, again, Pearl. I don't think they scored even more than 5 rounds in that map. So yes, I have to focus right here onto Lotus. That's the start that you want, and they've had all the chances in their favor for Furia every time they kick off these series, just because they get to play Lotus first. Think about it, when they played against Leviathan, Leviathan banned that map. They didn't play any Lotus. What happens after? Very one-sided results.
And if you want one more thing to go off of Furia winning this map potentially, is the fact that when Cloud9 played this map last time, they could only get 3 rounds on the attacking side, which is very, very uncommon. They're going to be starting on the attacking side as well. It should be favored, but if things go the same way, Furia can get some momentum.
Yeah, this is Furia that knows what's at stake for them here, and a Cloud9 that needs to be careful, because in VCT, you cannot underestimate any of their opponents. You're here for a reason. These are still some of the best players to play the game, so you're always going to need to put some respect on your opponent regardless. That being said, on the C9 side, though, I think one of the things that really excites me, Vincent, about this team, they're a young squad, right? But they're also, you could see the hunger. You could see the want to win, and also it seems like they have fun with one another as well, which is very important when you're trying to build up this roster and get to the heights that this team wants to reach.
Definitely, especially with Mitch at the helm here leading this team. He's going to be more like the serious one trying to get things going, but you have so many hype men in this roster, being Net, for example, when he's calling on the defensive side. You're looking here, at least the agents coming up for a Furia side. Doesn't look like there's going to be any changes going into that one here. Clove has been something that he loves to use for this roster, and again, it allows for them to be quite explosive in these fights. It's just on the side of Cloud9, I don't think there should be any changes at all either. That neon wall that they've been throwing for that tree side that gives Oxy so much space to work with on the A side attack, I think that's one of the key things they want to look out for in their defaults.
And remember what he said, is a Furia that struggles against the Tejo utility, and on top of that, with Net on the Cypher, that is a really good counter for the Neon on the other side. You look at it, there are no Sentinels on that side.
Well, let's go ahead and get this first map underway. Send it over to your casters. Bars will be dropped. Fashion trends will be had. It's Uber and Wyatt.
Yeah, he's talking about me. Definitely my outfit over yours.
Oh, yeah, yours is, you're looking nice and spiffy
today. A trend is a trend, brother. Regardless of what you think about it, great to have you back here, of course, in the Riot Games arena. Cloud9 on the precipice of qualification for playoffs here. It's just a mild stumble in a banger matchup against MIBR. They've got to be feeling confident going up against a team who all 5 players are in the bottom 25% of ACS in Americas. Not a great stat for Furia. They're looking for redemption.
Absolutely. Cloud9, the story is simple. Win today, they're in playoffs. That's something that, as an org, as a team, they've managed to do a number of times in VCT, but they haven't made it all the way yet. Maybe this is a squad that they can do it with.
It's time for Samsung match start. Load up fast with Samsung SSDs. And we're heading into Lotus, a map that we didn't expect to see here. It's not been great for C9. Feels like Furia kind of really got their pick of the litter to get this map in. I'm surprised it wasn't banned.
Absolutely the best opportunity to take a map. As Vans mentioned on the desk, it's the only map that they've won so far against NRG earlier this year.
Oh, buddy, well, you know, C9 like to fight in these early rounds or on that attack side to begin with here, and Havoc barely extracts himself from what would have been a maelstrom of attackers. But Cloud9 aren't wasting any time. This rat comes quickly, but of course there's a contingency. Trapwire's going to spot them out, and C9 know they're on a timer to hit this site.
Barely able to cross there as Furia are really trying to accelerate C9. They're making the right play. They want to take extra space, get into holes. Havoc going to feel the pressure here.
Strong wind to blow him over. He's going to get his one, and that's it. Cloud9 are going to push straight on through. This now throws things into disarray for Furia. You can see Heat's trying to match them on pace. He's going to be able to meet them here, but he will be outnumbered, and C9 will check for this. Heat on the angle. Oh, well, Frenzy not going to get it done for him, and now that whittles Furia down to 2 players who aren't running in the vicinity.
Unfortunately, that's just not the greatest range for the Frenzy. I can't blame him for trying to catch someone off, even just get a little damage and swing back. But now his team in that 2 versus 3. Mitch has got the fault line cycled back up. Zeppa, same with the salvos.
Prize and Rafa, the former, offered a pretty nice contract here, but as he leaves his previous team 2G, they've done better since his departure, and he's got a score to settle. Net's out of the game. It's up to Mitch and Zeppi here, close to this underside now, and Price needs to find the correct timing. He's opened up for Rafa to come on in. A 1-for-1, and Zeppa will close it out.
A strong start for Zeppa, who has been more than a standout for this C9 roster so far in 2025. Had a lot of question marks around him as a player from the community coming into this year.
He's been vindicated.
Oh, certainly. He has really been phenomenal, and You know, on this map, of course, playing Taeho, but reprising that role as a duelist when C9 opt to go for that look of two duelists with him and Oxy, who's getting hyped as already usual for him. Off to a great start, C9.
Obviously, a loss against MIBR, but Cloud9 showed their resilience and depth, almost making a ridiculous comeback in the last map of this series. Of course, they're hungry. He hears all of this now. Gonna try and get the ruse in place. Buy a bit of time for Furia to respond to this.
Oxy isn't very quick with his stinger. There's only one Sheriff for the defensive side of Furia who are trying to stack up just outside of the choke points.
They're playing up the site now, a bit of util for Furia to work with, and Oxy's gonna push short towards holes, and he riddles Prize in heat, full of bullet holes. Rafa can't do much else either, and it's up to Khalil, one of the longest standing members of any team in Americas, the longest standing man on this roster. Has very little to do, and very little to do it with.
Wouldn't be mad at Mitch trying to go for a hunt here. It does look like he's taking point. He's getting fairly close to that Rolling Thunder early, but a wider point that I want to take this opportunity to touch on is C9 have captured the early momentum of this game. Is just looking at the mental of this Furia team, because they looked completely out of it in the previous matches that we've seen them play, especially against Leviathan. It looked like they just lost the will to win, the drive that they had.
Where's the hunger?
Yeah, where is it? They need to find that, and they can't let this early disadvantage already get in their heads, get them back into that really poor mental space that we saw them in, where comms were lacking, that fire was lacking. Here's their opportunity, though. First full buy of the game.
Oxy already out to 4 kills here. Absolutely getting rolling. And here's where we get to see what Furia have been working on. This is the best map for them to show the fruits of their labor. Might have come a little bit too late in this stage 1, already 0-3.
Oxy ready to just play off that self-drone, which is broken early, and then because of that contact, immediate stun. This is lovely util from C9, but the counter util effective at keeping Oxy at bay.
Yeah, the fire rate reduction there for Oxy made it very hard for him to get any inroads. So he takes a chunk of damage, and Furia are able to fall back onto this B side, but heads now are turning in that C direction. It's going to be Khalil, the grizzled veteran, the sole player on the site.
That was a really cool set util combo from C9 to try and find an opening on this bonus round, but you have to respect that counter util from Furia that got them out safely from what was a very dangerous scenario.
What?
Vic just random spam into the site, catches Khalil. That is tragic.
That's the stall util is gone. 50 seconds left in the round. Furia now know they're probably just going to have to take a full execute here, and they're getting in position to receive it. Havoc's moved up, another brilliant fault line that catches on to multiple players. Havoc can't see the wood for the trees now as the paranoia comes in, and he is blocked off from the action. Rafa as well towards holes. Furia had to give up the site again.
Spike is going to be planted. Vic, standard position for the Omen up on top box. C9, they need to stay within the site, not exactly a spam angle to play off of. Fault line coming through. Havoc wants to gain space off it.
Fast lane used, but Havoc gets cut down as Oxy's ready to meet him at that impasse. Mitch is stuck here, and he's going to spray and pray. Rafa's able to find another one. The numbers are even here. The close smokes are dissipating, and Vic needs to find this. He backs off the angle. He's going to push for more here, and Zephyr's not on the side. Rafa ends around with 3, and a very important staging ground developed now for Furia.
I really feel that the round importance there was massive for Furia. Again, going back to the mental struggles that we've seen them have as a team, where the communication falls off, the vibe is just tarnished for the squad. Like, that was desperately needed. Okay, deep breath, we're in the game. Our economy isn't broken from a bonus where C9 just capture immediate full momentum in the server. Again, there's Havoc. He is the one guy every week. Every week when they win a round, you see him. He is the guy getting hyped for the team.
That's the kind of player that Furia really need right now.
And it's funny, when you go back to the beginning of his career in Americas last year, he had no confidence. That was his biggest fault. And now he's the guy trying to bring it for the team.
Oh, that's not a great start to another free pick for C9 over on the B side of the C side of the map, excuse me. Again, they don't bother with A, even though they wanted to fight Rubble so much against MIBR.
I do like that C9 are going to try to continue exploiting this C site. Furia do not have a lot of stopping power with this comp. There's no Vice to slow you down. There are no kill trips placed on the site. So you, as a Neon, know you can just get right in there with ease. The only thing to stop you is maybe a fault line. That's about it, right? Or well-timed Cs. It's not too much to contend with.
2 Rolling Thunders in play right now, or at least on the table. So Furia have retake util to work with. But Zephyr's waiting for them, and Rafa gets cut down. At least he's able to make it a trade. Aftershock catches Mitch out, as clearly he wasn't able to move, rooted in place, and Furia don't feel it. They don't like what they've seen here at all. They're out of there.
They really have no choice but to save at that point, unfortunately. C9, I like the proactivity and taking forward space after they're getting the spike down. You can see, again, Oxy's pushed up back halls, and it's only Havoc trying to get back in there, and he feels like he can't. He's getting paranoid. He feels that if he swings, there are going to be multiple players facing him. And then as Fury have to go back in, again, you're just contending with the Taeho breach in this meta, and you're at that early disadvantage because of Oxy. I mean,
that kill on Rafa feels like it almost sealed the deal on that round. Fury potentially were hoping to play around a Rolling Thunder to take that mount control or hit the site, but having a trade of breaches there basically negated that possibility.
On the front of the ultimate, specifically the Rolling Thunder you mentioned, there are 2 of them active in the server at the moment for either squad. On a round of some serious importance for Furia, their economy is hanging in the balance, and it looks like they want to go for perhaps a trap play towards C, or maybe the teleport across. They try to fight off this one-way smoke.
Fault line comes in, but this time Cloud9, they don't fully commit over to the mound direction. They might have just pulled Furia into a pretty exposed position. They're waiting.
They really are hoping that this over-push is going to come, and they know because of that passive trip the net's thrown over towards A, who was once playing Deadlock on this map, but they've now switched to the Cypher. And that's allowing them to get info that the Deadlock wouldn't. They know that they can safely get back over to A main, try and re-clear into Rubble now.
And they know for a fact there'll be an A-side player, plus the Baby Door presence of Heat after spotting him out with that stealth drone. Fast lane here for Roxy can be used. We've sort of seen it used at an angle there to give you access to tree so you can toggle the door at least.
Careful here.
Prize, of course, the newest addition now. Sets his feet. He knows he's going to get busy later.
And Havoc peaks. Could have been his undoing, but is at least able to survive, try and get back to Prize to anchor this site.
He's committed. He wants to anchor, but there's Rolling Thunder in place. So Prize has to have his wits about it. He's here with the paranoia now, and Oxy was hoping to capitalize. Relay ball around the corner, and Prize absolutely dominated. Havoc fell soon after. And like flyers, Furia are falling with only a player over towards the stairs. It's again a 3-gun situation for the Middle East. They have the breach in play.
Khalil is hoping that maybe someone will over-push. That's essentially the only way Furia are going to get an opening. And if that doesn't happen, which, look, it won't, C9, they are steadfast in their positions on site. This is inevitably going to be a save. And unfortunately, Rafa, almost caught. Khalil's got his back, though.
All well and good for Furia to walk away. Another 3-gun save for the defenders. And Cloud9 economically are booming.
That's back-to-back rounds that Oxy has found first kills for the team. Coming into this game, Oxy in the entire league was number 2 in total first kills and the first kill to first death ratio, only Kesnet above him. But hey, just trying to make a go at it today to pass Kesnet in that category.
He's 39 and 27, which is almost like a 1.5 ratio first kill, first death. Very, very good for a duelist here in Americas. And look at this, it's almost too easy for the guy.
When he gets in that form, that's when C9 can really become a contender to get to these international tournaments. You know, for the first half of 2025, it felt like we never even saw Oxy in that prime 2024 run. You know, like that form that he was in where he was just dominating game after game. He hasn't needed to do that, frankly, in a lot of these instances. Other guys are picking up the slack, but theoretically, when you get him in that zone and you have Zeppa playing at one of the higher levels he's been in a while, and then rounded out by 3 very solid players that they've brought up, you know, from challengers, then listen, we are cooking with something with this C9 team.
And Cloud9, having not attended an international event since Champs 2022, have that regular season Warriors moniker on them they want to shake off, right? They look great last year as well in Americas. During this, like, you know, stage 1, stage 2, the group stages was fine. When they got to the playoffs, though, they faltered. Here, they've got to land the plane so they can get on a real one.
Absolutely, and this is a game here that is just one more step on that journey. If they win today, they are in the playoffs, locked up that spot. And Furia, well, frankly, at 0-3, doesn't even need to be stated, but they are on death's door at this point.
It's not within their control anymore. At best, maybe they sneak through. That's a lot to ask. And I think like Fury have been a lightning rod for criticism from the Brazilian community. They want to see hunger from this team.
Oh,
they feel like they're seeing a lot of apathy.
He's been co-streaming and losing his damn mind watching these guys. That poor man. They need him back in the server. I'm sure he wants to be there too. All right, early fault line to force Havoc back. as the rest of C9 intend on gaining space towards Rubble. Again, it's going to be pressure on Prize.
The conditioning is sublime. Look at where Fury are playing. They've got to quickly scrabble to get in position. They overloaded that mountain spot for another round after that timeout. Prize this time's going to get a kick by that, but Oxy has to back away from the relay bolt. His doesn't find a connection. Now all the util going to be thrown. Prize still sat pretty on the site, still wanting to anchor, and now he's got backup from drop.
This has allowed all of Furia to get here. As you mentioned, you drop Havoc swinging back with Oxy, who's still pressed forward.
Oh my goodness, he's going to do more. He tries, slides on in. Despite the fact that Fury had 4 players on the wrong side of the map, gambling on a mound play, they rapidly get in position and hit C9 before there can be a plant.
There was a beautiful fast rotate from Furia, and credit to Rava, who sent out that Rolling Thunder at the perfect time. We saw from the helicopter point of view, Oxy was just getting bogged by util for a solid 15 seconds. Just had to try and stay alive, throw out the fast lane, hide behind the wall, hide behind default box. Prize at the same time felt like he was surely going to die, but his team bailed him out big time. Great Fury around.
That was a Rolling Thunder used by Cloud9.
Oh my
this time,
God.
a fast 8 hit. There's going to be a wrap coming pretty quickly, though. Ned has to be aware of this now as he tries to slip away.
Oxy's trying to get through tree, has
Shorty.
to go with the shorty. He gets the first at the very least.
Okay, finds his 1-for-1. Now tree control over to Cloud9, but quickly, Furia nipping at their heels now. The Jaguars are hunting for them, but that's ready to throw down on Rubble. It's a trade. Vic gets to upper. Cloud9 know yet again, now that there's players behind them, they need to push off this site into the enemy spawn side. The Nightfall comes in and Vic wins a very important duel.
Oh, beautiful Armageddon as well. That's just going to force Havoc out the way. Vic is trying to make that rotate towards stairs.
They have no control. Havoc has to fight his way into the map, and Vic says no. Another push through, another frag taken. And Prize, great anchoring in the last round. Stayed alive, that was the most important part, but now he needs to do more than that. He needs to mow Cloud9 down. Which is in drop, he finds it. And there's the trade, Zephyr gets in. Cloud9 are up to 5.
I respect that Furia came into that round off the back of a really well-played Briar, trying to keep that pace going, aggression, throwing that 4-man split down C and B on defense, just right at them with that Neon ultimate running full speed. But the C9 response was picture perfect. They rush forward into the site, flip the map, plant for the opposite side for the defender spawn, and then they take that heavy control fighting forward.
We saw the same in the pistol round, right? When they got wrapped on the C side of the map. They will push off the site, gain further extremity control.
Furia have loved going for this early 3-man setup towards Mound. Again, early pressure, they face one-way smoke. All right, we insert Khalil, who can try and teleport away after taking an engagement, and there it is. Well, he's going to be running right into the salvos.
Ooh, just gets away, but takes a bunch of damage. Cloud9 try and bait that push up on the extremity C side, but Furia aren't fooled this time. Oxy couldn't sell it on the A side, but perhaps here at C he can be more convincing. Well, Havoc there is going to apply the Socratic method straight to his dome as Oxy falls and Rafa tries to make his way to waterfall. Here's Havoc! He is hungry! And he sees Zephyr is paranoid. 4 kills for the duelist. And that's a well-earned smile on his face.
That was a snappy 4K from Havoc. What an impressive first kill, shutting down Oxy, who's just at maximum speed running in. Dispatches him, and then beautiful crosshair placement for the second 2. Excellent play from the Furia duelist, who seems to be in the server and mentally trying to just keep this team in the damn game. Early on, C9, they had some good plans there. I liked how they had the salvos positioned for where an Omen pushed up would be teleporting to. They're 1 step ahead of Khalil. But Furia, they're playing with this pace. Again, they are not slowing down. They're not getting shook by the situation. They just flowed right back in together. That was beautiful.
Cloud9 have been using the prior round to influence how they play the current one. This time, they try and use Oxy to sell some action over on A because they know in the past, Furia have pushed up C to try and wrap on them. They have a trap play there, 4 players in position. But Oxy throws up the fast lane, it doesn't really commit, doesn't go to, maybe if he goes to tree and toggles the door, maybe you get a push up from Furia. But they're ready, and Khalil obviously is able to get out with his life despite almost being trapped himself. So Furia are also learning. In real time, on the spot, they're getting a feel for C9. This is decent.
They've made a nice adjustment trying to get in for these really quick floods as well. When you get into that actual set retake situation, you're cooked against the Tejo Breach. You need to beat the timing of their util coming back up, and that's what they've done on the rounds that they've been able to win. I'm specifically that last one. All right, Coach Jimmy calling that timeout. C9 Of course, they are still in a nice leader on Lotus attack, typically favored for the attackers, and we are back to Furia, stacked up towards C, same 3 players.
Okay, are we going to get a fight here? Still the one way as usual. Stealth drone cleared instantly. Cloud9 know that there's a player very close to them. But Havoc's able to get spacing back away. Cloud9 don't want to commit until now. Oxy comes out, Paranoia connects. He's found Net. Rough game for him so far as Havoc wants to push up now. Oh, buddy, out of nowhere. He gets leapt upon. Rough balls Khalil out of the game. Okay, Prize is trying to see what he can dig up here, but he's a long way from the action.
What an impact kill for the IGL Midge to claim at the tail end of that fight. Frustratingly putting Prize in this clutch situation.
Can he do it? Mitch is the only one watching this direction. He had the right angle, but he didn't expect the second. Cloud9 bailed themselves out, but it got a little awkward.
Oh, just thought that that swing from Vic could have come from the right. He tried to pre-fire it, essentially just snap, and can't blame him for thinking that that was a possibility. Oh. I do like this adjustment from Furia, where they had Havoc now out of the timeout, actually push up, take the fight. He baits the util, so Khalil can stay. They can fight together.
On their way? Come on now.
Cloud9 are still trying to bait that aggression out of Fury, though, on these extremities. This time they managed to sell it by committing Oxy and the cluster storm of util that followed, but they still got what they wanted.
This time we've adjusted to the A-fight. Oxy crossing early.
Oh, buddy, it's just too telegraphed. Oxy is ready for it. They fought Rubble so many times against MIBR, and they threw themselves at it over and over again. Still players here, but losing Rafa towards A. Like, what's Havoc supposed to do here now?
That's just random spam. What does Havoc have to do? He has to stay here, fight, and get 3 kills. That's what he's going to have to do.
Very
That's what he
cool.
wants to do. A casual 3K needs to come up.
No. He crossed. He was going to be lit by the neural theft. He's able to get out. There was also a backstab in progress, and that gets spotted out by the Cypher. Oh, the slide's pretty slick, but there's Havoc. He got 2. Not bad.
Yeah, they'll take it. And hey, he basically counts for 2 players right now with the ultimate, so we'll chalk it up to a 2.5 versus 3 on this retake.
It works differently now. Not dead yet, though. We'll see if that actually is a factor. He had the chance to make use of it the previous round and chose not to. Out through stairs. Player at Rubble, Mitch is hearing all of this. He does not seem to care, and he runs straight into it. Prize, yeah, tough one. Vic here. Very cerebral player is ready to find a 3K and around with C9.
That was an absolute dismantling of Furia's aggression into Rubble. Oxy just beating the timing on the stuns that came through here. Dodges the flash as well. Freest kill of his life. And then Rafa just spams through with the Vandal. They see the Tracers and Vic gets a free one. That is tragic. Havoc, he tried his best to live up to the he needs to get 3 kills. Getting 2, yeah, not bad. Well, that's still a pretty good result for him. But
it feels like that util early in the round for Furia isn't calibrated for Neon's speed. Because Oxy gets ahead of all of that. Might try to do it again here. This time it's Vic considering a TP forward. A little dodgy, but it gets into that corner.
Shadows traveling.
Smoke to stairs.
C9 do attempt to accelerate. This is the first time that they're going to be running into a stacked site.
Who would know?
Really been the case. Havoc breaks that stealth drone.
Here's the door. Paranoia to follow it. Prize might try and capitalize here, but the relay vault's going to force him back.
Great stun. Great stun. Oxy recognizing that someone could try to swing on one of his teammates after that paranoia came through, keeps them at bay. Really intelligent.
That is very far forward on the B side as well, Wyatt. He is going to see any push up. This might be a swing over with the side, but again from the same spot, Havoc is able to find one. Cloud9 might consider baby door now, but they're going to get through Rafa to do that. Havoc's down. That's the A player.
That's tragic elsewhere, just spamming through, toggling the door. And in the meantime, do C9, do they want to try and prod towards B, put Rafa in an uncomfortable situation, playing baby door alone.
Close fault line, challenge, Mitch takes it, wins it out, but Prize comes through the door. Okay, Vic goes down, but Rafa is cleared, so baby door is open and Cloud9 are on this B side. Guns are better for the attackers, but here comes a Prowler to try and spot things out.
Oh, great haunt, that's going to get some information. Oh, well, at least they don't know it's close as Prize now sending through the Prowler, trying to give Heat an opening who does just have that stinger. Both chokes smoked off at the moment, so he can get up close with the close range weapon.
Oh, buddy. You've got to get up early in the morning to want to beat Oxy at that kind of game. Now it's up to Prize. No util to speak of. Very little time, spotted out now by the cam. And he knows retribution will be forthcoming. Cloud9 have no reason to overcook here, and Net will complete another solid attack side round for Cloud9.
Man, Havoc is trying so hard to will his team to a win at the moment. He did it on this map, on the Neon against NRG. He top fragged that game, dropped 22. This shot.
That is a land-only shot.
It really, yeah, you're not getting that even on 6 ping. You need 5 minimum. That's max the ping you need to hit that. Crazy stuff, but it's just tragically not enough. This C9 team are more than a legit dark horse right now. Came into this year with an abundance of question marks surrounding their roster decision-making, etc., but they have proven everyone who doubted them wrong. They are looking really fantastic. Bear in mind, this is Furia's best map. Despite the woes that they've had in Stage 1, this is where they've gotten a win. This is where they actually kind of pushed G2 to their limit on G2's undefeated map. They got 10 rounds against them. That is nothing to scoff at.
Here, though, they've been pretty lifeless, listless, lackadaisical. Okay, Paranoia are going to be following up that Nightfall here, and it does force C9 away.
Shadows traveling.
But honestly, they've been able to sort of insist on maintaining course towards the A side, but okay, Khalil's is going to take that one for free. What's the plan now?
Sixth sense, and the Prowler's going to go through. Doesn't connect onto anyone, but no reason for Khalil not to just continue to post up on this angle. Now 50 seconds, they hear that teleport coming through. It's a tree. This is pretty crazy from Vic getting all this space. I respect it.
Okay, so he has a foothold. And the rest of Cloud9 likely to cross over towards door here. It looks like Prize is not actively watching for this. Here's a rolling thunder on towards the A side, but there are no entrenched defenders. Cloud9 don't know this, so they're going to push off a bit anyway. Prize finds one. That's Mitch is crossing past him. Zeva's going to be able to make the trade, but it might be enough as Havagna's going to come in with that ultimate. Ooh, it's ugly. Zeba cleans him up with a shorty now. Khalil might consider going through this smoke with the Armageddon in play. Rafa's going to get there, but Vic almost had 3. What a bizarre
Hey, everyone's 6 feet under, but hey, we got it.
Defense side win anyway.
Man, Furia had a good read on what C9 were going to do there, thinking that they would eventually just pivot into that baby door B split. They were set up for it beautifully. C9 tried so hard to sell that they were hitting A. They had the Vic TP into tree to proc the door into the Rolling Thunder, but Furia did not bite. They were stacked up. Oh god, that's like the second he ran out of juice on the ult, he just gets shorting. That's tragic.
The team ace, yeah, the Pyrrhic victory there for Furia. Sparks are absolutely flying in this game, folks. But it's an 8-4 scoreline heading into the half. We're going to go to a quick break because you know neither of these teams are going to give us fans any breathing room. We'll see you on the other side.
Oof, stuck paying for that old phone? Don't be. You know, at Verizon, we'll pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600, only on Verizon.
There's a feeling that Furia really hit the jackpot getting to play Lotus first in this series, not having it taken away, given Cloud9 at 0-2 on this map, and Furia got 10 rounds against the best team in Americas on this very attack side that they're about to go onto.
Yeah, certainly cannot count them out. They've got a real shot at getting right back into this game. 8-4 is not an insurmountable deficit by any means when you were switching to Lotus attack, and as you mentioned, they've displayed their prowess here before. Let's see if they can get a bit of momentum back early here with a pistol round win. Oxy wants to fight, but denied by the flash.
Okay, gonna back up into the smoke here, then elect to jump back in because Mitch is saying go, go, go. Havoc goes pretty low behind the rubble. He was gonna be Oxy falling. Interesting. Khalil gets offered up as a sacrifice to Krakatoa, apparently. Furia, their prayers for strength are answered at least. As Vic and Net had to make things happen. Net bursts out of Baby Door and finds one, but that's not going to be enough.
C9 really overcommitted to that fight, in my opinion, forcing things too much, and they've left Vic, one of the rookies to VCT in a 1 versus 3 this year. Great shoulder pick. Still spot out the one. Good paranoia. No.
No, Vic! He's found 2. Prize cowering inside tree, salvages it. As the Furia ship was almost scuppered. By the young gun Vic emerging for 2 kills. It will be Furia getting to 5 and winning an all-important pistol.
We're going to take a deep breath after that one. The steady hands of Prize get them over the finish line. It was in this moment, where Mitch is trying to push out of that tree door, and Oxy fights forward again after they had been denied by that initial util wave. I think regretting that they tried to force themselves back into that fight.
It's kind of based swinging into your own teammates aftershock, because they never expect you to take that timing.
The rarest of timings.
All right. Well, that was a big burst over towards Rubble, but it's just heat. That leaves C pretty lightly held for Cloud9. Wanted to gamble well, they made the wrong call here.
They are trying to pivot over to C with some haste. He's got 3 players here, so yeah, could be relatively dangerous for Furia. Not going to get ahead of myself, but Vic, little damage on the Havoc.
He's going for it. He's going to run into a wall of players, and it doesn't matter. He cuts a bloody swathe through them anyway. Vic, not just the one, but it's short-lived. This is tenure in halls. It's cut short. So leaves only 2 measly pistols for Cloud9. A paltry offering here against a very angered Furia.
They would be more than content to just go for a rewrap, try and get 1 or 2 more kills here.
They've got the bridge util. Also Bulldog there. Probably too far to collect that. Oh my goodness, it's audacious. Okay. Well, Net takes a trade, and that's Furia exiting the round with 2 Bulldogs.
Yeah, and ultimately that damage doesn't matter a whole lot. 3, in fact, at the very end, they got all 3 Bulldogs, and he only had the pistol. So hey, Furia, they leave the round with what they brought into it. Now, the question is if they can convert this bonus against C9. Have they cooked up some kind of strat for this bonus? That is something that, frankly, all of the best teams do on these crucial economy swing rounds. They have something in the tuck. I mean, yeah, there are many pings towards the C side. It looks like they want to just try to take this early fight and slam any players that are in choke. Yeah, Vic under the pressure of the vault line.
Oh, okay, well,
okay,
karma.
you are joking.
Karma, I guess. Vic was able to produce a moment like that early on Cloud9's attack side with a Guardian spam kill. That one hurts though. Cloud9, they need hands to carry these expensive rifles. Flash shove, they might try and challenge this. Vic backs away, but actually gets clipped by the paranoia, so we'll be out of the fight for a little longer. Splish splash, baby.
What does Vic want to do? Now, listen, you do still have that Breach Taeho combo. Vic is going to get pushed, though, gets the first.
Their nerve broke. They didn't multi-challenge this. Vic had backup in fairness. 3 players in halls now for Cloud9, and they're thinking about going for the jugular. Khalil sees him. Zephyr wraps around the smoke and gets his. And there's no waterfall presence here for Cloud9, but still 3 players, 3 rifles to work with, and they're pushing up onto the site itself. Prize in a pretty obvious location, but he's able to find a key kill there. It's only the Clove left. 1 versus 2. Cloud9 have some time, so they go for the double swing, and he is frazzled, frustrated, and thwarted.
That is so close for Heat. That is, unfortunately, a look on his face that we've seen a lot this year on Furia. He came so damn close. He'd already won a crucial 1v1 towards Waterfall, took out Mitch on his initial swing through, and then gets 1 more after there were the swings coming through on top with the C9 players wrapping Bend. 3 on the round, and they still fall short. Listen, they got the spike down. That was just their bonus, but when you know that you had it in your grasp and it barely slips through your fingers, you're going to leave that round with frustration regardless.
Silver linings, though. It was a pretty costly round for Cloud9, and now their buy looks far less convincing. That fault line is not... Oh, there's Havoc, guys. Oh, my God. Twinkle toes out there on Mount. Oxy and Vic quickly subdued.
He is just skating on them on man. That was a sick second kill. Havoc still just continues to try and will this team to a win. The shots that he's hitting have been really outrageous.
Kicking and screaming. He is Samwise Gamgee. Furia, I think, brought back into the game. Now they have their presence over towards the A side of the map. Net is swimming in a palace of util.
With a judge in his hands and an opportunity to do the funniest thing.
Will stay tucked, still undetected as of yet, but the cyber cages now will be thrown up. So those layers of defensive utility are being expended. Sees the paranoia whistle pass, Net is waiting, but there's two angles that they could be coming from, and there's no help in upper yet. That smoke will dissipate, and Zephyr can now get involved in the game, but Havoc finds his third. How did Cloud9 get out of this? It's just Net.
They haven't given him anything. He's just been praying that someone is going to walk around the corner at any given point, and then he feels like, well, I got to make something happen myself, and he's going to fall to Havoc, getting him his 4th on the board that round.
And he leads the server now. 17-13 for Havoc. Here's an early action. Look at this movement. Oh!
That is not supposed to happen after
yes.
the neon nerfs. We thought that we were done with that.
Say.
we thought we were done with that. This always happens in Valorant. They nerf an agent that's at the top of the meta, everyone stops playing it, and then someone realizes, hey, wait, it's still pretty good,
in America, it was Asuna. When Asuna came out on Neon, we're like, is that good? It is. I mean, Dijazine's picked it back up. We've seen a lot of teams that are still gone for the Neon. She still does that ridiculous stuff when on the slide. Here's Imi. Chiming in once more as the gap in this game has been closed to 2 rounds. I'm going to give you spoilers. Cloud9 do not have the means to buy adequately into this one.
That was a round worth 2. The Furia economy has gotten off the ground. All players at least a few K credits right now. Real shot at stealing this map away.
And again, I've got to come back to the question, like Cloud9 chose to ban Haven, a map where they looked pretty darn good against MIBR, to go onto their winless Lotus.
Yeah,
give Fury their best map.
It was perplexing to me that, yeah, prior to that MIBR game, they did ban Haven twice. But that was a 13-11 loss to a top 2 team that are in the league currently
And
in MIBR.
Furia, it's the only map they've actually won in Stage 1.
Every map but Lotus. At max, they've gotten 7 rounds on, and they've allowed them to play on their home map.
Well, we got 7 rounds, and maybe more to come now. Furia are armed to the gills. And already asserting that A-side control. Cloud9 hoping to gamble for a bit of a whimsical B hit from Furia. It's not going to happen.
Brazilian side, they've been able to take this space over towards Rubble with ease, and they have Heat just making sure that no one over on C9 to push up. Oh, wait. They just spot Oxy around the corner.
The Hero Guardian.
Gotta go.
Is that Nismo in the server?
That was a sick reaction tap from Oxy, giving his team upset potential on round 17.
Well, Fury have definitely been incentivized to carry on over at A for now.
They will continue to take their time. Nice and slowly.
Vic handed the Guardian to Oxy. He passed the weapon over. And Oxy is slowly encroaching here on this occupied A side of the map. Really carefully, though. Is he waiting? He might be waiting for the other players to come out of B side here, at least get a crossfire set up.
Mitch does have a full util kit on the breach. They have tools to get back in.
Okay, Oxy spotted. Okay, Guardian down straight away. Haven't caught out by the fault line here, and there's an aftershock coming through. He's able to sidestep it. But Cloud9 gearing up for this push. Another Paranoia comes in, counter from the side, and Fury looks like it caught on Khalil. Is able to find 2 from Pit. Net is the benefactor, the newest installment of the Sisterhood of the Traveling Guardian. But he has nothing to do with here, Wyatt. It'll be a hold on to the weapon and go next.
Player standing.
Havoc having a lot of confidence there, and Khalil to lock things down for him, holding from Pit. That's exactly what he does. Danger for a moment.
Clock sticking.
When Oxy gets that first kill, but Furia, they take their sweet time getting into that very free A site, setting up some nice post plants.
So now we get into the part of the half, Wyatt, where we've got to start talking about these ultimates, right? We've been sitting on a number of them for quite some time, and crucially, it's the initiators that we're looking at. Armageddon available for C9, Rolling Thunder is available for Furia. Also, when are we going to see the Clove ultimate? Will we?
Yeah, he might be saving that for Pearl at this point. I don't know if we've actually seen it yet. But perhaps it'll finally be this round. All right, C9 over on defense. They're taking that space. Jose pressed up, stealth drone from a close distance to try and get additional info. Are they going to push all the way through onto Heat? No, they won't, but they will control all of the A side of the map. And they'd be content if that pushes Furia into some of their Cypher setup elsewhere.
I like the double back here towards A, but there's no one that's really inserted on that part of the map yet. Ned is also playing ultra passive in B, so he can rotate and help Vic out here.
Furia have been able to get some space over towards Mound. There's a minute left on the clock.
How do they look at this pace, I wonder? Because so far it's been pretty fast and furious.
Do they want to try and go back towards A? Do they feel like they've done enough to actually pull C9 away from forward positions at Mound? They want to re-clear. Here comes that initiative util, the flash, the Prowler.
Here's that fast lane. Mitch just steps right into it. No action still. Now it's going to be a bounce back for Furia with 40 seconds left in the round. There's going to be 3 Cloud9 players waiting for them at CY.
They are praying that they are dragging these defenders all across the map, but they have not done so. C9 are all towards B and C at the moment.
Here's a rolling thunder. There is Cypher util in play. Armageddon could catch Havoc out here. It's dangerous. He's got to get clear of that. He's got time. Gets up over towards the site. Now ready to go with the ultimate, but Net has pure stopping power. Hits him like a Mack truck. Mitch is out of the game though, so that brings util now no longer on the table for the defenders, but time is running short. Furia have to make the plant, and it's punished. Still, Spike is deployed, but Tony Khalil to be the steward of it. Then he's found himself 3 for the round. Oxy has that ultimate ready. Khalil trying to play safe, but nobody is safe from the Young Thud.
We're trying to hit a headshot like that when the Neon is at max speed with the ult is so difficult. Oxy walking away unscathed. Furia tried so hard to drag the rotates around defensively, but C9 never took the bait. They never gave up those forward positions over towards A, and that just allowed them to make the right call and get the entire unit of their team over to that C side where the clock was already dwindling, and you've got your Taeho, you've got your Breach util, and at that point, you've cooked Furia.
But, once again, just like the bonus, for Furia, Cloud9 only survive with 1 weapon, so they can't stabilize. They've not stabilized at all on this defense side. They've got to capitalize here. This is arguably the more important round.
This should be a round worth 2 as C9 look to fight towards Rebel again. It's Havoc pushing through the fast lane.
Zeppa gets clear of the situation here. Mitch also having second thoughts, as I would too, as bullets whiz above my left shoulder. He falls back towards stairs.
And they would love to get Prize this orb so he can get that Fade ultimate. This A-side execute, there it is.
They're not clearing stairs. They send a Prowler towards tree, but they don't know that Mitch is right by them. With a full suite of util, but Oxy just gets absolutely booked.
Face your fear!
Zeppa going to try and stay silent here, but, well, this is going to reveal it. He will only hear silence now as the Prowler also confirms his position in upper. Havoc needs to diligently check here, but Zeppa wins it out. It's a trade.
I can't even believe he got 1, but ultimately irrelevant as Khalil just shuts down Mitch, who wanted to take a timing. Out that smoke through stairs, and as we mentioned at the top of the round, just the state of the economy has Cloud9 in a bind.
And Net finds himself in the equivalent of Albuquerque, New Mexico, with a judge, once again, not put in a position to succeed with that weapon.
Albuquerque mentioned.
Yep. Vic here does not have a thing to do. It's about playing for Rex now in C9 because they knew this is the round they really had to convert on. The economy for Furia, though, still would have been fine either way. But this has been back and forth stuff for C9.
Oh yeah, I mean, it feels like there will likely be no point in the rest of this map where we're going to see Furia on a pure eco. Their econ is out of control. And that's got Cloud9 under so much pressure. It's one of those situations where, despite one team having the lead, you can see that they don't have control of the game anymore and the other crucial aspects of it.
They're passengers.
Havoc again on Lotus playing Neon, topping the board. This is his agent, this is his home map.
Oh, he looks good. 20 kills, 15 deaths here. Very, very solid performance. And yeah, every reason to smile. This team on comms, I mean,
Heat.
Yeah, Heat, well, listen. At least he has his sleeves up. That's always a good sign.
I'm waiting for something to make Heat smile for the first time in Stage 1. We'll get there eventually.
Well, you know, wouldn't hurt. A map win. Let's see if that gets the job done. It is a very awkward round here for C9. They have a Vandal. Oh, rather, a Phantom, excuse me, for Vic. Net still with the judge.
And they are gambling at stack over towards A on this sort of half-buy / eco round, given Furia have found the majority of their success on this A site. So it would make sense to believe that they would have intentions of getting there once again. And, you know, similar to that prior anti-eco, it was Furia taking slow control of A, completely cutting noise and contacting up.
The controls are playing a different game over at C, but in the meantime, Havoc again finds the entry on Oxy. 2 rounds in a row, he gets out cleanly.
Now they proc that door, no noise made. Obviously, Mitch not going to take any kind of peek with that shorty.
Is Ned about to get some action? Well, not the kind he was hoping for, I suspect. Again, a weak goodbye for C9, but this is Furia on the precipice of tying the game up.
That was well done by Furia, just reading the situation, understanding that they could go for a B pivot there, trying to drag players towards A, and then it forces Net into this situation where obviously he can't face anyone at Baby Door. He's got to go for the swing, and Heat on the lurk playing this Clove was ready for him.
The only rifle in the round carried by a blackened and blue bleeding Vic.
Look, obviously Clove is not a Sentinel, it's a controller in fact, but you know, the way that Heat is playing the Clove, a lot of lurking. He said that this is a role that he feels really comfortable in. He loves to be on the lurk. He's enjoying being a Sentinel player for this team.
The temptation for Vic must be extreme to try and intervene in that engagement. That's not going to happen here. He's going to sit and bide his time in tree. And looking into the next round, of course, Cloud9 will be able to get themselves some decent weaponry, and there's a Rolling Thunder at the ready here for Mitch. Look, an ultimate for C9 that we've just not seen great application for in this game so far. The one round that Mitch makes use of it is just, it's underwhelming. It's actually an empty site that it gets used on.
Absolutely not. So C9, everything on the line here. Their economy has never been in a good position in this second half. I mean, look at the timeline. They win 2 rounds, but they're so spaced out that they've never been able to build anything up off the ground.
And those rounds they win, Wyatt, they take 1 gun out of them, 1 rifle.
All right, C9, they are all stacked up towards A. Mitch does have that Rolling Thunder. If there's a committal from Furia, they might just rip that ult on them.
Fast lanes across here, and Vic's have to get forward towards Rubble. Furia are more than happy to draw this early util out of a Cloud9 who are looking more and more nervous.
So how does C9 want to play this now? They've gotten that A space. Do they want to just leave Vic inserted deep, who, by the way, has an ult of his own, so he can play in a committed position and safely teleport away, stay committed there. If the hit comes C, teleport to the rest of the team. He's got options at the moment.
Cloud9 are ready for this. Mitch can also preempt this flood with that ultimate of his own. And Furia now, we're down to the 1-minute mark, and they're about to look at that C site.
The last time we saw an opening like this, you know, Furia at this juncture in the round, they tried to make noise A and pivot back to C late.
That would be awkward, though. They had to fight really hard for Rubble.
Yeah, they didn't even commit. They just tried to send out some initiator utility and draw rotates. They're not even going for that this time. They are only making noise towards C. 3 Cloud9 players are in the vicinity.
Are they going to dive B here? Okay, no. Going to commit to the side. It's going to be at least Havoc going for it now, but it's just him. See what he can dig up. It's going to be Net taken down. Here comes the Rolling Thunder now. A number of Furia players are committed. They're vulnerable, and Oxy looks to capitalize. Gets ahead of the side, but Khalil stands his ground and eventually falls. Finally, a player advantage in a round for Cloud9. They've got guns to get it done with, but Heat's back in the game, and Oxy's down. All of a sudden, Furia with all the cards to play.
There's no way that he should be getting a kill here. Oh my god! He catches the timing of the teleport. That is mental. C9 should have had this round locked up. And now it's all on Zeppa, who's wrapped. Back to B main. Do they expect this position? He should be good for 1 free kill.
Zeppa has ultimate up the back of his kill. Is there an opportunity to make use of it? He knows he has some time, but this gives moments for Furia to disperse, hit him from different angles. It feels all but impossible. Zeppa having to go for a 4K to salvage this round for C9. This round is worth everything. The most important in the game thus far, and geez, that medal is scary. Zeppa still pushed up despite the fact he was decayed down, but here comes that util. Rafa biding his time. You know he's going to get involved from upper in just a moment, but he doesn't need the help. A sick round from the Clove, and Furia finally get out in front.
That is all about Heat on that round. The question is, well, he looks a little bit slightly more happy than usual. Still waiting for a smile from him at some point.
A smile at me to anybody?
It might just take the map win. That is 3 rounds in a row, by the way, that Havoc has been able to get a first blood for Furia. So mental in its own right. But past that point, it is Heat finding a kill, and then that, I mean, catching the timing on Vic to stay alive is so insane. That really determines the round, genuinely. I mean, if Vic just stays out the way or teleports a half second earlier, totally different round, but we're right back in the action. Furia, they've taken that early A control.
A lot of map control here for Cloud9, but if Furia sniffs this out, they're just going to beeline for the A site and play a post plant. Cam spots all of this action now, so the players from C9 being drawn across towards Baby Door, and he wants this action. Teasing Cloud9 to try and challenge him, and he makes short work of them. A bloody smears on the ground for 3 of the defenders. Vic and Zeppa huddling for warmth here. As I feel a cold win is about to set in.
We are finally seeing some 2024 heat in the server. It has been a minute. This is the heat that rejuvenated his career on crew when he made the role swap in 2024. He has been mostly absent for Furia, trying to find his place in this team and in the league again.
Gone here.
But damn, he looks good right now.
He's about to get another one. Make it 4 for Heat. Man, back-to-back insane rounds, multi-kills galore for Heat.
Already
just, as usual, utterly unfazed.
2 orbs away from an ult for potentially the final round. Gotten right back up there with this sick multi-kill, just lines them up, easy spray down. Beautiful stuff.
This is what happens when you allow Furia to take you to their best map, the only map they've got more than 7 rounds on.
I think C9 are really going to be kicking themselves. They've given Furia an in to this match. They have given them their best map. They're getting punished for it unless they can rally back here.
Once again, Furia do not commit to rubble. They don't roll the dice. They don't take those risks.
They baited out the Armageddon C9 thinking that they were going to commit. And they haven't.
They don't have a read on what Furia are doing right now. Vic's lucky to get out alive, but Havoc is going to push the issue. TP away a second time as that aftershock comes for him. The upside is Cloud9 not lost any health. No players lost in these early trades. But Furia are always able to bounce back to a different extremity and win out later in the rounds.
Things are slowing down here with a minute on the clock. C9 have remained playing forward over towards that A side. They've completely vacated B. It's just one passive info trip to know if anyone is going to second. Oxy, he just can't stop Havoc. He is getting absolutely diffed.
I think Oxy is on edge there. He gets completely baited. You're right, that is a gap. Mitch now under some pressure, surely to be forced away as those relay bolts come calling, but he stays put. He doesn't have the ability to get out. 2 legs and a heartbeat is all he can rely on, and he uses it to get back into Cubby.
30 seconds left on the clock, and Furia, they want to pivot all the way back to C. There are still some Cypher trips to contend with. He's trying to find a timing in towards B at the same time. No, it is all a fake. They are getting into B at the moment, but there's multiple C9 players with low time.
Heat's the person they want front and center, and here he is, the Vanguard. Zeppa wants to try and peer into the situation now, so there's a plant about to go down. It's a little risky here for Furia, but the plant is secured. And now, potential map win on the line. Heat doesn't even need to shoot there, but it's going to be Mitch that takes him out. Vic and Mitch to rely on now for Cloud9. And they need to find a way in. They give it a tap. This is going to draw Havoc forward. Khalil's going to be there to play up that smoke, and Havoc just walks up proud as a peacock, and it is shut down. Mitch for 3. The Ruffer with 2 health has to make it work. Cloud9 at the death. Claw themselves into the round. But again, their money is shot to pieces. It's still going to be awkward. They've never established themselves money-wise, but hey, they'll take a round to stay alive if they can get one.
I can't believe that they were able to pull that back, and I think Furia really kind of gave them that opportunity by re-pivoting last second into B, where the majority of the C9 players actually were. And from there, Mitch was able to just fire off a few flashes in a row, get his teammates back into the site, into good positions, and unfortunately Havoc couldn't capitalize on that flank. But now he wants to capitalize with the operator on attack in the last round to take an early engagement on C.
That is wild. Okay. I draw it back to the previous round. Oxy has lost all of his first engagements in the last 5 or 6 rounds. It's been rough for the young gun.
This is the classic, why not buy an ult? We're rich type moment. And also, one orb, he'll have that ult.
PTM wants to play around the smoke. Oxy finally gets one to start the round. Had to use the ultimate for him, but he'll take it. Awkward here for Khalil. He knows he's about to be left upon, and that's 2 now. Oxy locked in. 22 and 18, and he knows the action's over at C. Net has conceded the site to buy some time for the reinforcements.
Furia have no choice but to get in here. All right, Oxy has ran out of that ult, but he's picked up the rifle. Mitch and Zeppa, they're waiting to get their util back. Zeppa actually just got the guiding salvos back online. Furia are congested in the site.
Here's a rolling thunder to play off of now. Furia are mad. They don't want to close this out. Cryans finds Mitch, and they want to push but Paranoia catches out the fade. Still, Nightfall deployed. And that's a confirmation of multiple players lurking on the other side of the masonry.
What a bold choice from Furia. Stuck in the site, let's try to get out and take the fight to them with that rolling thunder. That is confident, and I like it.
They can plant. Ned had to get so far off the site because he had to confirm a switch over towards B, but Prize goes down. Player advantage now for Cloud9.
Yeah, Oxy just using that speed to break the crosshair
Where's the
placement.
plant?
And there's only 19 seconds left. This has to be stuck right now by Rafa. Aftershock to give him some safety.
He knows though. Hot on his heels are going to be Cloud9. To stay in the map, Oxy crosses, tries to bait Vic into the play. But it doesn't play off. Havoc with an op, it's awkward here on the site. He'd be the one to rely on if anybody. Flick doesn't connect. Rafa goes down and Havoc had too much to do. We're going to overtime, baby. Cloud9 refuse to allow Furia away into this series.
In the last round of regular time, C9 gamble it all with a full push out through A, supporting Oxy, using his ultimate. Supportive initiator flashes coming through there from Mitch to set him up with his kills. Perfect fault line onto Heat, and then there's that flash. Khalil could not do a thing. Has to turn that. Good luck snapping back on a Neon, running full speed across the screen.
And now Cloud9 can compete on even footing. Those economic woes they suffered for the entirety of that defense side. Not an issue when we head into extra time, and finally, Oxy gets back into the game. He gets a confidence booster off that ultimate play at the start of the round.
Up until those last 2 rounds, C9, they only got 2 rounds. I can't believe that they were able to pull that back at the last second. That looked absolutely done. Furia played such a masterful attack half against them. C9 were left with no answers, but they get to run it back on attack now where they were finding the majority of their own success.
See, is the idea now, and Furia were ready for a rubble fight that just never came. Oxy's going to cross instantly. Fault line definitely sidestepped by Heat, and he sees a player cross. He's just not quick enough, so this means he gives up the site for now.
Oxy is silently trying to move forward. Wow, multiplayer push into Waterfall. This is not something C9 have tried yet.
Can Prize hold his nerve? He's got with util in his hands.
I love that.
He's sold in the Magic 8-ball with 3 guns pointed at him. Not where you want to be. So now with 4 players, Furia have to make this work. They do have a breach flash and a paranoia. Here's a fast lane, and fancy footwork won't save Havoc. Ned's finally able to clip his wings. And the rest of Furia serve themselves up to the meat grinder. Flawless round for Cloud9.
Last round of regulation into the first round of OT. C9, they flip the page and get to the very last one in the Lotus strat book. Bring out 2 different things that they have not done at any point. Getting that 3-man push through the dark cover into Waterfall. Prize did not expect that whatsoever. Was out in the open, shut down instantly, and then from there with all of that map control, the crossfires they can set up, make that retake nightmarish for Furia. They did not have any into that site.
It's kind of sick that you have something in reserve, right? Because Cloud9 in the past, on that C site, they pushed into halls. That's where they tried to overload.
Every single time. It was every single time. You had Oxy and Vic in, some amalgamation of those 2 players, maybe a third, trying to take halls. They never pushed Waterfall like that a single time. And they hit C the majority of the rounds in regular time. I love that from them.
The really important timeout now is Furia go on the attack side. Now remember, Cloud9 were taking engagements early, and it was Havoc who was winning 5 out of 6, 5 out of 7 of them until those last couple of rounds of regulation. That was what they were able to convert off of, those 5v4 situations. Cloud9 have to think of a way to get Oxy involved early without just giving him up for free and having to play from behind in these defense rounds. That's hard enough as it is on such a big map, Wyatt.
C9 have intentions of fighting for Rubble. This is how the last plenty of rounds in regular time began, with the Cloud9 side focusing on Rubble, as did Furia. Early engagement.
We're going for it. Okay, look at an old-fashioned Rubble fight. Here's Havoc pushing through. What a ping, though, off the horn. It only results in a trade. But Khalil's able to get forward now, sends a paranoia in the baby door direction, and quickly Cloud9 have to get out of dodge, except Mitch will play in tree. Looked like he was wanting to throw down. He's got to pay the piper and back out.
Yeah, that drone is going to instill some fear in Heat, who is on the run. Notice as well that if he stayed committed closer, the Neon had just pivoted over. He could be, getting rushed down by a little initiator util. Neon sprinting at him, so has to play it safe. And prior to that, great recon bolt from Oxy just to get the rest of his team out of dodge, out of Rubble, where they were feeling an immense amount of pressure from Furia's initiator util that was getting dumped onto them.
The C site is completely absent of Cloud9 players. They are not going to be ready for this. They're going to be forced into full retake, but both their initiators are standing. And Mitch has basically a full suite to work with. So this should be a stately walk up now with no challenge from Cloud9. It's going to be Cloud9 in a full retake to try and take this map away from Furia and declare
30
a
seconds
fake comeback.
They are not going to be too mad at playing a full retake when you're looking at Mitch, Zappa, both with their recyclable initiator, util pieces up. Mitch has multiple flashes.
He just used one to get into hall safely, which is fine. Diligent here from Cloud9 as they now encroach. Net's in position too. Nothing to do but to do it. Foxy moves up, smoked in his way, and he wants to go for this. Oh, he catches him though again, doesn't check. Top box, and there goes Net. Mitch and Zeppa now, 2 versus 3. They want to try and double up here if they can, and that's Mitch for 3. Can he get away with this? Oh, he's got it developed. He's going to let it go. Oh, Ruffin not ready. Prize doesn't know where he is. Prize can save this for Furia. He needs to stop this defuse. Mitch knows he's there, but time is short now, and Prize is going to try and take the challenge. He wins it out. Life still in the veins of Furia.
Prize shutting down what would have been an all-timer clutch from Mitch. Getting the Rolling Thunder off the back of a multi-kill, connecting onto both players. That was sickening from C9's IGL.
And you know what? Mitch almost did that against MIBR as well. Same spot, same situation.
That's gonna hurt. On the cusp of an all-timer play.
Damn, well, he's cold. I would have thrown something. All right, run it back, folks. Round 27 coming at you, and the teams are tied. Port again pings Oxy out, but he's in a safer spot, and there's no one really in position for Furia.
All right, that's going to be the door open towards Tree, where Heat is holding that angle, not giving it up. Doubled up with Prize over on this site.
Okay, revealed his Havoc, does at least clear the cam. Fault line to prevent any reprisal. Havoc spending most of the round disoriented. Ooh, clean from Vic. That is dirty. That is into the B side, folks.
There's still a minute on the clock. C9 can slow this down, try and force Furia into awkward positions, give Net time to work. It seems like he's just content at the moment, that being Net, just making sure that no one is actually pushing on the flank. C9 want to take their time, allow Mitch to get in position with this utility so they can explode into this B site off that flash.
Cut noise is brilliant. Furia don't know where to expect this from. They tried to horn out off cooldown and they saw nothing.
Mitch flashed. There was no real committal towards B. They're pivoting back towards A. Furia have read this. They're stacked up.
This is what the players are. Furia wants this, but Oxy's going to want the fight even more. Heat stops Oxy in his tracks, but there's so much more to do. And Khalil, yeah, has a loose end. He's too far from this action. Once again, both of these teams successful on these attack rounds in overtime.
Yeah, we're getting one of those OTs where both teams keep winning on their dominant side, but just can't close it out. C9, unless Khalil pulls off the impossible right now.
Mitch has built another Rolling Thunder in another overtime round, by the way. No big deal.
Okay, this is going to be tough for Khalil.
Yeah,
that's all
tricky.
I'm going to say.
Vic puts in the bed, and here we go. Cloud9 once again at advantage, but they need to win a defense side round and close the match.
Match point.
Second time they're having a chance to close out this game. Take us to their map pick on Pearl, where they are definitely a big favorite. We've been speaking about the importance of this Lotus map for Furia. The fact that they got it into this series at all feels like a win for them. This has been easily their best map, and it hasn't even been close in this stage 1. It feels like if they can't take this map, they can't take this series.
Vic has quietly been taken over here for Cloud9, Wyatt. 24 and 16 on the Omen. And again, Furia do like to play these early rounds slow.
I feel like Vic quietly taking over is really the story of his career, if I'm being honest.
Definitely one of the shining stars on the MXS roster. And we are waiting. The suspense is killing. Cloud9, though, have not left this rubble spot. There will be stiff resistance to Furia if they want to get in here. Relay bolts used, but no follow-up. This is more stall now being deployed. Keeping Furia in their half of the map a minute into the round.
Furia have not loved going for these. Oh, he's done it again! I mean, come on!
He's done it again! Doxy, of course!
How is he getting away with this every time? The reactions.
Look at
Those shots are so absurd.
And Vic doesn't know what's about to hit him here. He doesn't know how deep into B Furia are right now. Here's the horn. Vic's able to find one. He needed more, desperately needed more. And Net was on the C side, not ready for the push out from B. All right, Cloud9, what have you got left? It's Zephyr and Mitch, the initiators.
One enemy
But he plucks one from their midst.
That is brutal. Cosmetic.
Yeah.
Cosmetic stun, by the way, not real.
Zephyr.
It's not real, it can't hurt you. Just take the fight. It can't hurt you.
Doing cartwheels in a field with a bunch of wingmans after that one. And here we are, folks. We are still at it. Round 29 is coming up.
Havoc is unbelievable. We are going to need to call up the stats guy and get some information on the first kill and first death numbers in this game right now, Mitch. I'm going to be honest, because Havoc is putting on a show in that regard. And Oxy was on attack and then completely flipped around. He can't get anything going on defense with the team.
I'm going to be honest with you, folks. We felt it would be a bit of work to sell this game.
Not anymore.
Yep. Delivering.
Making our job quite easy, actually. Appreciate that, Furia.
Stack up here behind the one-way. He, of course, will be forced away. This is customary exchanges of utils. Oxy was not fast enough to find the clove. And we clear our corners.
C9 have taken that orb, and now they're going to try and proc the door. Make Furia think that there could be some serious presence coming towards B. And matter of fact, that's where the majority of the Brazilian side are stacked up at the moment.
Might have a check here. A re-clear for Havoc on that B side, and Net is holding the line. Okay, fast lane towards A. Designed to allow to toggle the door. But we have 45 seconds left in the round. Cloud9 have been ground their attack sides. Both teams have converted these rounds. Cloud9 haven't done a whole lot. Here comes Havoc. Here's the push out.
Vic is actually... Havoc shut down by the double face. And there was a dark cover thrown by Vic over towards A, which has drawn the attention of a couple Furia players. So at 30 seconds, it's now C9 pivoting into C. It's all on Heat.
He is ready for it. Oxy whips around. Oh, and man, that is deadly. Prize goes down. The last layer of defense on this side. Gap in the smoke just allows Zephyr to deal with Rafa.
It's just two teams that are too explosive on attack and just can't figure out how to stop the other on defense. Khalil is in the same sad situation as the last round. 1 versus 4.
All too familiar.
At least Mitch doesn't have a Rolling Thunder instead, so that's...
No, but
that's
Zephyr always has an Armageddon, so there's that. One of the util ultimates always seem to be around the corner. Khalil, after being informed that he cannot in fact save.
Cover going out.
We'll have to see what he can dig up here. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, they say. And Khalil sees a firing squad lined up and he knows where his bread is buttered, folks. Not too shabby for two. Oh my God, Khalil! No! Zep's able to bring him down. Cloud9 escape from that round 29, but the skin of their teeth.
Almost gave us one of the Trent 180 flick after the round is over type of highlight reel moments. Sometimes Khalil just looks like the best shooter in the world. He gives you that like a couple times a year. Khalil is good for looking like God's gift to Valorant. He'll just give you that a few times.
Just rolling it back for you
and then
real
you're
quickly.
just like, why can't this guy just do this all the time?
I like that he goes through it. Oh, okay, yeah, I realize.
Now, something new in the fold. Oxy, he's had enough of taking first duels against Havoc. He is going to buy the Operator, Glass Cannon. I'm surprised no one has tried this up until this point, if I'm being honest, but it's something different to try and end the game for one of these teams who just cannot win a defensive round. This is C9's third opportunity now to close this game out.
He has declared, render unto me the boomstick. And lo, I shall deliver! That's Khalil down early. Finally, a defensive first kill in for Cloud9, and this is looking ugly now for Furia. Mitch peers out from tree. And boy, Havoc out of the game now feels grim for Furia. They came so close. They really fought with Cloud9. So back and forth, the round ticker was looking like a SEN kid's belt. But now Heat and Rafa have to get themselves over to A and face the music. You got that? Took you a while.
that comes away saying that has killed me. All right. These remaining two Furia players, they are encircled, time dwindling.
Special delivery here for Zephyr, and that util's about to come off cooldown, so salvo's at the ready. Heat and Rafa chained together.
30 seconds left.
Now need to try and find a way to keep themselves alive in this game. It is such a tall order. 30 rounds of Valorant here on the first map of the series. Doubt surely creeping in. Fatigue, absolutely. They've got no choice but to go for it. Stand and deliver, Oxy does so. Still, Spike going down, Rafa doesn't have any opportunity. He's stuck over towards stairs, and that is that, folks. The fake is the fake comebacks here for Fury, but by God, they gave us a Lotus.
Tragic for Furia, who, as we were saying, desperately needed this map win on their pick. So far, it's been the only map that they've gotten a win on in Stage 1. They even pushed G2 to their limit on it, getting 10 rounds. So close to beating C9, one of the top teams, a real dark horse that we've got at the moment in this Americas League. But unfortunately for them, they start the series down 0-1 and have to go over to Pearl, where they have not had any success. C9, they are in prime position now to lock up this series and punch their ticket to the playoffs.
I mean, this is the situation for Furia. They had to pin their hopes on trying to get their best map, and they did. Cloud9 allowed for it. Cloud9 pushed to their very limit. They themselves now have managed to get their first map win on Lotus this stage. A weaker map for them, but we're seeing the depth here from this team. Who would have thought it just takes Oxy to buy it off?
I mean, I'm making sure that I'm seeing this right, but of the 17 first bloods that Furia had, 11 of them were from Havoc. That is mental. He put on a serious performance here. The movement on the Neon was so sick. The amount of times he just located Oxy, honed in on him like a heat-seeking missile, insta-headshot was nasty. He's got to stay at that form.
Insane first map, but for now we're stepping away, and Golden Boy and the Analyst Desk are going to jump in and break down the madness of this first map.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hit traz mais pra casa, outro lado, o Hit tá mirado nele, vamos, Hit!
Right from the side, Oxy! Oxy! He's unleashed! And Cloud9 just will not die!
I am here with Cloud9's assistant coach, Googly, before the second map, and what a first map one it was. What is it like kind of playing against Fury here? They got kind of no pressure on their shoulders, so they're coming out wild.
Yeah, they're also very good at Lotus, so we wanted to show how good we are on this map and start by doing well on this map, so we're pretty happy that we were able to close out.
And towards the end there, what do you think was kind of plaguing C9 to close out that game?
I think we're not playing how we usually play, and we're playing a bit scared, but then the guys talked and started playing aggressive, and it worked out.
Googly, thanks for the insight. Best of luck in map 2.
Oh, that aggression definitely paid off for C9 in the end there as they managed to lock up that win. It was looking like it was going to get a little dire in that OT there, guys. We're in that for a hot minute. But some of the standout performances from that game, you got to talk about Oxy on the C9 side, but then for Furia, Havoc as well. Very impressive game from him.
It was really impressive from both sides. On the side of Oxy, we knew that there was no Sentinel for Furia, so he was able to run it down as we saw in that first half with that 8-4. He was running it down. He was getting 2 kills, 3 kills every single time. And when we go on the other side, what is impressive is that Havoc is doing this on the defense, but on the attacking side too, where you think Cypher is going to be a threat, but what happens? Ned has his cables all the way back towards Hull because that's where they were constantly fighting. They were fighting towards that C Hall, and it was either forced into the retake, into a flood that was not effective, and so Havoc was just having a field day into the side, into the A side, into Rubble as well. There's so many opportunities for these two Neons to shine.
Exactly. If why I wanted to know the stats on first kills and first bloods, you're looking on the side of Havoc, he was actually 11-3. And 8 of those were all on the attack side. So as much as you're saying how Oxy was having such a comfortable role on the attack side because they didn't have to play against a Sentinel player on Furia's side, it seemed as though Havoc did not care. But that's also thanks to all that utility. We mentioned it before going into this match that you needed a little bit more initiator utility. You need to see a team that's more banded up and that looks cohesive. And they always have been here on this Lotus map, and it definitely showed. But we definitely saw a brawl going into the one where Cloud9 really had to find like some offbeats, like that triple push through the waterfall in the smoke side on C on OT, just to try to get at least some sort of footing. And they had to close out with like, well, let's just have them run into us with an op and we'll win.
Yeah, and hey, I think that when you get to those rounds, those like, late ones into the OTs, right, it's really tough. You already threw your whole playbook at them. They've seen it now a dozen times here, so you got to try and find a way to make it work. Well, better way to put an op in Oxy's hand and let him go to town. It was really awesome to watch that there. But let's go ahead and hear what the coach of Furia had to say as we get ready for map 2.
Ahead of map 2 here, I get a chance to talk to Peu. A great first map as you guys were coming out strong. What are you attributing this mentality we're seeing now to? Is it strategy? Is it the way you're just coming in and thinking about the game new?
Eu sinto que o que aconteceu foi que a gente estava tentando jogar de forma muito perfeita nas últimas 2 semanas. Mudamos composições para isso e a gente viu que às vezes a gente não estava conseguindo aplicar nem o nosso jogo antigo, nem as coisas novas que a gente estava aplicando. Então a gente tentou dar uma reduzida nisso, voltar para algumas coisas de conforto e voltar com essa energia, essa vontade de fazer as coisas dar certo, que eu acho que é mais característico da nossa equipe jogar assim.
Yeah, we're trying to be too perfect, and I think that was, putting a lot of pressure on us. Like things were not working, and so we decided to go more to go back to a more comfortable approach. And I feel like this is helping the team to behave this way.
Awesome! I can't wait to see map 2, Peu. Good luck.
And you know what? He's right. I am seeing a Furia Vansili that looked a little bit more comfortable and really met the moment as best they could. They weren't able to lock up that win. That's the next step here. But Vansili, I think the proof is in the pudding.
100%. Even you're seeing on the attack side, when you're trying to play a little bit more loose, Heat had a hard time on the defensive side, but on the attack, he was also supporting into like the mid-round or into the post plans, finding good openings and help out Havoc in these openers that he had on these first bloods. So I got to say, yeah, the plan was actually pretty good when they wanted to play kind of loose. You saw Havoc just go for like these single fights against Oxy, for example, that kept diffing him onto the entrance towards the A site. If they could continue that forward into a map like Pearl, where unfortunately it hasn't been the best of success for this team, hopefully they could turn things around.
Yeah, no, that's a good point there. And of course, one other part on the C9 side that certainly caused some problems was Vic. This kid,
yeah.
as well as Oxy. They were both fragging out there, Dan.
And it's amazing. It goes back to the conversation that we were having towards that C hall and how they were playing it. They were constantly fighting it. It was Oxy going in, Vic TPing into it, and it
He had
was
some wild TPs.
Oh yeah.
He loves doing that. He loves doing that. And in the post plans, he was always shining. He always has the time to do it.
Yeah, no, it was really impressive to see C9 come together in the end there. But of course, series not done yet, not by a long shot. We got to see if Furia can force this map 3. We'll be right back after this short break.
Heist of the century for Cloud9, getting out of Lotus in one piece. Well, maybe a couple pieces, but with the win, which is what is important. Heading into this next map of Pearl, I mean, this is one of the best maps for Cloud9, whereas Furia now have missed their opportunity to win their ace in the sleeve. They've got to come onto a map where they've really struggled to find something that's worked for them so far.
This is where the match for Furia is going to be a serious uphill battle. Look, we're not going to beat around the bush. It obviously was coming into this anyhow. Cloud9 are looking like one of the best teams that we have in Americas. They're my dark horse pick, and Furia, they're at the bottom of the standings. This was always going to be tough.
They've changed their comp again, so this is the third different composition for Furia on this map. The last time it was Yoru, Teo, Faye. They've gone back to the Jet here. They've also got no Scan Initiator, whereas Cloud9 have this basically the same composition, right? It's identical. They're double duelists with Zeppa on the Yoru.
And they've been finding a lot of success with it. I love seeing Zeppa able to play duelist again. Now that we're in this meta where double duelist is very relevant. You get Oxy at his best playing the Jet in tandem with him. It is some really lovely stuff that Cloud9 have cooked up here on this map. I'm a big fan.
And honestly, like Zeppa's performance on this Yoru has been really solid. It's the only map that he plays it on. He's reprising some of the duelist performances here. Feels like this comp gives Cloud9 the opportunity to work kind of both extremities at once. Sometimes like either player could have an op here. They can obviously get off those angles for free. Hard to keep them quiet in general.
Yeah, I mean, Zeppa has been good to the extent that of the 12 players who played Yoru in Stage 1, in terms of average damage per round, he's at number 2.
Okay.
Which is a crazy stat to look at. He has been no joke on this agent. He's been no joke this year. Zeppa has really come to life on this newest iteration of Cloud9.
Indeed. We are indeed, Legion. Mitch backing away here. Oh god, Hammock wants to take this fight, and well, the nerve of Mitch breaks, also his clip runs out. Victor's going to be able to trade things back out here, and Cloud9 are not messing around. Khalil, who almost gave us the most ridiculous clutch on that previous map, now has to do it again. Just as unlikely circumstances, and he gives us a little more than we expect.
He's given Prize a real opportunity. Can he catch this timing?
Oh, yeah, down. A clean one-on-one. Spike to hand here for the Tejo. And Salvo's up the sleeve for Prize. He's trying to get some information, but Zephyr is giving him nothing.
I mean, at this point, Zeppa could be coming from legitimately any angle. Prize has to be so careful. He's so concerned. And at this point, this delay could make Zeppa think that he's actually going over towards B.
Zeppa not second-guessing
30
himself
seconds
yet.
left.
God, this guy has got conviction, man, and it pays off. Plan is going to be over on the A side. Zeppa aware of that now. Shows himself and wins it out. Bro, you really got to believe if you're going to stick on that side like that.
Zeppa was very patient, and it pays off for him. Catches an easy kill, and a weak Prize making the cross. You have to give some credit to Khalil, who was able to wrangle that back when C9 showed some hesitation in triple facing out on him. And he just gets that first clean duel win against Vic. And yeah, there are two players to the side. And they're like, oh wait, now let's double swing. And so it kind of results in that 1 versus 2 for Khalil, but all good. Zeppa already stepping up for the team on their own pick. As C9 look to, again, they are trying to lock up that playoff spot. A win here would do it. And a loss for Furia would essentially send them packing for Stage 1. Not that every match doesn't count. Obviously, they are still playing for the champion points too.
Round 2 Outlaw for Oxy, so a very cost-effective way to control the B side of the map in its entirety. Oh, well, that's a quick round for Rafa. Back to Lumbridge with you, sir. Havoc on that corner, and it's been a series for him. An important frag to take here. And now Fury by no means convinced about where they want to hit. There's still a kill trip on the site for Cloud9, so they've got to be wary of being too eager to go A.
Frankly, it's felt like we may have needed to force some positive takeaways from Furia, just given how tragic this year so far has been for them. We don't have to pretend. Havoc is definitely giving us a very strong, very positive takeaway for this team. He has been seriously elite today.
Oxy is positioned in the only safe place he knows he can be, and that's over to be long. An area of the map that can be covered by these smokes pretty effortlessly. But here comes that plant. Net is going to bide his time. He's really not in position. Needs his tower player to have control of that part of the map. Flash in! Havoc still gets his one. Yeah, unlikely as it may seem. He makes a trade of it. Oxy was able to find, though, that pick on Khalil, and now Fury are grouped up in Hall.
Both backside, they do have that judge in Halls. Like that could be enough if C9 try to over-push onto them.
It's a little ambitious.
Last player standing.
Okay, prize is dealt with, and there is heat. No glory with the judge. So Cloud9 convert there and take the Outlaw in the next.
Could have been dangerous for but a moment because of Havoc being one of the best players in the server today, arguably the best right now. Finding that first kill here, headshot. I can't believe he even gets that, yeah, just before being flashed. Pretty sick. And off that, they get the plant, so the cash, pretty good for Furia.
Nice. Good round, importantly, it means that they can afford full armor, right? Because we know what Oxy's bringing into this next round. This is the bonus for Cloud9, in which they've got sort of 2 pistols and that Outlaw that needs to do some serious heavy lifting.
Of course, when you're running this double duelist and both of them have escape mechanisms, C9 can afford to play proactive. They can get forward. You have Zeppa walking up through Art right now as we watch Furia take A main. And the aforementioned Yoru has that gate crash over towards B, so he can go assist net if necessary.
Zeppa is tucked pretty close towards Plaza. Won't really be hearing any of this, though, as I think there's some early warning for Vic. He pulls out.
This is such a cool setup from C9. Look at Net. He has that cam for Link. He has the trips for Long. And now that the gate crash has expired, Zeppa can't get to him, but Mitch has gone closer to assist towards Link. The majority of the C9 players can keep that presence towards A. They're really dynamic with this comp. Love how they play the defensive side of this map.
Havoc just dinked there by a ghost? Yeah, he's down to 63 after that. So back towards Plaza. Pings here on Art. This is about to get a little bit hairy.
Yeah, Furia have really taken all this time just to insert Havoc over into A main. Now they have to fully re-clear mid. Oxy posted up on the angle.
No damage.
Wow, none. That's crazy.
Rafa, though, does go low, down to 10. So Oxy's getting some damage. Again, with the escape mechanisms you mentioned, Cloud9 can use that Outlaw for chip damage. Flash is going to slow things up here for Fury. They wanted to get in, but Zeppa wants to take the fight. Havoc's already down. Fury had to go for it. 20 seconds left in the round. Time is of the essence. Fury know it, but there's not a lot they can do. Down to 2 players. A bonus round for Cloud9 that's about to be famously successful. And there's nothing to do but walk away with your tail between your legs.
Cloud9 players just going to scramble to try and recover some of those dropped rifles. Of course, Vic gets one. He only had the ghost in this round.
That could not have gone worse.
They get the economy boost. Furia just playing a slow round where they ultimately don't gain much info whatsoever. They just get A main control. They don't know where net setup is. They don't try to prod towards Link, towards B main. And it just results with C9 being able to be essentially fully stacked up towards this A site with multiple crossfires in position to deal with the oncoming hit. Net was never tested. They never had to pull away. It was all too easy for C9, who are now invested into the operator, throwing that over to Oxy.
And a different look now for Cloud9 and heading into this gun round.
And now they're working towards A, where Net has adjusted his setup. Got that kill trip. It's attached to the default site. Stealth drone coming in and broken.
Havoc's on the site, dashing in the cloud burst there. Just gets a little bit scary. Armageddon Mitch has got nowhere to go, folks. Caught inside the grab well. And the end comes for Azul. Prize able to find one, but Vic fighting like a heli on the side. What an ace out of nowhere, Vic. was a stunning moment there for the iBuyPower ace. Remember, $100 in right gift card, $100 in iBuyPower rewards for every ace. Follow at iBuyPower on socials, fam. That is absurd.
Where did that come from? Legitimately, where did that come from? Rafa's caught on that trip that net place had never been broken. Havoc didn't walk into it earlier, and then Vic just snaps the perfect crosshair placement. Precise on every single angle. He genuinely manifested that out of thin air. That came out of nowhere. I was never expecting anyone to be in position to pop off like that. Vic is such an underrated star in the Americas scene.
Man, coiled like a viper on that side and then struck right in the heart of Furia.
And the bleeding doesn't stop there. Khalil shut down, was trying to prod towards B, and now Furia hit into A.
Oh God, Havoc trying to find something, anything if he can, but unfortunately his confidence isn't backed up.
And they've
by
just
the
had
shots.
the entire C9 team waiting for them there. These unique setups, the trips from net are really cheeky. They didn't even really need to come into play in this instance, as Furia were just denied at the choke, and Zeppa carefully watching the extremities, aware that he could be lurking through sewer. Cloud9 are just looking perfect. Their game plan as they drew it up is working as imagined. Furia have no answers so far.
This is the danger for Furia. They lack the depth on these other maps. Lotus looks great for them, but they're 0-2 on Pearl, 0-2 on Ascent. They've lost their only game on Fracture. And honestly, like, they're just not seeing nearly enough from them here. And frankly, Cloud9 are reading him just as well as the previous map. Every round, Furia are walking into the jaws of the beast.
Once you get the operator in Oxy's hands with this Cloud9 composition, the amount of map control that they can have is really absurd. When you can put that op with your Yoru on one side of the map, you can have your Yoru teleport back to where the hit is coming in if it's on the other side of the map, where you're going to have net then with the setup with the trips. Like, it's so easy for them to just control the lanes and have Zeppa be able to float and rotate to wherever the execute is actually going to come in. Furia do not have the answer so far. They tried to prod elsewhere on that previous round. Let's get Khalil in B main. Oh, the op is there, and I just walked into it.
I mean...
Oh, well, let's try and speed up because the op is pushed up there, and you've ran into the stack. Like, that is going to be how Cloud9 will be approaching all of these rounds. Op one side, stack other side, you're cooked either side.
How problematic do you think it is that Furia are playing into a double duelist setup where the op could be on either side of the map and they do not have any
You don't have a Sova. Yeah, no drone.
They have a 0 point.
No, yeah, no recon, no drone, no haunt. It is not a fun time.
I mean, I guess you can force off an angle with the stealth drone. That's it.
Yeah, that's realistically the only tool that you have. And it can obviously cover a lot of distance to get you information towards B main. You can send it, get all the way back pillar from kind of, being back in main, which is valuable, but then ultimately you could still have the, op playing all the way back towards halls on B, playing towards jump up on B. It's going to be rough for Furia here, man. They're going to have to do a good job of trying to exploit mid. They're going to take A main early out of the timeout. Economy looking very rough. They're fully bought into this.
And mid looking extremely unexploited by Furia right now as they've just played at the back of the map, waiting for a push-up, which, by the way, Cloud9 have not been serving any free kills by over-pushing on these defense side rounds. They just don't do it.
This is a totally different setup from C9. This is pretty cool. They have Zeppa playing off net with the can here, who's trying to push through the Nebula, take the fight to them and catch his prize, who's over eager to take that space.
How many different setups do they have? Every round has been something new. Furia now try and get into mid, and they've had to pay dearly for it, a toll to the order of 1 Teho.
Mitch was going to use the recon, but just takes his time instead. The Nebula comes down, and now he's re-clearing A main with the drone. Mitch doesn't see anyone close. Zeppa's still got sewer covered, has a dimensional... Yeah, he can just teleport rather over to B.
Rafa has a 0 point there. He can throw that holes, at least get something. They have no information there for Furia.
C9 are everywhere. They are everywhere.
They're in the walls. Khalil into the cyber cage, just a messy fight. He's got to take it. Time to throw caution to the wind, Celeste. You let them blow you away. Having chucked low, still no plant, by the way. Khalil, what a fight to take it. He finds himself 3.
Oh my god, and that actually gets him the Cosmic Divide, puts Zeppa in a really uncomfortable situation.
I like the swing location here, though. Havoc falls. Zeppa does not have information. He got a glimpse of Khalil. He saw him. Khalil's going to step up and Zeppa's going to take a different swing. Does he get a cue? An indication? Sound? Anything? He doesn't need it!
Oh no!
8 and 0, Zeppa. Luscious locks and devious licks. Takes Cloud9 up to 6.
Khalil is going to be so mad after that. He played that situation so well. The initial first 2 kills, he gets the Cosmic Divide off. Beautiful swing onto Oxy, and he could have killed Zeppa. He had a moment there where Zeppa was not even ready to shoot back. He sidesteps it. Zeppa hasn't even died yet in this half, by the way, at a cool 8-0-0.
Time to jump. Right here.
And now that Operator, of course, still in play for Roxy. The money is absurd for C9. And Furia, how many more ideas do you have left?
That feels like might be an early nail in the coffin here. Maybe the first of a couple at least. That has got to deflate you as a team so much. As a player, Furia, they're on the cusp of winning Lotus. They take it to OT. They lose their pick. And now they're going up against this masterclass defense.
They're being dragged out into the town square and being exposed. They're so deep into the playbook, Wyatt. They're at the part where the old games of tic-tac-toe are. There's nothing more. And another slow round. This time, again, that mid-round probe into mid. Cloud9 have a different look on this round, so no one will be set up for this.
And this time, Oxy is just playing at the screen with the AWP. Does he want to actually press forward? It looks like he does. He's going to catch Khalil. And enjoy hitting the site with no smokes now as well.
Okay, Null Command comes in and tries he bite. Havoc cannot derive any edge. Rafa just a screaming heat there at the start of the round. And this is not a fair fight, folks. It's not. It's an extinction event.
1 enemy remaining. 30.
And he's the only player left who is yet to get on the board this game.
He's been trying to catch a lot of timings going for flanks heat, and they've simply not paid off. And it's as you mentioned, they just have nothing to get the operator off of these lines. Oxy is just doing whatever he wants. Oh my god. Okay, well, he gets his first on board. We'll take that. But my god, man. Furia, they feel like, all right, well, Khalil just died. We have no smokes. We just gotta go. Go now. We're close up link.
So they null command here. At no point does it really stop them. I mean, that's a dash topside with no smoke to cover tower. You've got no cloudburst to jump into. At that point, you're just seeing what sticks to the wall.
Joe, did you win? Did you win?
What do you think, folks?
Yeah.
That's a yes.
Yeah.
Oh, be still my beating heart. Mitch, of course, still stellar over this series. A clutch that almost won out the game Lotus prematurely. Here's Havoc. Again. They're like always good for one. Is okay, Mitch, the same spot again.
Oh, no. Mitch, no! All right, he's got to stop. That's just not his angle.
Okay.
It's not his angle. Get him out of the sewer.
Give us something a little
out of there, man.
Something a little fresh.
Let him play, I don't know, A main, backside. Maybe play dugout.
Stop trying to cosplay Oscar the Grouch. Now Furia this time can approach the B side from mid. This time they have some control util.
Zeppo, well aware that this flank could be coming in from heat, but he's already circled past him into the site. The map is quite chaotic right now, as Oxy is pushed up all the way B main with Vic, and so
their post plant setup's kind of wrecked here with the.
Yeah, where do they go, man? Where do they go?
Out into the open. Every part of them being exposed, and Oxy is taking liberties.
I'm turning two-dimensional. I'm becoming flattened.
What are you, Paper Mario? Like, what are you
This game is flattening.
This guy's in the walls too. At some point, a spike plant needs to be attempted. Vic gave us an incredible ace this game already. Allows himself to be revealed. Rafa has a spike to hand here, Wyatt, but it is looking grim. This whole map has been a stinker. And Zeppa gets us out of that round quick smart.
This is a brutal one, Mitch. You can't beat around. Not going to beat around the bush. This is a brutal one. Furia came into this game against C9, changing their comp, having nothing to deal with this operator. Oxy has just been running around doing whatever he pleases. Swaps back to the Vandal in this instance. ADS looking like prime yay on Optic.
Let's go.
Thank you for that.
I can aim. I can aim. I can aim. Let's go.
Thank you for the qualifier, of course, on Optic.
That's just when he was always aimed down sight.
Is that subtweeting Mitch, by the way, who obviously has another awkward moment in water?
We forgot about that. I already moved on.
Oh, sorry.
Why'd you have to bring that up?
Well, let me get the clicker out. Yeah, just look into the light, bro. 8-0 in rounds. I mean, it is very difficult, I think, to come at this game from an axis that looks flattering for Furia. Khalil has given us a couple of those moments, and Havoc, while he looks so good in the first kill, first death scenarios in the previous map here, has just not been able to generate any traction. We know that this Furia team have been lightning rods for criticism from their region. And we also saw the hunger from Havoc on that previous map, the grit, the desire to win, and seeing that game wrenched out of their grasp and having to go to their opponent's theoretically best map. I mean, you could have adamantium levels of grit and still struggle. For Furia, they need to have a crack at this.
Having to be the entry man in this situation, though, against this beautiful defensive play from C9.
And there's no ways for Furia to get easy information, Wyatt. There's so little. 0 Point does it. Stealth Drone does it. That's it.
At that, Oxy is beating the pace on that 0 Point. They've gotten a main control. Furia have nothing to play with in terms of the ults outside of, well, he does have that Steel Garden. And C9, you know, they're up 8-0 when they have all 5 ults. So they are just in a pretty fairly decent position to win out this half. And
was that flash short?
I was get out the memory wipe and I don't need to see that one again. I don't want to remember.
Okay, another slow round for Furia. These ones have kind of collapsed. They're going to have to go for a big pop. No, the Astra Star there could be a problem. Another 0 Point refresh. This should be all Furia need to know, and they still want to go for it. Arclo's got cleared, and there's Rapper. Burst into action. Big down. Blade Storm out for Roxy. They look a little blunt here. So Furia with some momentum. Zephyr's now got in position over on the side, avoiding the Hunter's Fury. Pink also picked off.
Oh, wow, he's actually just going to pop that dimensional drift. Mitch still has that recon to play with as well as Furia get in here. Can maybe get a spam kill through the smoke. Here it comes. Prize trying to get the spike planted on Default, and he's lit. Oh, beautiful.
Shoot the darts! That's what Scan Util offers you. Still a plants there for Furia. I mean, Khalil not really in a position to intervene directly.
Oh, Havoc crosses and he takes some damage there as well as C9 are doubled up. Neural Theft popped.
More information. Now, it's a matter of time. Khalil just couldn't deal with Net on the swing, and here is a tap already. Net tapping to challenge Havoc. They got it to half, and they'll clean him up. Maybe the closest that Furia have gotten on this attack side to getting around, and it still wasn't convincing.
They were just able to dismantle that forward position on A from C9. There was that uncomfortable timing where Oxy wanted to get the Blade Storm activated after that Steel Garden was used, but he's just caught before he can actually even really get a good shot off with the knives. And yeah, you could see that whole time in Flowers, Mitch is just waiting.
That dart is devastating.
Waiting. Okay, they're planting. The recon, free spam kill. It is beyond effortless for Cloud9. It is perfection, Mitch.
Yeah, in fact, they're actually gaining energy. This is calorically negative for them. It's like eating celery. Mad respect. Okay. Should be a push-up here pretty close for Roxy. Slightly awkward, but hey, he's good for it. Havoc just smashed both duelists here on the B side. Well, they do as they are intended to.
Well, minute 20 on the clock. Furia, they are going to try and explore over towards Art, where Net's cam is just going to say hello.
Yeah, just camming.
Watching.
And he doesn't feel the need to put it away. And no need for an emergency meeting for Cloud9 here. They're quite happy with where they're set up. Heater's always been looking for this lurk timing. 1 and 8. Just, man, it's a stinker for him. It's been so difficult.
The real story arc for me is if Mitch can get back into sewer and find redemption. One last time.
Say that to me again without context. Without context, that's a very interesting thing to say. Yes. Yes, my comeuppance is through the manhole cover. Okay, here we go.
Oh my god. I mean, and Zeppa's teleported over. There's 30 seconds, guys.
I think
they're in trouble. Yeah. C9, they have more players than you on this site and your scan.
Well,
So,
Scan util pretty good in the game of Valorant. Prize here tucked in this corner. Okay. Cosmic Divide going to be popped here. It's going to be a trade. It's going to be after Rafa. Okay, he's at least able to throw a fragment to delay. An early defuse. But now reposition, try and flash himself through. Little shoulder peek revealed his position though. And he can't hear the spike defuse, so he can only guess at this stage. And Oxy just, well, eliminates the guesswork for him. That is 10 rounds in a row for Cloud9. Furia, they're barely here, folks.
I don't want to know what the state of MW is right now if he's streaming this. I don't even want to know. And, you know, this takes us back to the importance of Lotus when we were discussing that earlier.
Ah, yes. Such is the way this map is going that we must now discuss the prior map in more detail.
The last one, as important as advertised, I think.
Yeah. We are really throwing back to the glory days of Furia in the previous game.
Remember when Havoc had 27 kills, 11 first bloods? Those were the days. 2:50 p.m.
Gone too soon.
30 minutes ago.
Yep. Okay, 10 rounds here for C9. Operator now in hand for Roxy, and has been happy. There was a pretty hard push down the B main that he dealt with in the previous round. Now Fury want to go A. No resistance for them early. A couple players embedded on that A site though for Cloud9.
Looks like we may be keeping this simple for the side of Furia. We have Havoc in there.
Null command.
And the rest of the guys go ahead and get on in there too. Try to get some control of Dugout in secret. We're going forward. We got the spike down. We're in a 5-on-5. Hold on. We're up. Now we just need to convert this.
Rafa's down to half health though. All said and done.
They have multiple players in A main. So when this shear wall gets triggered, if anyone does try and flank around, they've got the info. They'll be ready.
Okay. Cosmic Divide now deployed by Khalil. Nat has to step up with very little information and doesn't feel like he can wait for the players to come in from that A main side. Gonna get busy. Mitch with the operator deals with Khalil, and in your face, Zeppa gets. It's gonna be a 1-for-1. 3 left here for Fury now. Cloud9 starting to accelerate. Rafa on the other side of that wall. Will be sat on the site. Eventually, Vic's gonna test him, and he wins it out. 20 health in a dream. Oxy getting it to half now, and surely of all rounds, Fury would get there. But Cloud9 are the avalanche on Chad Mountain, inevitably hitting this A site.
Yeah, C9 teams, I would investigate whether or not you have intentions of picking or panning or floating Pearl against Cloud9, or intentions of playing them before the map gets rotated out of the pool. I would investigate that as well. Doesn't seem particularly fun. They seem pretty all right here.
Yes,
I'm gonna be honest. They seem pretty decent. I don't know.
It's absurd how the attack side looks. The playbook is so deep. There's so many options for them. Furia never went into a identical setup. Last round of the half. Last chance for Fury to get an attack round on Pearl. God, what a difference this has been between those two maps.
Oh my god, C9 there to stack up in this smoke, ready to take a fight to them. But Khalil, he actually finds that first. Zeppa couldn't teleport away. He's been suppressed.
Flash comes in. Zeppa has the tuck, but can't win it out.
They've
and
done
here it is. They've done it.
They've done it, folks. They've done it. There's no 13-0. Well, hold on. Let's make sure they do it for real. Let's pause for a second.
Nobody wins 12 rounds in a row against us. It's up to Roxy. A casual 13-5 for the map. He will allow this round to pass. And a flawless round for Furia as we head into our half-time break. And there's also so much to ruminate on here for the Brazilian side.
Hopefully we get maybe an extra minute at this halftime break so we can really cook up some way to sell the second half of this game, because at the moment, I got nothing. Okay. I don't have a thing. I mean, this is just C9 at their peak, dominant on what very well may be their best map, en route to make it into playoffs if they can just get 2 more rounds.
So it feels like it is so close, Cloud9, to securing some post-stage play. Stick around, of course, for what will surely be the conclusion of this Pearl map on the other side of these messages.
Red Bull gives you wings.
up to the sky, cause we got enough to survive. Good times, man, we alive. That time I take is all mine. Top spot, taking control. Ain't no stopping me, I'm on a roll. New age prodigy, I got it all. Come for the ride, we bout to let it go. We going up, up. Yeah, look at us, us. We here for the rush, rush. Yeah, we going up, up. We going up, up. Yeah, look at us, us. We here for the rush, rush. Yeah, we going up, up.
So we had some time to consider what you would be looking at for Furia in order for them to get into the game. And wait for it.
You got
you love this. I've been cooking. Step 1 is win the pistol. All right, got that out of the way. We know that's the case.
That's an obvious one.
Step 2 is Havoc needs to reprise that insane first kill, first death run that we saw on Lotus.
Okay.
And then Fury need to convert on those 5v4s. That's a lot. Like, I would say that, you know.
Honestly, I don't think you offered enough. I think
well,
you might need to sell me further, but I haven't bought it yet.
They need to take prize. They need to climb up to Mount Doom and throw him in to try and appease the Dark Gods, to empower them to win this series, or to manifest the Shadow Aspas out of thin air.
That might
come
get
in
them
and win the game for them.
That might get them 6.
Okay, you know what? That's all I got.
This is...
You're the analyst, bro. All right? You're the analyst.
But don't lean on me for this. I need to phone a friend. Many friends. I don't have enough friends to phone to figure out how Fury are going to get back into this game, man. This is just pretty brutal from the C9 side, who looked legitimately perfect. Again, everything they threw up coming into this game has worked exactly as intended. Now it's just a matter of closing it out on attack. Getting into playoffs, Oxy almost catching Khalil straight away. Wants to capitalize, take advantage of the dash.
Haven't had an opportunity there, but Cloud9 have all walked up onto the A side now. He has, I guess, the element of surprise, but I don't think Cloud9 have been shocked by anything they've seen from Fury this game yet. And they're ahead of this util. Oh, they're so far ahead of it! Clams to the slaughter. Yet another extinction event plays out right before your very eyes.
So,
Did he just double his frags for the game?
Mitch, the only C9 player having a tough time in this game. Poor God, man. I need one Mitch highlight on round 14 before we're out of here.
Did Havoc just pause before shooting Oxy to really savor that moment? Behave. Behave! 3 kills, Pistol 1, Cloud9, 1 round away. Getting this over with.
Casual, easy, effortless, etc., etc. More synonyms here. Okay. Insert as many as you please. Cloud9 team.
Bam.
Pretty damn good.
Yeah, I mean, I love that. Playing ahead of the util, pushing right up to Flowers. Just not allowing any breathing space there for Furia. And I mean, Oxy did that straight off the rip. He sees Khalil's low, he just says, I'm going for this.
At least we have some nice...
A funeral dirge for Furia. I would have thought, like, you know, what are the River Runs song, that nice little piano? I would have gone with that.
There was a tint of melancholy
yes.
in that track, which I do appreciate for this moment.
River Runs in Spring, is that what it was? I don't know. Doesn't matter.
And net immediate entry, and Raph, it's time to pick up the Marshall and go for round 2. Wouldn't advise the Stinger at that range, personally.
Didn't quite cut it. Clone, Aldrone, all going in to clear the way. Beat now wants to interact with that. We have Cloud9 here still waiting. Heavy Astra util thrown down on the B side of the map, and they're going to see if they can tease something out of Furia. Find the thread to unravel the sweater.
They're happy to just pause for a second, let that utility go away, and now Oxy going to dash in with the judge. Oh no, no heat.
Oxy really forcing it. The issue there, he still gets his. It doesn't have to be clean or pretty for Cloud9. It just has to get the job done. And Khalil has been in this situation for the umpteenth time in this game, and it never feels any better, folks. An utter demolishment there of Furia. A relaxing end to the series if you're a Cloud9 fan, as you know your team have just secured their spot in our Stage 1 playoffs.
If you're playing against C9 next week, maybe the week after, maybe in playoffs, if you're thinking about playing Pearl, floating Pearl, just don't do that. Don't do either of those. You don't really want to be playing this map against Cloud9. This double duelist look, the way that they play defense, the number of different setups that we saw in that half was insane.
Yes.
I mean, the strat book would break the damn table in half if Imi plopped it down. Man.
Quite the lengthy tome.
That was some wonderful play from Cloud9. Furia had no answers. Respect to them for that attempt at getting the win on Lotus, but this C9 team are too good right now. Serious sleeper build on these guys. They have come in picking up some of the really strong, I think to some extent maybe underrated players in Challengers, and have put together a squad that are poised to go on a major run in Stage 1 with a real shot at getting to Masters Toronto.
It's got to be vindicating for Net coming onto this team and Mitch reprising a previous role on this roster. Victor seemed the perfect fit to them. A really calculating, really methodical controller player that has unbelievable mechanical ability, and the skill expression is there in spades.
Oh, that ace out of nowhere, which we're about to see right now, was magical. This snap to the right, the crosshair placement, unreal from this man.
And this is the next generation coming up out of challenges. We're seeing it happen all around the world and all through Americas. Vic is one of many players that have worked hard for years to prove themselves and now get to do it on the biggest stage in Valorant.
And matter of fact, coming into this game, by the statistical rating, Vic is actually the #2 controller right now in the region. And with that performance, he may have just shot up to the #1 because he actually really picked it up towards the latter half of Lotus as well. And
24 and 16 at one point.
Numbers. So wouldn't be surprised if Vic leaves today as the highest rated controller in the region too. These guys are a team to be feared.
And slightly eulogizing here for a moment, a look ahead for this Furia team. I think some introspection definitely is in order, right? Heat is someone that they're really hoping would be able to bring some of the firepower he had on that crew roster. It hasn't really been there, and it definitely wasn't there on that Pearl game. The shining light for me is Havoc. He's hungry and he wants it. The rest of his teammates, though, that's the question that lingers. Do they want it enough to come back in Stage 2 and, of course, in their last game of Stage 1 and show us what they can do? We can head down to Riv now on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview. He's standing by with Young Thug Oxy.
That's right, gentlemen. I am joined by Cloud9's Oxy after their win over Furia. Lot of hype from the crowd coming for you, Oxy. How's it feel? I'm feeling good right now.
It feels great. I'm not gonna lie, but honestly, today I don't think I was the star of the show. Where'd he go? Oh, he's gone. Vic is.
Who was it?
Vic.
Vic.
All right, with that insane ace. I don't know what it was, but hey. Sure, it was probably insane.
So let's talk about this. Bit of back and forth on map 1. What do you think was kind of preventing you guys from taking over?
Honestly, first map, it was because I could not hold an angle for my life.
Okay.
I actually could not. Havoc would just walk up, kill me. I was like, Jesus, but it's all good.
Yeah, Havoc was firing. So what was the talk like between the maps?
Between the maps, like just jiggle, use our util. We're better. Like we have better team play. We can just play our game and we'll win. And then at the end of the round, I pulled out the op because I couldn't hold an angle. On the round.
That's good. Sometimes we got to crutch, man.
Yeah.
Talking about you though, talking about the personal play. We haven't seen any Waylay yet. Where's Waylay stand for you for the team? May we see it?
I mean, I don't know. I don't want to release anything before our playoffs. We're gonna play G2 soon, so.
All right. So besides Waylay, what's favorite duelist right now?
Favorite duelist? Neon. Come on, that is
broken,
okay. Right?
All right, 2 more. How would you identify C9 right now? If you were to kind of figure out how you guys are playing, the strategy, the chemistry, how do you guys identify?
Honestly, I think we're just young gunners. Like Vic is just V 2.0, I think, and then Michael also a great calling with Mitch. I guess it's a good combination of both young and good.
I love it. I love it. And you got G2 coming up. We're going to talk about that in the arrival, but it is going to be a tough match. How you feeling? How you prepping for that?
G2, jeez, 1 leave, 1 quit, whatever it is. Playing Jordan. I mean, they're insane. Not Jordan. Whoops. Leave or whatever it is, but it'll be a fun game.
All right, man. Thank you so much for the interview. I appreciate it. Congrats on the win. One more time for Cloud9's Oxy as they get another win in Stage 1. Don't go anywhere. On the other side, we got Loud versus Sentinels. There's more games to go. We'll see you soon.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Sobre a SEN, não é só um time que eu quero enfrentar, um time grande que eu quero enfrentar. Meu foco não é eles, meu foco é meu time, tem muita coisa pra gente se acertar ainda.
So from Luxo, when I was watching him, he was hitting every shot. He's honestly like one of those players that I feel like if he's feeling it, he can really take over.
Tô focado no meu individual.
Round, vamos lá. O Asuna tá dentro do gol, o Luke Show já encontrou o zagueiro amarelo. E aí só falta ele, Asuna eliminado! Luke Show!
Eu tô ansioso pra jogar novamente aqui no Stage, vai ser minha segunda vez. E eu gosto dessa expectativa. Acredito que se você é uma pessoa boa, se você é uma pessoa que quer crescer, você vai ter expectativas. E vale mais que a vitória vai importar mais pra mim.
John's got a fault line ready to go. I mean, good luck, EG.
Yeah, the numbers don't always tell the tale, do they? Much easier said than done. Bang with 3 as Sentinels pile it on.
Sentinels fans, they're the best fans in the game, and there's no question about it. Like, if there's an international tournament, if there's at-home tournament, like during Stage 1, during Kickoff, like during the regionals, they're always there supporting us. For us, I think it just makes it more exciting. It doesn't really add much of a pressure. It's always a good feeling to feel like how much the fans care.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas and our second match on this Saturday. You got SEN City is in the building, and they're looking to squash a noise complaint that's loud. That's right. Golden Boy here along with Dry. Actually, where's Van Silly?
I took care of that. Don't worry.
You took care of Van Silly? It'd be a real shame if he emerged with the cake.
Dan Dryad!
Oh, you're singing.
Happy birthday, Dan Dryad!
Why are you singing?
Happy birthday,
Dear Dryad.
Wait, did you know about this?
I didn't know, yeah.
There's no way.
To you. Yeah, I didn't have to go to the bathroom. I just wanted to have a cake. Happy birthday. We have imaginary candles. Can you wish for a good game?
Please. 3 maps. Wait, I'm not supposed to say it, no?
Dude, you jinxed it. Oh, no. Sentinels lost.
See, told you we were going to embarrass you at least twice this weekend. It's all good. There's another one coming along
another
the way.
series coming, exactly.
No, seriously, guys, right off the jump, let's go ahead and jump into all this stuff here because there's so much to talk about, and I do want that cake, but I'll have to think about that later because what I got to focus on now, Loud making some changes. Yes, they have took out Vinny. They brought in Tui's, but guess what, everyone? Pancata is now the IGL. Dryad. What? What's happening?
Insane, and we've seen these changes from Loud from the beginning, but we didn't know this was the last one, right? So Vinny has been IGLing, and now Pancata is taking the reins. But I like this because VALORANT Brazil released a video where you can hear the comms, and Pancata, I like. He's really calm. He's very vocal in the rounds. In the mid rounds, he's always talking. He's always having something to say. He's making sure that the team is always thinking that their rounds are winnable. So I feel like it's good for him to step as an IGL.
And one thing that's true, at least for this roster of Loud, is that unfortunately for Vinny, they still brought in some good firepower with Tui's coming back. So when it comes down to these fights, these duels, you do have some extra firepower going to that. I'm still questioning the IGL around Pancata because I don't know what was his experience in the past, but when it comes down to this roster, you know Luke Show is going to be opening things up. And what I also liked when I saw from Luke Show was that he was actually executing with the rest of the pack on Loud in these moments. Sometimes he's going to lurk, but in these moments where he's going to fight with the team, help the Jazine enter towards the site, that might give an opportunity for Pancata to be that lurk role, to be more cerebral, have a chance to look at the mini-map, do some great calls, and then activate his own lurking to hopefully turn some rounds over for Loud.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what Luck Show brings to the table. We'll talk more about him in a little bit here, but for now, though, let's actually hear from Pancata's former teammate, if you guys remember, Zekian, who spoke with Riv earlier on today.
I'm here with Zekian before today's match. I want to get an idea. How you feeling about the match or playing against Pancata? What are your thoughts?
I'm excited. It's going to be a great match. I love playing against Brian Pancata, my old teammate. It's going to be really fun.
So he's going to be IGLing on the other side now. Was he super vocal on SEN? Was he quiet? Well, how do you think it's going to
go? He was pretty vocal. Both him and Saucy kind of brought to our team the way they thought VALORANT should be played from Loud, and they were very vocal on how they wanted that to be. And I think it's going to be similar on his new team. So, yeah.
Awesome. Thanks for the insight, Zekian. Good luck in the game.
Always great to hear some insight there from Zekian, but of course Pancata getting thrown right into the fire because he's calling it, as we had noted, his old teammate. He's playing against his old team in the Sentinels, but the thing is also Sentinels are coming off of a hot week. I mean, these guys, Vance, looked unbelievable against EG.
They definitely looked unstoppable against EG. It was a quick 2-0. It looked like nothing was going wrong for this team, also for the side of Sentinel, and mainly around Neri. We're going to talk about him in a bit, but overall, the whole team looked really good. There was really no answer that EG had going back into the series.
Yeah, it was really good to see, and especially because when we were watching that defensive side, all the plans that they had around it, it was amazing. I think this is the best version of Sentinels, and I think there's this question right now in the community of, are they really back? Or was that just because it was Evo Genius? Is it just because we're not seeing the best version of that team? But I think they're back. I'm saying it. Sentinels is back. Sentinels is back.
Man, listen, Dryad, I've seen you make some bold claims on Plat Chat in the past.
Yeah, but then she retweets everything and be like, I was right. So
I'm always right. What do you mean?
Dog's got the fighting spirit. I love it. I love it. Now, of course, so there's another big thing happening here, as you can see behind us, folks. Because if Sentinels win here today, they are locked. They are good for playoffs. So they just got to get this win here. And honestly, when you kind of look at the schedule for Sentinels, it's shaped up quite nicely because 2G's also trying to figure things out right now. So these are two big opportunities here for Sentinels to just lock this thing up. And what better time to do, though, than here against Loud?
This is the biggest test, right? Because it's allowed that, yes, there's 0-3, but they've had some great moments.
Yeah.
I like that Pancata is IGLing as well. And there's a couple of things where you don't even know if the roles are going to change at all, what Twiz is going to bring back in. He was only off for 1 week. So there's a couple of things that are going to make it harder for Sentinels, but they should be fine.
I think even looking at these two teams between Loud and 2G, they're actually two teams that leveled up toward the mid-season of this split one, right?
Yeah.
So you see 2G taking it to the distance against 100 Thieves just yesterday, and also Loud actually brought the distance over against 100 Thieves as well. So I think that this is going to be a very tough game no matter what here for Sentinels. I think you have to admit that Loud is currently 0-3 in their group, because with these changes, that might be the change that they need. Remember, like Pancata IGLing as a smoke, what happened to 2G? They put that onto Luis, and Luis is owning as a fragging IGL.
Yeah, you really cannot discount anyone in this league, without a doubt. This is going to be a tough game no matter how you shake it here. Now, recently, Zekin did get an opportunity to catch up with our very own Wyatt, and he had this to say about his teammate, Narrate.
I think he just needs to have a really good game on stage, and it'll just kind of the floodgates will open for him, and it'll just kind of start popping off. I think he's very momentum based, and if he can get going, then he'll really get going.
We're very glad that Wyatt River gave us the courtesy to use that footage.
Unnamed podcast.
Unnamed podcast. Hey, I was just on it, by the way.
Check it out.
You were.
Self-promo.
Hit the bell, subscribe.
Let's talk about what he said there. Narrate needs the big game. He got the game. He got the game to give him the confidence here, Dryad. It was the one that last week against EG. How do you build upon that?
Well, that's the thing. I got the chance to interview him right after that game, and I asked him that exact question. Second said this about you. Is it true? Is that what's going to happen from you from now on? And he was saying, well, it could be or it could not. It depends. Am I going to just play the game, or am I going to try to win the game? And it was something that was a mix between him personally having that drive to win games instead of just playing it, but also the team, which is something that has been the conversation since Bangkok, since a little bit before, where they've been struggling a little bit too.
But when I was looking at Narrate play on Haven against EG, he looked like he was just playing deathmatch. Not even team deathmatch, just himself in the server, dropping 21 kills, no support. He didn't even have to use any of the too much of the Silva utility to help out the team. He was actually entering towards the C site for the team itself. And then when you moved over to the second map where you needed a little bit of Fade utility to help things out, I mean, he still put up big numbers under the assists as well as the killing department. So he's been a complete player, and I think that is definitely that drive that's going to help him in this series against Loud. But it's Loud that could be in a honeymoon phase here with these changes.
Yeah, and you know what, though? I'm glad you put light on that, because on the one end, you see, a player pops off in a game, and you're like, oh, that was a great game. But is he going to be consistent with this, right? Can he keep going? But he didn't just keep going with the kills. He also did so with the use of his utility as well, which is a big deal. So it goes to show this, I don't think this was a one-off, hey, I had a really good pop-off game. No, I think Narrate's found a groove with this Sentinels lineup. But of course, jury still out. We'll see how it shapes up today. Now, of course, last week, it did look like Loud was going to score a big win over 100 Thieves. But unfortunately, the curse of 9-3 plagued this team, and as it plagues us all, Dryad, it plagues us all. But these are the things that that team like Loud, with the pedigree that the organization has, they want to get these things cleaned up.
And again, they've had really good moments throughout the series that we watched from Loud, but it seems like it was falling a little bit when it came to the IGLing from Vinny. He was also not performing. He was struggling so much. And now when you're bringing these changes, I feel confident because, again, Pancata being so vocal, I feel like he's able to take this IGL role and to fix those little things that they had on that previous series.
And you also have the experience of Kawadzin as well. I feel like when you have these moments where you're going to basically a red alert moment where, you're going to have Pancata try to call things out where it's untested, I think he's going to have a lot of help, at least from other veterans that understands the game quite well, and who better than a great initiator in Kawadzin. You saw those moments where, unfortunately, when they faltered last week, they still had moments where Kawadzin was actually stepping up to the plate, trying to make some plays. And if they're adding that extra player to help out for these trades, Loud could be looking very, very deadly against Sentinels.
Actually, I remember that when Sadak was on this team, he was saying that he was teaching Kawadzin how to IGL. And that was a big topic of conversation of, I've been training him, he enjoys it, we're kind of doing it back and forth. So he also has that experience from one of the best in the world.
Yeah, I mean, who better to learn from than Sadak, right? Without a doubt. I missed that, man. But here's the thing. Look behind us here, right, folks? Not a lot of time You got this game against Sentinels, and hey, maybe you could squeak one in against EG. Problem is, you gotta win both of those. And so far, given the track record, Vance, it's good.
I actually think that if they lose against Sentinels, they still have a chance somehow against EG, because if you're looking at the bottom of that group for Group A, it's between Loud, between 2G, and between EG. All of them are pretty much similar records. And then if there's going to be a head-to-head between Loud and EG, and they beat EG, then there's a chance that it's EG that's out of the question, right? So there's still some slight of very slim hope going into this, but again, you're looking back at the Loud roster that it's not only Pankata that's going to be tested a lot. I think there's going to be a lot of pressure onto Tui's coming back into this team, right? He was going as a duelist in Tier 2, then into a Sentinel role into Loud, then had to draw our controller, then onto Sentinel because he had to leave space for some players, and then now he comes back as an initiator. So he's been spamming ranked initiator games for the past like 2 weeks, but is it going to be enough in terms of coordination to help Digizine? That's going to be the question as well.
Yeah, and they also have a new piece added to it as well with Luxo, who's coming into this one. Luxo, I want to make sure I'm saying it right.
He's Luxoning.
Yeah, Luxo. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, this kid was impressive as all hell. I was Dryad. Came in, I was like, looked at the lineup. I was at home. I put on the show, and I'm like, who the hell is this?
You put on the Luke show.
I put on the Luke show. So tell us about this guy, Dryad.
Is one of the best debuts that we've seen in VCT Americas in a long time. And this guy, you might not know him, you might not recognize the name as much, but he's been waiting. This guy just turned 18, and he's been playing so well. He comes from Galores in Tier 2, and they played Ascension, and guess who they won against in one of those matches? Against the 2G team that we have right now, against Reta as well, and losing against a team like M80. So you have those little things that show you that he's an incredible player. And on top of that, going back to Ascension and what he was doing back then, he was the 7th best ranked player. But guess what rank or what role the other 6 players on top were playing?
Probably duelist.
Role. It's insane. It's insane.
Insane talent for sure. I'm really pumped to see Luxo take the stage today. And he's got a lot of support there. We were kind of running through the different players there. You got Digizine as well, another player that's going to be very much in your face. You're going to see what kind of impact he's going to have in that duelist role.
Yeah, I think if you're looking for like the head-to-head just between the teams in itself and how you might see this face-off, it's going to come down to Sentinels that always talks about, hey, we need to be a little bit more fundamentally clean when we want to go for these instant trades. If not, we're going to lose these fights. If you're actually going to bring one-on-ones against Loud, Loud most likely could win this because they have so much firepower. So if it comes down to Loud that's able to build good fundamentals to go for trades, they might take the upper hand against what Sentinel's trying to prepare into that. And I don't think you're going to bring a lot of like calling and meta going to this with Pankata as the IGL. It's just like, let's try to push, let's fight, let's try to win.
Yeah, and you got Digizine, who's going to, at least be good for a couple of shots with that op. He's going to give you a little bit of value with that.
At least. Just once in a while. No. Digizine is insane and has been one of the best duelists that we have, and also one of the best operator players. Even playing on the Neon when he was dropping 30, 32, I think it was, and they still lost that map of Lotus. It's just those little things that Digizine is able to do. So I'm happy to have this mix of Digizine and the support that Luxo is bringing, the happiness that he's bringing back to Loud in a way, in the way that he was describing it, and obviously that duel against Second.
Yeah, of course, looking here at the head-to-head matchups and what we can expect. I mean, last week, right, was a rough going for Digizine facing up against Asuna and Cryo. And I mean, I would say, you got Zekin, who is just so damn good, Van Silly. So he's got a tall task ahead of him today.
And thankfully, again, he has a good support system around that, because we were just talking about before when we were trying to prep here for Loud. At least they have players now like Luxo that seems very, very comfortable on this stage, and he's not afraid to like slide in, go into a fight, and then Digizine is like, oh crap, I'm actually not entering, I gotta go help out. And they're actually going for these fighting these trades. So I think it'll work quite well here with this new look from Loud.
Yeah, now of course, if you watched the beginning of the show, we had our predictions. I was the only one who went for Loud. But you know what? Maybe I'm just a Luxo believer. That's what it is. But in any case, though, let's send it to the stage. Let's bring out our two teams. All right, let's bring out your squads. Up next, let's see who we got here, because I won't lie, I forgot. Oh, it's both teams. There you go. Both teams making their way out. Put your hands together, right? From Sentinels and Loud. Hey, you know what? I'm allowed one. But there you go. So there's Sentinels, Loud. Looking forward to seeing these two teams go up against one another here. We were just talking about that matchup, right?
Hold on, they're still trying to find their coordination around the time of how to fist bump as well.
What's going on?
If this is what's going to happen during the handshakes, what's going to happen in the server for coordination?
All right. But we figured it out. That's the most important thing. And everyone got to their side and no one was hurt. So look at us. We managed to accomplish so much. But yeah, so I think that Sentinels finding life right now, Triad, it feels just so Sentinels. It's like the most Sentinels thing, you know?
They make it work. No, they make it work for a little bit. They talk about, you know, trying to find the happiness back when they're playing in these games. We always talk about that conversation, that second half with the team when they were in Bangkok, but now they seem revitalized, and you have such a big piece of narrate back in the game and also fired up in every single way possible. It's just, they're back.
And I think it does really lend credence to the whole like losing is learning thing, because I will say coming out of Bangkok, that was rough for them, Vansili. Yeah. Very rough. So one has to wonder, right, when you reach that low like that, the only place you can go is up. And with the support system that's already in place in Sentinels, is there more to come from this team? Because it's giving me that feeling.
Yeah, I feel like coming out of Bangkok, the two Americas teams that, you know, went for an early dropout in Sentinels and the other one that made it to the Grand Finals and lost, they still had two different type of learnings. G2 comes in right with a vengeance right away, but Sentinels was still trying to find their groove and trying to find their identity. And it took a bit, right? And Kaplan even mentioned in a couple of interviews too, there's a little bit of psychological things they had to do, work out outside of the server. They had to find what was going to be the best position for them to be able to compete in the best of their capabilities, and even had to go into like seat changes to make sure that they could actually try to get the best in terms of chemistry. And so far it's been working out. It was a very dominant series that they won against EG, and if they could continue off that back, then definitely you have a Sentinels that has come back. I don't want to agree with you right away here, Dan Dryad, to say that Sentinels are back yet.
They're back.
At least the foot's back in the door, and I want to see them bust through Loud here, and then I'll be convinced.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if there is a possibility to do that, I mean, given what we saw from Sentinels, I definitely do think that it is going to be a very interesting showing here for Sen, without a doubt. But in any case, let's move forward here and look at what we have with Split Lotus on the series layout here. That's going to be coming up first. And, of course, with Haven at the, right? That is Haven at the end.
Yeah, the third one, yeah.
My eyes
Your eyes are still good.
My eyes still work. Split Lotus to start things off. But Split, that's Sentinels just playground.
It's very interesting because we haven't seen it in quite some time. And last time that we saw it, it was against 100 Thieves. It was a 13-1 that I don't think we can easily forget. It was a very competitive match at the beginning. It was map 3, 13-1 for Sentinels, and now they get the chance to play it once again.
Yeah, and it was a very good defensive plays from Sentinels in that matchup against 100 Thieves, but I think there's still a reason that Loud wants to play on that map, because they banned Pearl. Pearl for themselves hasn't been the best of the maps for them. So you have to play one of the stronger maps here for Sentinels overall, and now you have the opportunity to play them at least on Split. You've learned how Sentinels have cleaned up their defensive side as well with this composition. So maybe there is an opportunity to play around that thing. Thankfully and hopefully, we're going to see Tui's on a breach, since it's been spamming that a lot, and there it is.
Yeah, there you got the lock in the breach. So you're not going to get the Yoru on one end, but you got the Jet. What are you looking forward to here for DJZen?
It's the same thing as we saw. It's a comfort pick, and that's something that they talked about. We don't often see this Jet on Split. It's a comfort that they're trying to find when they're making so many changes.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if the comfort works out for Loud, or the Sentinels manage to shut that down. Let's send it over to your casters, and I know one of them is a big fan of penguins. Here's Brandon Sideshow.
Thank you very much, gang. Yeah, it's Josh, by the way. He's a big fan of conservation efforts. Yeah. Can't stand the penguin around, though. Don't bring Dan around this guy.
Not a big fan of penguins, actually. The only part of the terrace I was a fan of was that Penguin Island. the clamped down too bad.
Let's get into the game. All right. Sentinels versus Loud. It's historic in terms of the rivalry between the two orgs as well. And there's a little bit more, I think, at stake as well on top of this. If you look at recent history, Kickoff itself as well, it was Sentinels that kind of swiftly dismissed Loud. They spiraled out of the Kickoff bracket, couldn't make it to Bangkok as a result of it. And, you know, that back and forth, that history continues. It stretches forward here for Sentinels playing for a chance at playoffs, or at least a chance to lock it up.
It was a great game last time we saw them playing Kickoff. Even though that did start the beginning of Loud spiraling, and also making a bunch of changes. Here, Tui's comes in, playing Breach. He's picked up a Ghost, a Flash, and a Fault Line to try to hold off Sentinels on attack here. Unconventional. Normally, the Breach would be going for full util in this situation.
Yeah, and he was just holding Fault Line in case there was a rapid play at the beginning. Now, they don't realize that Sentinels have crept all the way forwards here past the smokes, and 2 shots to the body, that'll do the job. A lot of damage done by DJZen, and the follow-up is there from on high. Tui's trying to deliver and rain down bits and pieces of lead, and he's definitely chipped down a few of these Sentinels players, working with player disadvantage, but still access to the site, and critically as well, extremity control gains. Zelsis knows that there's risks to be taken and fights to be had. Just depends on the timing that he's willing to take here with a Paranoia. An attempt to push past this one, doesn't spot anybody, was sidestepped in time. And here's a few shots as well, rattled off by Bang from the side. Every single one counts here for Sentinels. Time is of the essence, Loud need to get a bit of a move on, and definitely finding the kills now. John QT has to be that pivotal playmaker. He can't really reveal his position anyway. Still lands that first one. Half wanted to defuse anyway, but all covered over the shoulder by Luke Show.
John felt like he had to go and get a kill there, an additional one before he could use the salvos to play the 1v1. Loud, get back in. Relying on, I think this is going to be a serious theme of today, relying on gun skill.
Yeah.
DG with a Sheriff right at the beginning of the round. And then, weirdly enough, both Pancada and Tui's opted for Ghosts in that pistol round. Normally not a point that we're really going to harp on about. But Pancada gave up a Paranoia on defense. Tui's gave up a flash and an aftershock. So really deciding to just go for, we're going to have guns out most of the time and we're going to fight Sentinels. We're not going to opt into, you know, elaborate tactical strategic games here. We're 0-3. We've just got rid of our IGL. We've just swapped it around to get more firepower on the roster. Let's lean into the firepower.
Locating targets.
Investment from Loud as well to Jazeen. Be a danger here, Outlaw in hand. That's going to be ramp control, all taken up. Show? Yeah, it spotted it. Okay, Zelsis removed off to the side. You can anticipate though these players into a different direction here with a fault line down through main. Still a wall in your face. So Sentinels are going to be forced up into the ramp here. They might be just going straight into the blender. Now getting a bit of a move on. Close to the side, Luke Show, he reveals himself here. Now, the positioning is incredibly passive, full heaven control. Luke Show can't really swing for an engagement.
Tui's is holding off the pivot though, through to B, so if Sentinels at some point decide to go there, well, Tui's has just backed off now, actually.
They're super passive from Loud.
Yeah, he was originally holding a sight line kind of on heaven here, and instead backs all the way out.
Yeah, Bulldog in his hands.
30 seconds left.
Backed all the way up here. Going to be trying to double hold this one up. Oh, just missing the timing onto it. Okay, 20 seconds remaining. Time to shine if you're Tui's. Plenty more targets here. Pancada surely has got to assist. Guns are going to be ricocheting. Flash into the side. That's a gun. Reclaimed. Two players dropped, falling. Side is open access. A plant down on top of it, so upgrades acquired. The player positioning of Sentinels as well should be prime to play into this post plant.
You want to fight them on close corners. Not allowed to see any opportunity. Can't be jiggling into the Outlaw.
Slightest at gaps as well, so Digis needs to play himself in there, but the flash and the peak, it's mistimed ever so slightly. He's just spotted it with those scopes! Not landing for Digis. Off to the side here, bang! What space reclaimed! Tiny little three-piece. Cherry on top for the round there.
And though Narrate's flash, not perfect for John QT to follow up on. He gets the job done, and the second flash to come out from Narrate is excellent to set up Bang. Now that is a round, though, where you need more out of Loud.
Yeah.
Tui's and Pancada cannot be holding the world's most defensive positions on the B side and just fall over when they get any pressure coming from heaven. Tui's has got to be getting more in that spot. That's not to do with playing Breach.
For Sentinels as well, question that I was wondering as well is which version of Sentinels are we going to be getting? They've been oscillating week to week in terms of the performance they've been putting up, but it's a good response and an answer, being able to just win off the back of the eco. They're being contested as well as a slow beginning for Sentinels as well, hoping that Loud will play into them.
Set a flash here to clear Luke Show.
Yeah, it's going to be
taking
gone.
a really deep position. Nice controlled play from Sentinels, and they have the option always of returning back over to Zelsis, who's just been taking a controlled approach to A main. And it looks like that's where they're headed. Down through sewers, avoiding this triple stack. Luke Show, definitely a player to be watching later on, especially when we get to the attack side. Loved how he was playing in his debut. But the defense side actually was where Loud was struggling a little bit against 100 Thieves. Here, though, they've got a really fast timing.
Uh-oh. Caught unaware. On the timing here, and they know there's an additional player. Exchange of the weaponry, but a fault line, the supplement again, and that outlaw. Passing hands exchanged into seconds.
It only just got into his hands, right in time to shut that down.
Makes good usage of it.
They've been able to spring the trap just 2 seconds earlier. John would have fallen with it in his pocket.
Bancada worked himself into a 4 position here. He'll either do some damage or go down to the spike, but he's being hunted. Second making sure there's full clearance around, and none the wiser. So 4 players surviving from SEN. It's nice and healthy in terms of the economy for them.
There's 3 different ultimates that are all getting built up here at roughly the same kind of time. And those are the 3 that you can get the most use out of on the attack side. Yoru, Teho, Breach. So they're not quite ready yet to go for some big ultimate snowball play. So Loud will have another opportunity to try to slow things down, control the pace. And Sentinels looking like they want to go for a little bit of ramp control at the start of this round, though their Breach is on entirely the opposite side of the map. So what's the game plan here? Looking like they want to stun just for a bit of B main pressure. And Pancada's smoke, the one way that he's throwing out here, it's not really doing anything.
No, Bang just TP straight past. Loud haven't really threatened, like they're willing to fight with the one way as well, which is where you want to try and apply that conditioning. Bit of a ramp take as well. It's cautious from SEN, but they're making all the right moves.
And Zekken's always got the gate crash to be able to get out of here if there is a trap. You can see the fault line being held from 2Es, so there's definitely a thought about clearing this.
Celsus, hello. Hello, just left really Zekken on a bit of an island, but clawed in your face. Get down, Mr. President. And Zekken scurries his way back.
Meanwhile, Luke Show under pressure.
Yeah, just a quick hop over the top. Yeah, that's Bang just silently hopping over for the information, almost just spotting this one up, but now he's stunned up doubly so. In fact, has to drop down into offense as an aftershock. No more means of escape, but he still manages to lock down a 1 kill. Bit more anarchy now thrown into it, and with that outlaw in the hands of Celsus, Digizine on that half armor. Not much long for the world. Pancada has to be the playmaker now from this position here, tucked to the side. Will he be cleared as half clearance at best, but the instantaneous trade-off from Sentinels now. They're going to be running all the way down onto this site, getting into that post plant.
Another spot when Pancada actually had to do more from that position. It's a tough one, though. How do you get more than 1 when you're tucked into hell like that? But his positioning was so committed, couldn't use the paranoia, and now he's put everything onto Kawanzin and 2Es. The new initiator duo for Loud.
Trying to exit through CT. Very difficult last. The Salvos are going to be clearing most of the way in through backside. That's a peek from Zekken. Instant with the punish. Off to the side, not anticipating that high ground angle, and Zelt's playing on it. John QT plays off of it.
Second round now that we've seen out of 4 where Sentinels put an extraordinary premium on A ramp control, A heaven, and then pivot through to B. These rounds can get really weird really quickly. If you get caught by somebody who's playing around the pillar and gets a nice pick and then escapes into a smoke, or maybe somebody that's playing over towards CT and gets you on the cross, these kind of rounds can be difficult to deal with, and yet Sentinels have managed them both times. Being able to get past Pancada or 2Es, whoever is on the other side of the map. And now that ult snowball starts to get online.
Yeah. There's only 1 person home. It's Pancada over towards the B side. That's a stray shot straight through the wall. Bang almost gets dropped as a result of it, but he's still alone here, isolated. Has to evacuate, to be honest. He wants to stay alive. Backing his way in through the spawn. TP in to the back. That's Bang. Cuts up the angle. Gives an overly safe entry here for the Sentinels players. They're anticipating that there might be a response outside, but John just sticks all the way out.
Loud are currently looking for the lurker in mid. They're looking to try to see if there's somebody there. Full clear them out with DG and Luke. And now that they've realized there's nobody, they can start committing to a retake. But again, it's with a bad buy.
Smoke isolates it. Both flash going to be expended. As you already said, it's a very bad buy indeed. Loud still going to be committing the abundance of util to try and make an attempt at least of this round. Already flooding out towards the fight. That's Pancada hitting off some beautiful shots. Damage done. Absolutely absurd work from Pancada. Digizine joined by the sides here. They've got Sentinels corralled into the corner. And Pancada,
does he have time? Yes.
Pulls it out. Circle shrinking down.
I think he's got it.
Oh my God, Pancada. What a beastly round from Pancada. Not only does he collect every kill, but he was doing so much damage even at the start of the round with that wallbang headshot to begin. His Sheriff aim was remarkable. That's insane. Utterly remarkable. That's insane work. Absolutely insane work. And there's your eye by Ace. Follow him on socials, hashtag unlock your ace. Plenty of rewards to be given out.
Well, that's got Loud back into the game. They needed somebody to step up and make an outrageous play, and Pancada, he's willing to be the one. Here comes Second with a Dimensional Drift. Do they have any ults that they want to combo off the back of this? They definitely could. Breach and Taeho ults available. They'll find Luxio in this hard anchor position as well.
Yeah, isolated, he's just trying to weave in and out as well, but it's too much to avoid. It's pressed up by the drone, stunned up on top of it. Zekin in through the visor, rolling thunder forwards! Zekin's not to be denied.
Perfect. Immaculate, just as they drew it up there from Sentinels. Everybody from Loud crunched.
The 2 years just bumbling into the walls there, uncomfortable into the spot in a situation. There's a pick your poison spot. He had salvos at the back feet. And Digizine, he wants to hold on to this off. He's not going to get a chance to. Jump spot, sees it, noise cues made. Zekin does not care. Just like that, Pancada will get your economy in check again, get the op into Digizine's hands, but it's ripped away at a moment's notice.
And I think full credit to Sentinels for being patient in the previous round and not using those ultimates. You could argue, okay, well, they lose the anti-eco, so, you know, maybe they should have thrown an ult in here or there. But when you see what Sentinels are aiming for, which is waiting for these big eco swing rounds and crushing Loud's economy again, it's just the right way to play.
Yeah.
And especially with how coordinated they look. You saw them isolate Luxio, dump huge amounts of utility. Taeho ultimate clears out the whole of Rafters as well, and just provides such a nice setup for Zekin. Loud are going to need another one of those remarkable rounds from Pancada if they want to keep this game close. Thus far, they are getting outclassed. All of the real crucial pivot rounds have gone the way of Sentinels. You could argue apart from the pistol, but Sen won the follow-up. They got round 2.
Yeah. Tough position to be in if you are Loud in this particular spot as well. I mean, it's still early days overall into the map itself, but it just feels like Sen are winning it out in terms of the macro, the way they're working the map.
You would expect that, because Loud have just benched their IGL.
Yep,
that's
absolutely.
It's an unusual thing to do. It normally smacks a little of desperation, and I would say, yeah, when you have a storied organization like Loud, and they're 0-3, staring at the back of probably missing out on playoffs, though of course still technically in their hands to decide that. At that point, yeah, they're making some fairly desperate moves right now.
Well, here's an aggressive fight. It's a blade storm into the hands of Digizine, trying to make a move for it. Banks punish with the TP, stun connects, but Narrate straight from behind. Evens out at least that exchange, but still Loud have made out almost like bandits. Now there's no guns to be reclaimed here. The space is rapidly taken up once more by Sentinels, and they're looking to punish it even further. Holding that. Util and ult in the hands of Kawazine. Hold on, that is way too delayed. There's already players in your face! John QT just laying claim and laying siege down to the site.
The ultimate direction as well was to push people into the site.
That's too slow.
They weren't ready.
That speed, tempo increased it. Sen just inserted there. As you said, they weren't ready for it. Pancada. Seen miracle rounds for him, but listen, Guardian in hand. Just spots the one player. No one from Sen's going to be giving him anything here. Everything put together by Sentinels is very disciplined.
Disciplined, but also able to thrive when an opportunity presents itself. DG's form has been excellent. I mean, it has been all throughout Stage 1. It's been brutal watching Loud, because DG and Luxio have been putting down like 30 kill maps occasionally and still not being able to get it across the line.
2 kills and they can't play the game. You just...
Digizine goes for the operator. Now, last time, he tried to pull this out, ended up having to play a 1v4 or whatever it was at the very end of the round, and just got it ripped out of his hands instantly. This time, the Viper's Pit designed to try to push you into the operator of Digizine that he's got posted up on an aggressive angle at A main. Sen don't really want any part of it, though. That's not where Zelsis is positioned this round. Instead, looking to go up the gut. Because this is normally where Luxio is going to be having his orb, and that's not as present now.
Cover going out.
Broke up on the one side as his Sentinels looking to see if they can claim a bit of space. Through ropes, going to be hearing a lot of noise being made.
It's a really good protocol. Just realizing that Luxio's not going to have that orb available in mid. Mid is not going to be as heavily defended with the Viper's Pit over towards B main. So you get this area so much freer than you otherwise would. If they manage to use the Tejo drone to force DJZ off this first aggressive angle, things start to get a lot more difficult for 2Es and DG.
Senna trying to put the pinch on. As you said, it's going to be a really difficult spot for the Jazeen and 2Es to be playing in. 2Es has to be the one to push back this presence out through vents. He's already found that first kill, and now we've seen the scurrying on the other side of things here. Sentinels are the ones who are looking for a few more available options. There's only 25 seconds left into this round. And where are you seeking to end here? Over towards the B side, but the pit in your face, an orb in your face on top of it, and plenty of bodies. Loud have sent in the reinforcements. TP across from Bang. There's no supplementary fire, no trade inside here, and straight through the pit as well. Murky depths, desperation from Zelsis. Peppered down from the shorty in hand. Got to give it up now if you are Sentinels here. Just losing grip of that round.
And the kill that made the difference was 2Es onto Zekken. Didn't get to catch it. We were watching the drone pushing DG off the angle, but here it is. Stepping in front of Zekken. Catching him just as he's going up the ropes. That took the sting out of what Sentinels were going for massively. They were trying to set up this big coordinated crunch onto A ramp. And 2Es playing a really aggressive breach, actually, just looking to take the fight. DJZ gets to hold on to the operator.
And still putting all the eggs over towards A. Louder heavily stacking it.
Yeah, they're just trying to get DJZ posted on a really nice line here. But I think John Cutie's already realized what's going on. Just from the previous round, he realizes, okay, we needed to drone DJZ off the angle quite a bit earlier, actually. So here, if he uses his drone, then the operator gets pushed behind the Viper utility.
Dash active for the Jazeen. This has been waiting. Lying in wait there with a drone. That's going to be broken up. Quick dash back and away.
And that's mission essentially accomplished. Now Luxio becomes the critical player for Loud.
He's the pin holding it all together here. There's a clone in your face. Not going to be baited by that one too much, but running straight forwards. I mean, slow to a crawl. Second just shrugs off the bullets. Takes Luxio straight out of the picture.
Another warrior steps up. Pancada, can he get it done?
Yeah, with B main control here, he needs to, but too many angles to really anticipate. The crosshair placement just looking like it wasn't quite there. So now the B side open for taking, and a lot have already made the decision. Retaking with an operator is just not on the cards in a 3v5. They're saving.
The calling from John in this round is lovely. The way that they isolate so many individual fights. As soon as they push the Jazeen off the line, the defensive setup over towards A requires a bit of help, and that isolates Luxio in mid.
Yeah.
And so Sentinels then put a little bit of pressure there. Zekken gets a gorgeous entry. I don't know quite how he's able to just muscle his way through, bullet tag and all, but he gets the pick there, and Pancada's stuck on an island.
Yeah.
Really nice round called from John, and I think utilizing a lot of the learnings from the prior, too, of when they ran out of time.
We'll see if Zelsis can hunt a gun or two.
Yeah, they've got a lot of wealth in the back pocket here. It's absolutely the right play to try to take guns out of hands for Loud. That's a deliberate footstep, don't worry. And now he's just running in, seeing if he can get anything done.
Way up. All good. They didn't manage to get that gun out of their hands. They're ready to go down towards the end there. Jazeen's op.
So Loud have tried now a couple rounds with DG fighting over towards A main. I think it's a good idea to try to work it around into some different spots. B main, you don't really want to op because Bang is teleporting past the line right at the start of the round. You could try doing something aggressive in mid.
Holding it down, just two of the Loud players. Waiting out the initial burst of util.
Jazeen's actually picked up a more passive angle over towards B main, so not as worried about Bang teleporting past the first angle, and just hoping that people will walk into him late.
Snap thrown as well. Doesn't really signify too much. SEN have been doing this as part of their protocols here, but there is a bit more of a follow-up now. Dimensional drift in the hands of Zekken. He's going to be clearing away. Pinpoint accuracy, pointing out multitudes of these players here. Near-sighted up. That's going to be the rolling fund, and it cuts up most of the side in return. Response instantaneously from it, but 2 years is isolated Out on an island there, not too much chances for him. Kawazine almost just going down from a bit of the stray damage and spam in the midst of it. Still that Heaven Smoke fading away. There's chances to be a fight to be taken. Pancada offers himself up to the podium.
All missiles away.
Can't quite finish it off though here. Still 3 left to stand and just a bit of spam through the pit. It's all layered down. Preemptive plans by Sentinels, always just feeling like they're one step ahead.
Anytime the ults are online, Sen look
planted.
gorgeous in terms of their execution. And you asked the question earlier today, Brent, what version of Sen are we going to see on that stage coming up against Loud? And I think this is a damn good version.
It is.
They're looking clean so far. The first 10 rounds have been orchestrated well. Like one slip up with a Pancada ace and one slip up where the macro didn't quite work, but otherwise, really well put together rounds where they've been in control from beginning to end. Navigating around the operator pretty nicely.
Yeah.
Setting up second for some big entries and utilizing ults pretty brilliantly.
Still trying to take this op out of his hands. It might be in Sen's best interest, honestly, to let him keep it, to be honest. Winning rounds out just from Loud not opting to play these retakes with the operator in hand. Obviously having to get into that spot in the first place.
And it does become slightly more difficult. Sen are not going to have any massive ultimates now, probably for the rest of the half. They might get John's online. So Loud might have an opportunity here, but look at the dodge on the Rolling Thunder. Zekken completely positioning himself, knowing that both breaches are going to exchange those ultimates, and he's going to have an opportunity to fight. The Paranoia got thrown in for him to try to take the first engagement. Then the Rolling Thunder afterwards. Sentinels just look so nice in these kind of spots to set Zekken up to be 11 and 5 at the top of the scoreboard currently.
It's looking locked in here. Second timeout, I believe, used by Loud at this point. Round 11, first half is split.
They're going to need something different to throw Sentinels off their game. They've got to put a wrench in the works to stop John just having a complete lay of the land on what's going on with his attack side macro. It's looked really good so far. You've got to do something unconventional. Fight in a spot that they're not expecting. You know, double up with Luke Shaw in the mid round, over towards mid, so that Sentinels can't abuse that.
Delayed reclear as well, if you wanted to do it.
Yeah, something along those lines. Sen have not been going for fast execs unless they have ultimates online. So these next 2 rounds, Loud shouldn't be that worried about stacking the sites really early on. Unless they want to do heavy A-ramp control, for example. And A-ramp has been a bit of a focus in the early round. DG takes the operator over towards B main again. This should allow you to stack it towards A early, and yet it's still only 2Es and Kawazine over here.
Same setup.
Who have 4 kills between them, so it's not exactly been a hot start for the Loud-initiated duo.
Much more passive as well at the beginning from them. We'll see if they opt into just the salvos and the fault line early on. Sen are going to be playing slow. Not willing to be caught by it early on.
Yeah, they're definitely expecting a big stun, salvo, aftershock. They were worried that Loud was pulling out a set play there.
Locating targets.
Drone in the hands of John. Good clearance. It's not thrown into your face. Don't know what happened there. Cancelled out maybe a little bit too early, but gets to make ramp control once more. Loud starting to maneuver a bit more pieces into place. An attempt to try and defend this one. And oh, well, Luke Shaw is just right in front of his own wall as well, sidestepping alongside Zekken, doing a bit of a dance. Locked down over towards Heaven Control, though. There's a Paranoia to sweep and clear onto the one side as well, give a bit more peace of mind and drop it down to Hell. This is Luke Shaw just trying to support as well, offloading with the bullets from on high, down low. Quick exchange here. Sentinels are being squeezed. Pancada approaching from the side, his coverage into the fiber. John QT now last alive, left alone into this spot here, into the 1v3 that he's made it himself. 35 seconds left into the round.
Teammates pinging out Luke Shaw. Made a footstep over towards screens, but he's surrounded.
30 seconds left.
On all fronts except vents. 25 seconds. If he had to go B, it would be right now. Otherwise, he's got to brute force his way through Luke Shaw and 2Es on site.
Yeah, 17 seconds left. 6 bullets, doesn't want to make any sound whatsoever with the reload here. Your chances of winning the round essentially naught at this point. Spotted out. 8 seconds left. You'd have to get a bit of a move on. There's 2 players waiting to receive. So Loud do find themselves a bit of a round here. They've stunted the momentum ever so slightly.
Yeah, and that was a great round from Luke Shaw. He pulled his way over from mid. He wasn't worried about mid at all. He decided to hard fight and took down Zekken right at the beginning. Any round where Zekken has fallen early on trying to get a bit of a Heaven control, Loud have ended up coming out better on the back end of that.
Yeah.
They really need Second to be staying alive for these. And Luxio was floating around. He had so much freedom in these defensive positions there, because Tui's and Kawanzin were hard anchoring towards site. Sentinels maybe realizing that Luxio was getting a little too free there, having a walkabout in the mid-round, so now they're going back over to mid.
This is disrespect from him. He's been playing it passive over towards B, but this is far more aggro. Control of B main, pretty critical at that as well. Putting the pressure and applying it hard onto Pancada. He's going to be dropping and falling here. And a quick peek just from the shoulder. Gives the acknowledgement here for Sentinels. They realize now, okay, there's an operator in play. So regaining that mid-control. Armageddon's going to be forced out. There's a slight gap in through the back of the side. But Digizine is going to be pushed forwards as a result. And the rate, it's going to be that level of awareness. Still trying to make a go of things. Laying claim down over towards the side. A wide face will not be helping out in the rate here. But site control given up, but they don't have B main. That's held down by Digizine. Smoke into your face as well. Plays way ahead of it. Inserted himself, dominated that angle nice and early, and it brings it back down to that 2v2. Kawanzin and 2 is side by side here for God knows how many years at this point. Banging second, quick peek, 26 health onto Bang. That was a risky maneuver, but he gets the information for second to work off of salvos. Off and around to the side here. Stun ricocheting. Needs to land that shot, but slowed down entirely here. And Bang's position, noted from earlier. So that quick cleanup here from Loud. Good dissecting into their retake. They bring it up to 5, 7 to 5. It's, listen, nothing to scoff at.
No, it's a big recovery in the final couple rounds there from Loud. As soon as Sentinel's ult cycle disappeared, Loud had these final 2. Even with the Teho coming online actually from Jonna, they just couldn't get an array into position. DG locked down B main. I thought Bang might have done it with that reposition back into spawn. But Kawanzin comes online in the final round of the half, going from 2 kills to 5 kills, and makes all the difference.
We've got a hell of a map so far as well. We'll see if it just keeps going with this kind of momentum after this.
It's for you. Do you like it? Come on, Charlie, use your new door. Come on, let's go. I said go. Let's go. Silly dog. I'm gonna trade you for a cat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Well, 7-3 when Lao took their second time out in that first half, and they did earn themselves 2 rounds because of it. 7-5 now as well. It's definitely very good staging ground, I think, of which to potentially lay claim to the map. A big part of the reason why they're doing so well on top of it as well is Luxio, this newcomer. We've just been talking about him over and over again. It's because he's been putting up the big numbers. Top of the scoreboard for his team.
And now he's swapping over to the attack side, where he can potentially have even more impact. He's often going to be playing over towards A, classic Viper role. And Sentinels stacking the A side of the map, leaving B completely open. Really hard read.
Yeah, quick dash as well. And wow, Snake Bite's not going to be saving you from that spot there. The stun was picture perfect. And through into heaven. This is Loud laying claim to most of this now. And Array's just attempting to slow this one. It's a bit of a crawl. Salvos preemptive. Space can be taken straight back up again, but it's a cautious engagement now. You can see both teams drifting and walking straight back into it. Reloads are heard, and this is going to be a bloodbath. Straight into the blender that's occurring. Right click in your face. No anticipation for it. Aftershock as well. Slight miss onto the corner, hopping straight over, and it's 3-3 at a moment's notice.
How are they still alive in that spot? Zekken on 2 HP, and somehow Sentinels have defended B heaven. Loud, regroup, go back over to B main. Surely this avenue is not going to be as heavily defended. They've already used so much of that defensive utility. Aftershock gone, Paranoia gone. Loud should be able to just walk out, and what a call.
Gamble by SEN as well. They're making their moves over towards A, expecting it to be going in that direction. It is a good call from Loud.
And this is going to make it really difficult for Sentinels once they get back onto the retake here, because they have no clue how deep these Loud players could go. I mean, look at Cowanzine all the way in spawn. You don't know if B Heaven's compromised, Spawn's compromised, or if they're all playing some kind of passive setup. Really, really tough to retake.
Cowanzine shows presence. Potentially a bit of a bait and switch as well, but Salvador's right and a run on, and with the footsteps, okay. Lots of targets there for Lucio to potentially take care of, and Cowanzine just not anticipating that Bang was just hanging back, holding to be that extra element into the play. Now it's planning for Pancada off to the side here. Smoke in his hand, but the fault line is going to be causing a bit of delay in a tap. Not quite a tap, it's a full stick at this point. It needs to be that coverage and defense in order. That's Bang that presses that advantage.
A pistol round post plant that should have had so much danger to it. Loud even going for the jiggle, the bait play. It was a nice idea to set up as well, that punish onto Zelsis. We've seen a lot of teams go for it. But I can't believe they were actually able to win that one. Lucio looked like he was set up perfectly.
Yeah.
But he had narrate Zekken in his face, too much to deal with. And ends up going down.
It's a big pistol round here for Sentinels. It's a lead that's going to be accrued up as well. Second with the Outlaw, but he's not going to be receiving too much of the danger. Loud at all, very much stacked up, and Bang just taking a peek as well, just as the stun phase, but he only gets the one for his trouble. Instant reclear here, called by SEN. They don't want to give up that gun. Instead, the sight is taken up by Loud.
And they know that they're going to try to defend this weapon, and so look at how much space Lucio gets immediately in screens.
Yeah, push all the way back and through, in to the side. Zekken taking a few stray shots here. Heaven control is going to be given up as well. Bullets straight through the box as well. He's just trying to maneuver away and around from that wall. Somehow still gets John in the mix. Zekken still hanging back, still provides that supportive element. Just missing the timing onto the corner. Zelsis can't quite lay claim to that kill. 2v3 though still. SEN have maybe advantages into this one, and just on that stray shot, it's a bit of a gambit from Zelsis. He knows where the last is. Eager to sniff them out.
Getting Sentinels in these retake positions. It's something that's been their bread and butter for years at this point. Loud are going to find it difficult, even with the rifles, even with the ultimates, are closing out rounds like this. I respect what Lucio was going for there, taking all of that space, really intelligent, getting back up behind his own Viper wall in A Heaven too. He had chances for chaos, and a bit of damage was done. SEN, not with the greatest buy for this bonus round. 2 Bulldogs and an Outlaw to work with, and nobody on light armor on the other side. So this, if any round was a slam dunk for Loud, it would have to be this one.
Slow at the beginning, you can tell. Both of these teams are pretty familiar now at this point with the Breach Teo business. Got to wait it out initially just for that burst of util. Now you go for the reclear. John's going to be instantly breaking that one, but the fault line off of just a connection there. Rebounds and ricochets, but can't survive. Stun just not quite connecting there into that point. It's good by Loud, and now looking to speed this one up. There's a cloud burst into your face, but still going to get access into the side. Some straight shots to the Outlaw. Zekken praying he can get a cheeky pick off. Doubled up. That's unorthodox here from Loud in terms of the hold. And peeking out through the smoke. There was no play for Zelsis there. He heard the plant going down and was hoping that he could take that timing.
Can Narrate recover the rifle? Because Zelsis just kind of ran in there with the Bulldog. Narrate would love to have that one back. And Lucio invents, playing as that backstab at all times,
yeah, he's
if
an
they need
policy,
it.
Isn't he? And yeah, well, just about sniffed out here, but Bang wasn't ready for it. At this point, it is a sealed up round for Loud.
Yeah, very clean. Exactly what they were looking for, exactly what they needed.
SEN are still going to be making it nice and awkward, or at least applying a bit of pressure in the end, but still flawless. Everybody surviving from Loud.
And you know what? Both of the times where we've seen Loud be able to accelerate really heavily and get a pick early on, it's been off the back of Tui's utility. There's that breach util that allows DG to run up ramp. We saw it on the pistol round as well, where the Stun caught onto Celsius in Big Heaven. Allow DG to dash up mid. So they've got some set game plans with 2E's Breach. And he's holding the stun right now to see if anybody's wanting to contest B main. So if Bang wanted to fight for that one, 2E's would have the stun out and DG would be ready to fight.
Onto the pillar, it's Bang. He's hearing the noise as well, so he's going to lay down that smoke. Looks like it's slightly to the one side. I think there's a pixel angle for him to play off. I'm not too sure.
There is, yeah. It's on top of the box, so it creates like a weird one-way with a tiny little angle underneath. The dirty little smoke.
Fault line, just in response to the drone that was sent flying forwards. It's meant to slow down. Loud. Ensure that they can't claim too much space up towards mid. It's not going to stop them though for now. It's going to be John who puts a stop to them if he hears this one dropping down silent as it goes, but just betrayed, just by the foot, but too many tangos. Okay, we're going to go for it anyways. The salvos to try and force the issue and push all the way into your face. The rate, bit of spam, side by side, shoulder to shoulder with the IGL. Good clearance there with a drone out to the side, gets the acknowledgement, they know that there's players, and Loud are trying to at least make an attempt.
Second's anchor position on site is so tough to deal with.
And not just that, I mean, it's an anchor smoke that's being laid down for him, and that's beautiful. Still flashed up into the moment. Gonna deal with this one, and running gunning is ordered up. It's exactly what he needed. Still Flash is connecting. He's running a mockery over the round, and in full control of the site.
It's such a great defensive protocol to go for. We see a lot of teams that run the Yoru on this map fall back into similar positions. I mean, my head's just full of Itu doing it for T1. But fighting early over that A main angle and then dropping back off it, not getting caught by the lurk. And there are just so many different things that you could do as Yoru in that position. Throw your clone out to one side, flash it up over the top, have a smoke thrown for you on site and flash through it. It's just a beautiful spot for Zekken to have max impact and players initiators in.
We're seeing dimensional drift. This is used very early on by Zekken.
With the paranoia, does Luxio get caught?
Yeah. And he realizes, I think the Zekken knows that the timing's missed ever so slightly. Now the gatecrasher on the upper side of the map, so...
Yeah, that might have been a crazy one where the idea was actually to catch Pancada with a fault line, maybe? They might have been going for a multi-layered thing there, but in the end, just a bit of a waste of the ult.
Interesting enough idea for it. The salvos, okay. Bit of chip damage onto the Jazeen. Might not make a difference, but... So far we're at the minute mark, and Loud, they don't have any map control, instead just opting, steadily going to be making their way all the way over towards A.
They do enjoy returning to Luxio's positions at about the minute mark. John, if he feels like he needs more information, may end up, I mean, he doesn't go for the peek, he goes for the drone and spots a bunch of them.
A lot of suppression as well, and just as the smoke blooms into the face of Bang, won't deny him that kill. Kawazine dropped into the moment. 38 seconds left. TP up to the top and to the high ground. It needs to be a plant in order to use. Going to oblige, help out the team with that one. Getting ourselves into the post plan. This is full heaven control here for Sentinels. Loud very much trapped out onto the site. Luxio realizes the importance. Needs to hold down to main control. Is basically the only thing stopping this team from getting in. And Zekken, like a thief in the night, a fox in the pen. Gets all the way into the back lines and leaves it just down to 2Es now. Flash has to be dodged, but the double face up. It's that discipline that we've been seeing hammered in to Loud over and over again.
Just destroyed. What a play to go for. I mean, you normally see a play like that if you have the Yoru Ultima, if you have an Astral to combo with or something. So at least you have a little safe pocket to be able to get inside of. That's so bold for Zekken to go for that. Take a look at it here again on the replay. I mean, there's Bang catching the first. And here's that teleport that he went for all the way into the back lines and comboed with the paranoia. Just had tons of free opportunities there on the site.
It's what a very interesting way to take the retake.
Yeah. Senna got so many ideas, and maybe Cuba cut that one up.
Loud are struggling at this point, though. Grasping at straws.
Breach ults on both sides. But Narrate just holding the fault line. Jiggling with Zekken.
Did he spot that one? Just through the shoulders. Oh, they've just missed each other, but okay, getting that information. Zekken. This guy's, I was going to say overstaying his welcome, but with the way and the form that he's in, looking to try and take that challenge.
Nerate's really been trying to help Zelsis in mid, knowing that Zelsis is going to be a focal point.
Second's not moving.
I mean, neither's Luxio, though. They're both just scrapping with each other over on this A side, but Luxio's called in reinforcements.
The Digisine's just wandering around in through mid here. There's going to be that double face off the flash. Zekin this time appreciating the threat. Makes a bit of a move backwards now, holding his ground and holding it down indeed. Stalwart defender with some util to help him out. Lining up these players, but just not enough bullets for the job really at hand still. The rest of Sentinels happy to step straight back into the fight once more. Filling in the gaps, and that's an incredibly difficult ask now. 2Es into a 1v2. ISOs the one, Guardian in hand, just needs a second. Celsius, position noted. 2Es! Steady hand would have suited him there, but it's Celsius who shuts him down. Brings Sentinels up to 12.
Really important 1v1 to close the door there on what would have been a fabulous clutch from 2Es. In a difficult spot today. Nobody would blame him for being bottom of the scoreboard, not able to find his value. Coming back in off the bench, having to play Breach for the first ever time. But he's still finding his opportunities, at least, in some of these spots. And it's a 12-6 scoreline, but plenty of these rounds have actually been fairly winnable for Loud. SEN, though, the quality, the form, pushing him over the edge. Zelsis rips ult at the very beginning of the round. Has help from Zekin and Nerate with the fault line if there was any early pressure, and now both of those players can go and help elsewhere on the map. And it looks like A is the area that Loud are going to hammer again.
They're just trying to regain a bit of control up towards ramp. Bullets landing.
There is a chance, actually, that Luxio makes the play in B main. So keep that in the back of your head throughout all of this, because Bang is over there just trying to control this. But that Viper's Orb is really tough to get information around. So it forces Bang to try to play forwards and take the fight. But we kind of saw Luxio scrapping with Zekin in the prior round, and it never quite resulted in the opening pick that Loud were hoping for.
Cover going out.
You're going to be going into the A side. You're going to be meeting again Zekin. He's tucked to the corner. Tight is the angle. That's a difficult one to land there. Digizine doubled up with a cloud burst, obfuscating where he was moving and hiding into. Loud get themselves the site. Plan needs to go down as the next stage.
Plan needs to go down, and I think 2Es needs to use this ult aggressively. You can't allow Sentinels to just go for their classic retake protocols.
Yeah, full heavy control all out through screens. 2Es is thinking about it. He's got a fault line for the first wave. Stun for a stun. This exchange, and he's just cycling. Mouser through all sorts of util paranoia sweeps. He's going to be potentially catching a bit of friendly fire onto Digizine, but I think he sidesteps it and Bang an attempt to TP past it. It was cheeky, leaving Sentinels now into 3v4. They are being stalled out entirely here.
There's so much util still kept in the back pocket from 2Es and Kawanzine. That's one of the problems with Sentinels playing off-site, playing the retake so often.
Time is ticking.
It's over at this point.
SEN very aware of the fact that they're going to be losing this round, but that wasn't the objective. It was to do as much damage as possible to Loud. They don't have that loser's bonus as well to fall back on.
No, they get 3,000, they get the plant money, they get, you know, a bit of money for getting a couple of kills as well. There's that fight that I was talking about over towards B, where Bang picked up Luke. But I think SEN have got to start realizing now, all right, Loud are holding on to a lot of utility. When they hit the site, they're trying to do it with as little as possible. But I mean, the weaponry is as little as possible.
Zekin knows it. He's immediately purchased the Outlaw. Full read of the economic state.
There's only one player with full armor. That's Kawanzine.
Get out of my way.
He's also only one of two that has a Vandal.
Bladestorm is what he's going to be working with. Celsius catches the contact as well, gets a bit of information.
And if Digizine tries to accelerate and pick Zelsis, the fault line is waiting from Nerate. So he's always got that safety net in the back.
Or the back in spawn. Spawn's going to be used just for the stealth drone. Use no tag, or actually, I tell a lie, was a tag up onto the side here. Zelsis' position is known. Digizine's going full speed ahead as an Armageddon as well. It's meant to clear the way here from SEN. Gives him peace of mind, potentially to re-clear back into mid as well, deny that space from Loud.
Time to jump.
Luxio would die in one shot here. It's only Kawanzine that has the full armor.
Really important fight as well when the wall goes up. Luxio sending it flying overhead. Second knows that he's lurking around, just barely a peek. The TP back.
Didn't catch that Digizine was also in this area, I think. but Narrate is still getting called over to help anyway.
And JohnQT, got to beat that playmaker into that spot here. This is Loud. Doing anything at this point.
30 seconds left.
Trying to find a path to victory.
This is all a fake, by the way.
Forwards, a fake, and making moves. Bang, bang! Hold up, does not anticipate that there's more players waiting for him. It's all over the place in the end. Still Loud are going to be happy with it. One more round to stay alive.
It was almost an entirely unnecessary fake there. If Loud had just gone with the rest of the pack, I think they would have won no matter where they ended. Because both of these kills came down instantly. We saw DJZ fighting onto JohnQT, but that was the pick on the other side too. Luke with the Guardian picks up Zekken, who was just going for a re-peek of elbow. I think it was a great read on the round from Zekken. The Outlaw was the right purchase. The fight over towards Luke Shaw A main was the right one. He just missed the shot. And now Sentinels, they're going to be on an eco round of their own after losing 2 in a row. They had 6 chances to close this map out. It does feel inevitable that at some point, a big round from an individual, a retake that works well, a trip up, a mistake from Loud. But Loud have got to believe that it's doable and run the next 4 in a row back.
Got the money to do so. Loud are back into it, and often the final round, that last hurdle to clear a map can be the hardest one to get. SEN know it, that's why they're taking a timeout. I noticed as well, there wasn't really too much input from Kaplan. I think that just shows that the team is probably cooking. Oh, he's talking now.
He's having a little yap with him.
Yeah. Plenty of stuff that Sentinels could do as well to try and close it out, even though their money is weak in this spot. Dimensional Drift to work with.
Loud have been pretty cautious on their attack side, though. They've not been jumping into unsure opportunities too early on in the round. Luxio's just been controlling an avenue of the map and then maybe starting to do something later on, but often with help. DJZ is not getting caught in mid, overextending.
SEN are going for a delayed reclear B main now. And this is exactly where Loud are looking towards. To flash a step forwards. It's going to be a fault line to the side along with some salvos off of Bang's contact. We'll see it. How does it work out? It's damage done. Here's the fault line, here's the salvos all the way through, and aftershock as well. Why not? They throw it into the mix.
Beautifully done. And I think the damage done there from Bang was actually necessary to get the kill onto DJZ too. Oh, that is good information. You've just seen him teleport away, and you know now that this lurk up towards A ramp is totally free.
Lucio's taking that timing. Celsius trying to maneuver past the orb just before it goes down. Peeking, Shorty! Okay, and there's a follow-up.
Oh, that's brutal.
Rifle fire.
On a more important round, that might be worthy of a death slam.
And silent. Jump spots, Narrate just hoping you can get a bit of mid-round information to try and put together what Loud are up to onto a round like this. That space that Luxio gained prior just by taking that timing. Loud can now set up for the hit.
Right there.
Could definitely still be a second round here to close the map.
Holding tight to the corner here. Still got the Guardian into his hands. Clone is going to be active now. Stunned up and has to gate crash all the way back out. All of his util really expended into the moment. And Luxio still holding it down over towards Heaven. Gives up a lot of the space here, but he's just peeking out wide, and he's actually given up his life as a result of it here. Pancada now steps up to be that playmaker.
That was really bold from Narrate. He just walked straight through the snake bite, disrespected it.
Okay. Pancada does claim his kill. It's going to be a thorn in the side of Sentinels if they want to try and play this retake effectively. So Zekken already realizes it. Himself going for potential with a reclear. Stray shots. Pancada's revealed himself. And wide to the sides. Guardian's just not the weapon at hand to try and take that duel.
And John definitely wants to save in this spot. He bought down to 450 credits in this round. So he's got to keep this rifle online. Took a bit of a half-committed approach to the retake, but I think he would have sent it if Zekken had got that kill. Loud though, they're pulling the gap.
Yeah.
Half the chances now remaining for Sentinels. Only 3 to close this one. There's a really nice trap play, B main. Gotta give him credit for that. Luxio again that I've got to give even more credit to on the attack side, because the way that he just takes space as soon as he realizes it's open to him without ever getting punished. You never see him walk too aggressively and step over the line. Now John is going to buy armor here, isn't he? Yeah, okay, he's going for the regen. This is one of the big rounds, the big chances for SEN to close.
Bang's going to be feeling the heat soon enough. Stray bullets and spam. Kawazine has been dropped.
There goes the Taeholt as well.
Uh-oh. Is that going to be the impetus? The turning. And the round that gets sent this map. We'll see. Big opening kill. Let's put a pause into the step of Loud. They need to re-explore some different avenues and directions.
Cover going out.
Zels is pushed away from his spot where he was regaining information in mid. Luxo. They realize there's at least Luxo here in B main, but you don't know if there's still friends stuck around with him. Zeken's doing what he can to hold down the entirety of the A side of the map on his own here. John Cutie just making the gamble, it's going to be a re-hit, and he is right.
Yeah, the bodies are in the right place here for Sentinels to try and shore up the defenses. Push back this approach. It's all contact plays up to now. Loud.
Walk out from Luke.
Trying not to make any noise. Luke is all the way out. And wide with the heads. Just peeking out to the side here. There is that return of the fire out towards the back of the side. Luke Show! Demonic in the moment. Someone single-handedly trying to shut this one all the way down. Just backpedaling away to Jazeen. He's handed that angle. Salvos. Lay it down. An attempted delay here, but there's a Viper's Pit that's offloaded as well. And that's a Dimensional Drift to try and exit out through the back. Bit of spam onto the corner.
Spike planted.
John needs to be careful though with that decay damage. 2v3, Pit at play, so a bit of RNG, I think. Spam is going to be the name of the game here for Sentinels. They've already laid claim to just the one, but the Pit is still standing out towards the back. This is Luke Show, you can see position. Crouched up. He's got a haircut for free with that one. Shredded with bullets towards the back of the side, but still, as long as the Pit is up, there's safety, and the round should be locked up entirely. Good awareness. But this rookie player of Loud inserted into this roster when there was little hope for the more.
Last player standing.
It's a string of rounds now that realistically been put together purely just from Luke Show himself.
Yeah, he's been fabulous. He does it again here in this round, doesn't he? He's been going for a combination of A lurk setups, B lurk setups, and this round just walks it out. His team were in full control of B Heaven, so he was never worried about that angle. And he gets into such a deep position and kills both of the anchor players on B. Then sets up a Pit. This whole round is him. He's got to 20 kills, caught up with Zeken, top of the scoreboard. And he continues, but he put up over a kill per round in his debut. One of the greatest debuts, because also the impact that he's having is ridiculous. It's not just, you know, getting random anti-eco kills here and there. He's so pivotal to the way that they're playing these attack sides and offering them options. And he's just doing it again. Showcasing that it's not a fluke. He's ready for tier 1. But it is going to be utterly bitter if he puts up this kind of performance and SEN come out with the win anyway. Because once more, we've got to address the fact, even though Loud have won 4 in a row, there's still 2 more opportunities for Sentinels to just close this out.
Yeah.
They're not even on an eco yet. Next round, round 24, is going to be desperation for Sentinels. Their economy is going to be broken. Although potentially they might have a breach ultimate to work with, but we could say that about both of the teams. They're starting to get pretty close to that. Could see some crazy post-plant situations where they get that online.
Yeah.
But Loud, can they dig deep? Can they find more to add to this string?
Just with the sole goal of trying to bring it to OT here. SEN, as you said, 2 more chances. Bottom of the barrel is being scraped in terms of the purchase. Very much almost all or nothing. You can see phone line held out. Sound cues, I think, is waiting. One way as well. The setup feels familiar, but here's a flash play and a peek, and that was dodged entirely. Not sure what happened to the flash. Maybe we got 8 by the wall. Bit of the geometry. Armageddon to try and set this one up already. Narrates the slightest of off angles, and the TP forwards into the cloud burst. Needs to be careful. Util out into his hands already with a stun. Lay it down, hopping around into the corner. Stun. Well, not denying that kill at least, but still it's traded out instantaneously. But Bang from behind, trying to do more. Rips away to it, Elias, make it 3! And will he grab the 4 for the 1v1? Yes, he will!
Bang! What a beast! Where did he pull that one from? Omenal miles behind them, and he was so confident. Narrate gassing up his teammate there. That was the play they needed to take it across the line. Devastation for Loud, but Pancada's all smiles. I can't believe that.
No.
How is that the way that Loud ended up losing? They got themselves in such a winning position. What a performance, what a play.
Full control of the site. And a little play like that from Bang, got to see it again. Surely.
But it'll be towards the end of this highlight reel.
I think so.
Coming at the very end, but that's the problem when you set yourself up in a situation where you've got to win 6 in a row just to get it to overtime. It can just take one play from any player. And this was definitely around at the very end here where SEN just tried to go for something unorthodox. The flash re-peek into B main didn't work. And then Bang just sends it. I've got to see the replay again though, that was nasty.
No, I want to see the play.
Yeah, I'm just on the edge of my seat.
Holding my breath, looking for the play to come up here. But listen, if this series, that map is anything to go off, honestly, this series is going to be electric all the way throughout. Two teams, a rivalry, there's history between them here, but really seeing peak form, honestly, I think from both of these teams overall. Listen, it's going to end it here for map number 1. Don't go anywhere. The analyst desk is going to be breaking it all down and setting us up for that critical map number 2. Don't go anywhere.
Oh dear, this is not going to get any better, is it? Zelsis, gorgeous from Zelsis. Doesn't get much more picture perfect than that.
De novo, ele tá esperando o Stavezinho, pancada, leva os Anders, só falta um. Pancada dele!
I'm here with Kaplan on stage ahead of map 2. Took Bang a little bit of ore there at the end to close it out, but he still looked in kind of in control for that one. What are you going to be talking to the team about now during halftime?
I think we're playing okay, but we're a little bit complacent. We're making it real hard for them to close out rounds, but then toward the late round, I think we just are a bit asleep. We're just not kind of playing that second stage of the round quite as actively. We just need to stay talking, stay thinking a little more critically, and wake up a bit. We'll be all right.
All right, thanks for the insight, Kaplan. Good luck.
Be all right. Yeah, we'll be all right.
We'll be all right.
It's all good. A little 13-10 conclusion there for Sentinels with some heroic moments from Bang there to close things up. Overall, Sentinels looking good, picking up where they last left off, Dryad. So it's very clear that the work the Sentinels team has been putting in, it's paying off, but also we're definitely seeing it play out here on the stage.
It was really nice to see, especially because it was that 7-5 half where you got to see exactly how both of the teams wanted to play, right? So you had a DG scene with the operator that was really unlucky 4 rounds in a row, just holding with waiting for his moment. It doesn't happen. But then you go on the side of Sentinels. They like to play those brawl. 3 players usually going into a brawl fight that Second has talked about. And we saw that constantly towards mid and then towards the A side.
You definitely saw like 2 sides of a coin on how both teams executed their attack side. These, for example, Sentinels did such a great job sticking as a group. We talked about it before this matchup. You kind of have to just stick together, be good on trades. And when you're looking at how they're moving, it's like a 2-man pack, a 3-man pack, and they've isolated a player from Loud every single time. When we moved towards the other side, though, when Loud finally took the attack side, there was a lot of hero plays coming around, what we mentioned, the star players being Luke Show, getting like these openings, giving an opportunity and a chance exactly for Loud to finally close out in a few rounds. But overall, if you're looking at the macro of this game and the approach of it, I wanted to see more brawls coming out from Loud to keep this game very, very close. And I feel like if they're able to correct that into the second map, we could see a different story.
Yeah, very impressed, though, with the way that Loud, you know, look, didn't amount to the win, but to dig deep and come back like that, to make your way, getting closer to that, the critical 13th round would have been huge for them. But, Vansili, we are clearly seeing a Loud team that even with the changes and the mix-ups that they have, hey, it's similar to what we saw in the last game with Furia. It's like, this actually wasn't bad. This was pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. It was difficult for at least the initiators to activate in the first place and to find their groove. Again, you're coming in with a brand new IGL. 2East is coming back into it. So you're trying to build that chemistry and that synergy in a moment where it matters a lot. And there's a lot of pressure for a lot of these players from 2East and Pencata, most specifically because of these new responsibilities. But towards the end, you saw that second half on the attack side, it looked a lot better.
There's some big opportunities there, and honestly, it's all because of Lucho. He's changing the vibes of this team, and in Latin America, they like to call him Luchito.
Okay, Luchito. Okay.
Because everybody loves him. You look at him; he's smiling, he's having a good time, and the team is definitely trying to win for him as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm getting the vibe, and I'm a fan. I'm in. That's why I pick Loud. Yeah, that's why. I was watching the game.
No, you just didn't want to pull out another apology letter if you had to come down.
Sorry about that, everyone. Yeah. Now, of course, there were some other big head-to-head matches happening throughout that game. And one of those in particular, Zek and Digizin. And look, you're going up against Zek. We talked about this, Dryad, leading into this matchup. It was always going to be a tough task for Digizin to go up against Zek in here. But again, Zek, the kid's just unreal, man.
He's so good, and he's been so good on this Euro for now quite some time. Well, on the other side, we talked about Digizin playing with the Jet, playing for that comfort pick. Now, even as we move into the second map too, you're looking at exactly that. A second that is most likely going to be on the Raze. And on the other side of Digizin, the last time that we saw him on that map, it was 32 kills with the Neon going insane and still losing the map against 2G.
Yeah, but this time around, though, maybe with Luxo in the lineup, with more tools available to them here, Vansili, Lotus could end up being a different story.
Yeah, I think it's another map where 2East, for example, could be pulling out the Breach once again. And if you're going with the Tejo Breach meta going on Lotus, it could definitely help out a player like Digizin to open things up. And this round right here, if you're looking back on the previous map, again, shots called not only on the IGLing on how they were able to work the map on the attack side, but just himself on the Thrifty right here. Pencata comes in, scoring a huge ace on the Thrifty to make sure that the gap that they were on a deficit on the first half was only narrowed by 2 rounds, right? It was a 7-5 half towards the end, but it could have been very, very one-sided with how good the macro and calling from John Cutie was on the attack.
Well, and I guess the question here is, Dan, you know, kind of give me a little bit of the eye test here. Any thoughts on Pencata IGLing so far? Was there anything fundamentally different that we were seeing from him in that role?
Yeah, I really like the way that he's calling, because actually we just heard it from Kaplan on how it's these late rounds where Sentinels was getting a little bit messy, and that's when Loud were playing a lot faster. It was these fast plays that Pencata is doing that are making this Loud against Sentinels look so competitive.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we should be getting some Neon going into Lotus here, right?
Yes.
So
you're not wrong, so I'm not correcting you.
So I think things are gonna get pretty fast, and Vansili, you're fired. All right, everyone, let's go ahead and see what happens. We got Coach STK standing by to give us his thoughts as we get ready for map 2.
I am here with SDK before the next matchup. Your team looked like they're having fun there on map 1. How are you feeling going into Lotus, and thoughts about seeing the team on stage now?
I think that we are in a good mood, and I think that this map was their way. I think that Bang was playing really good, shooting from the smoke, is getting kills. So I think that in Lotus we have a really good advantage on them. I think we are much better than them on this map. So let's draw the game and then go for all in on Heaven.
I love it. You take it. Good luck.
That's some confidence. That's some confidence that I'm hearing right there, Dryad.
Yeah.
I think that Coach STK and the rest of Loud might be cooking here.
Hey, I would be confident too. Last time that these two teams faced each other on this map of Lotus, it was a 13-11 going the way of Loud. And now, with a Loud that's looking stronger, they could get the win.
Map 3?
He's talking as fast as a Neon runs, so I think they're very confident as how the second map is going to go down, and very confident that he can push this to a map 3.
All right, well, you heard from the coach, you heard from our analysts. Let's see if Loud can bounce back. Map 2 coming up right after this quick break.
Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, we're going to be getting into this one here for Lotus. Nice little setup early on here, but you know, a bit of bite back from Loud, if I dare say. I mean, I think expectations coming into this week, I said it the other day, it kind of rings true here. There's going to be an upset somewhere along the lines. Question of where it's going to be. Now, there was possibilities of Loud looking like they could claw it all the way back until Bang put an end to those dreams, and now SEN find themselves up a map heading into Lotus.
Well, this was the map, I believe, that Loud took away from Sentinels during kickoff in that 2-1 game. Now, all of those maps were pretty close, 13-10, 13-11 kind of score lines. I mean, somewhat similar to what we saw on Split, but Split was powered by a pretty big comeback towards the end. And I'm taking a look at the compositions here. You got the Neon versus Neon head-to-head with Zekken against Dejazine. Okay. Now, that is one to be taking a look at. Earlier today, we saw an electric duelist head-to-head with Havoc playing against Oxy on this map. That was so much fun to watch. Yeah. But I think also there's a more tactical, strategic element that's really going to get tested. Because Lotus on the attack side does offer so many opportunities to push and pull the defense and have a really big performance from your IGL. Is Pancada going to be able to call that kind of a game? Is he going to be able to get benefits from other people, like Luxo on the lurk, like Dejazine on the entry to make his job a little easier? Are other people going to step up in the mid-rounding? It can't all fall onto Pancada when he's a brand new IGL in a position like this.
No. I mean, the comps themselves as well that these two teams are playing, quite similar in terms of how they're set up, but there's one critical difference, honestly. It's Luxo on the Vice. So in terms of lurking opportunities, it's not going to have like a Viper wall to work around, for example.
But also, if you play, once the sides swap, if you play the Vice more as a lurking role, you're missing out on some of the value from the Thorns. Yeah. Because the Thorns should be really good at stopping Sentinels from Flood retaking. Okay. But pause that one for a moment, because Loud look like they're doing something aggressive here on the pistol.
Trying to force these players, I think, out into the open. This is a trap play out through B main. Now, Senna all grouped up, though. In through C, walls up as well. There's no slowing down from this one. Looking to try and send this one. Waiting for the drone, TP forwards as well into that smoke. This is familiar play. I've seen this one before. We've seen him already take that side control. Re-clear is going to be caught for, and that's Loud just looking for the play to be made. Salvos and the fault line slows down the approach at least for Sentinels, but it's still a 4v4 and a fight towards the flank. Narrate needs to win this one, and he just catches that timing. Already aware of the fact that Dejazine was going to be lurking around that spot and position.
Yeah, nice aggressive positioning.
Oh, Loud have got to do it all with just 3 players remaining. There's a TP forwards, and that's going to be into the smoke. Yeah, second quick to lay claim to that area, the map at least to try that spot here. And just 2 players left to stand here. Shoulder to shoulder is Loud in a 2v3. Time starting to tick though and get away from them. SEN realize it. How do you win this round? Feeling the squeeze, a lot of tension now from them. And the plant onto the corner as well. It's picture perfect. So you can jump into the air all you like. You're not winning this round out if you're Loud.
Pretty decent ideas from both teams here, but SEN one step ahead and also just a tad faster on their decision making. Loud knew that they needed a flank retake. They knew that they had to control spawn, but Luxo gets traded out. Pancada gets caught inside of this teleport. The small details just not quite working. You can see that Loud had a good idea of what they wanted to go for, but at this level, it's all about the small details and the speed of the execution. Loud with a 4-player stack over towards Rubble, just hoping that Sentinels go into that direction. But it's back to a C-leaning default again. They're just running over mound.
Yeah, order presence. Pancada's going to be picking that one up.
And this is a good spot for Zelsis to be in. He can get information about the stack over here towards A without giving away a gun to the defenders. In some sense, he's just a bit of bait out here at Rubble.
Interesting trap play that Loud have got cooked up.
Yeah, this is a nice one. The salvos break the door, so you can trigger this at any time. You don't need a Viper in your composition.
As soon as the door opens up, I think. Fake presence from Zelsis. He's not going to be giving up a gun, though, inevitably, if he does try and fake presence.
But, I mean, look at what he's going to be dealing with. A stun, a Vice Flash, salvos. I mean, he is toast.
Balls up. Anticipate some level of it, and he's going to be moving around
There's
all the
no
way.
way.
There's no way he escapes out of that one.
He's out.
He realized what was up, I think, because they sprayed at Blue Room. He pinged it immediately afterwards. He realized there was a trap play off of it, and he wanted to trigger it and get out.
Hate to lose some of these sprays.
And still going to be holding to the side, just about cleared in time. Skips backwards. Zelsa's still going to be getting one, though.
DG crossed up his own teammate there. Kawanzin didn't know what to look at. And a spot here where really you just don't want to feed John QT his ultimate.
No. Players and bodies are flooding back into this one like Loud want to really take and make a go of this one. Luxio's already got the one there. Smoke cuts up a section of it, getting a bit of ground now, gaining it forwards. This is for Loud, already finding it, and the pistol's doing some decent work indeed. Luxio left into that 1v1, him versus Narrate, and plan position just off to the side here. Still capable for Narrate to try and make something for it. Drops him down. Now expensive overall for Sentinels, have to say that.
Very expensive. They were allowed 2 deaths and they ended up having 4, so there's going to be 2 people coming into this bonus round with lighter weaponry. Zelsis was a completely allowable death, but then in a 3v4 situation like this, some of the SEN players getting a little overwhelmed. They've got to be careful because Loud, they're going to send it. This is a team with nothing to lose right now. 0-3. And with a dangerous squad.
Is that a Rebel fight? This is going to be carnage occurring. TP's up and around. Magada is barely alive on a shred of health, and a bit of spam will supplement that one easily, sending him straight to the grave. Any attempt from Digizine swiftly just brushed off the table.
And this wall set up right from the beginning of the round to allow a B pivot.
Luxio! They line up for him, and he'll happily spray them all the way down.
This is nothing.
That's outrageous Vandal spray control from the rookie player. I mean, we've seen some remarkable things from Luxio over the last couple of weeks. But that one, that might be the best so far.
Nah.
The fact he doesn't even hit the, what is that, the 5th bullet he kills Zelsis with towards the end?
That's immaculate control.
Yeah, I'd be popping off.
Transfer.
I'd be popping off as well.
Yeah.
That is sickening, especially because his team lost so heavy in the Rubble fight. All right.
He did that.
SEN throw up the same wall, and they're like, well, I guess we'll run the strat again. The strat wasn't the problem.
Send it again. Doors opened up. It's like timing, but Senna looking to just fake the presence. Second inserted, the rest of his team now walking all the way up. What is that?
Is that a pre-fire? There's no way his reaction times are that fast.
It's crazy. Luxio, though, stepping all the way back up here, in through the smoke, just spotted the barrel off to the side here, and he hears it. Rumbling at the footsteps, and he's just missed the timing onto it once again! Oh, the whippage at play. Could have been set up for brilliance once more. But for Sentinels, they're going to take that one happily as a bit of an in. Aftershock to try and push back the Blue Room presence. Stun's going to be ricocheting now, and it goes both ways. Digizine's going to be getting his team all the way back in. It's a beautiful one, along with a flash. Supplementary is the util, and the kills are collected. All off the back of it.
Credit to Tui's, because he's had some really big flash rounds. That one was spectacular. The stun comes through from Kawanzin at the exact same time as the flash, and everybody on Sentinels looking to take that scrap. Caught dead to rights. Wow. Okay, fair enough. So he's reacting actually to the first player there, but holding so much of a crack angle, the second player dies. The Vandal giveth and the Vandal taketh away, though. A bit of a whiff in this round. The rest of his team come through. They've got each other's backs out here on Loud. And this is now 2 rounds in a row that SEN have tried something aggro and have been crushed on B. They're not stopping, though, in their control of Rubble. They take it within the first 10 seconds, instantly.
Money's not looking too hot here, but they're looking to try and overwhelm. Swarm these players with the pistols in hand. Close quarters is what it demands. Near side here, Rolling Thunder cuts it up from the side. Luxio, his job is just to try and contain all the way up through and to the side. He's the only one not falling prey to most of this util, but also online. Earned up And Zekken once more, he wants to try and galvanize the round. Even the adjustment and snapback from the rate. Caught unaware for about a moment. But you cannot count this Sentinels team out.
1 second got his ult online, you can easily see how that would snowball. But how did he get the first two?
Ridiculous.
God, they've just blinded up Cowanzine stuck in a corner. Looks like it's a hand off the keyboard kind of moment. He didn't have a clue what was going on there. Completely bombarded with utility in the back of sight. And a death ball for Sentinel spells death and doom for Loud. These rounds have been going at a breakneck pace.
There's no slowing down. Listen, part of the course. See mountain control, called for by Sen. They're not going to be going fast off the rip. Just want control.
And Luxio's had this ultimate ever since his phenomenal spray down round over towards B. Round like this would be the time to offload it. Should the execute actually come through.
Smart from Luxio. Inside the smoke for now as well. This is Sentinels just trying to bait out the wall now. We know it's not placed towards here. Luxio's been prioritizing, at least for now, over towards B.
But he's got good information that that wasn't just a fake take. It was supposed to be a proper bait out. And meanwhile, look at all of the information that Jazine is getting. Yeah. Showcasing this guy over towards the rubble. He's on an off angle, looking to try to take a fight. But anytime the Viper wall goes up, he's got to be a little bit cautious.
He has 2 years from afar with a fault line held. Drone to clear this, and here's the danger, and here's the stun. So, spring the trap. Pancada now is going to make another go of this one here with the near side. Lots of targets to choose from here, but Yuto's going to be pushing him back out and wide into the open, and the salvos is taking out Zekken Cowanzine. Just picks up the moment. Takes full control of this here now, and Zelsa's in the rate. Left to do it all in a 2v3. Orb down, it's Zelsa's looking for partition into the site. We'll stick to the plan. It's not the best of locations, but now that means the pit is online, and that is a win con. Stun. Ricochet's out. Danger zone for Loud here. Looking to navigate around this pit slowly and steadily. This completely changes the game though, and it turns into a game of these timings here. Attempt to punish, denied. Pancada can't lay claim to that kill. Just weaving in and out. TP's in through the back as well, and he's on that high ground perch as he drops down, just not favored for it in the rate. Happy to just absolutely slice them up.
Well, there might have been some questions about Narrate coming out here playing Tejo. It's not something that we normally associate with him. We've seen huge performances from him on the Fade in years past and for the Sentinel team. But he's out here and finds a huge round for Sen to recover this situation after John dropped over towards Rubble.
Nice Marsh!
And rounds 3 and 4 did not go the way of Sentinels, but they have recovered instantly. They did not allow it to knock their confidence one bit. And talking about confident fighting, they might be ready to take another aggro peek towards Rubble. But this round, Zekken doesn't charge headfirst forwards.
It's the same trap play that we saw prior from Loud. If the door gets opened, attempt to trigger it. And here it is, fault line, salvos off to the side. They've seen this one, it's a familiar scene, bang! He's barely alive, single digits. John QT just holds down that one avenue.
How'd he survive?
It. Not too sure at all. Just shredded at 2 bits. But Sentinels are the ones who are finding their way forwards. Outlaw shotgun wide and missing, but there's a shotgun to the face. No surviving that. Bloodbath over here towards A Rubble.
The flash just causes Sentinels to be panicked for one moment more. And Luxio, he's recovered a Vandal in the midst of all of this.
He's going re-exploring.
Has just missed the timing though by the look of things. Zekken still holding the angle. And Luke, without the armor, is going to go down immediately there. Very well navigated here from Sentinels. I was worried because it looked like they hadn't really communicated how that had worked last time. We saw Zelsis trigger the same trap play. I thought John was caught dead to rights. Somehow, I think just on the very edge of the salvos manages to stay alive. Salvos do slightly less damage at the edge of it. Right. Gets the ult online, which is going to be useful for this next round. Look at the ults available for round 8. I mean, it's going to be a bloodbath. Loud surely investing everything into this one.
You can see it. I mean, listen, that was potentially a bit of a preview over towards A Rubble of what we're about to see on this next round. Pancada going hunting. He's not going to be receiving any exits, though. Everybody from Sentinel's just sitting nice and pretty over towards Man, so they'll be able to exit with their lives.
Sentinels have been taking some portion of the map early on, but they have been mixing it up between Mound and Rubble. Hard for Loud to get a good read on where exactly they should be stacking if they want to close these rounds out quickly.
Yeah, just trying to be unpredictable.
But this
I feel good.
next round is everything for Loud. They're buying up fully. Just jumps the end of that one. Yeah, okay, nothing to see here.
One enemy remaining.
Got 3 very unethical buckets. Feel like Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
Did you make how much of that?
You wouldn't understand sports references?
No, I genuinely wouldn't. Me, sports right over my head, mate.
Oh, they're going to take a tactical timeout here, Loud. I'm surprised by this, because surely in the previous Eco, they were discussing this round and what to do. This one is so pivotal. If they lose, Loud are forced down onto an Eco. They have 3 massive ultimates to work with. Vice, Tejo, Breach. Huge round-winning ultimates, any single one of them, and they have 3. You need to invest them, but you need to come up with a game plan that actually gives you the highest chance of success. And maybe this is where we're seeing, you know, not having an IGL on board, or at least Pancada picking it up for, you know, the first time. Maybe not feeling as confident making that call off barrier.
For sure. It's hard, really, honestly, with so many moving pieces into a roster. If you have a set play with ults, I mean, good luck, to be honest. That's one of the things you develop later.
Yeah.
Once you've got a concrete team and you've been scrimming for a while with players that you know.
So what does the defensive setup look like then? The players are in spawn, now scrambling to get into positions that SDK's laid out for them. Both initiators over towards A. But playing over towards tree, so maybe some kind of re-clear. A breach ult re-clear perhaps with Tejo ult on top, and Digizine just charges down. You can definitely see it.
Yeah, we're seeing it. 2 years holding full on, I believe, just for the line. The angle potentially, they're just letting loose of all sorts of util right at the beginning here. That's a TP committal. No way, Bang's just all the way in through that spawn. He is isolated. In the midst of this one, he's causing all sorts of confusion. 2 years. Onto the timing, and he's just about missed it! Bang! Just pounces and strikes back, and this guy, the Fox in the pen once more.
He's pulling all of this attention towards himself.
Look at him.
And Sentinels will have a free walk into B.
He just misses the timing himself. Listen, swings and roundabouts.
But now there's no smokes. Everybody from Sentinels coordinating to get past that Vice wall all at the same time, but pressure's on. They have to fight forwards. They can't just smoke off avenues.
Drone broken early. SEN realize it. Taking up a bit of control now over towards B main onto site. Big ults online. Steel Garden avoided. Armageddon is the next layer of this one. How the hell do you avoid it? You're going to skip forwards instead into Digizine, waiting. Rifle in hand here, and I'll push straight out of the picture. The rate just isolated out of the fight. There's no way he can win that from that spot. Now, Loud so far being tested a few times onto their B retakes. This time, I mean, he had a lot of ults to work with to make it possible, but so far, so good.
It was a bit worrying when Tui's fell, because that's one of those massive ultimates that they had to work with, but now you're talking about it a bit of a silver lining. The Vice ult pushed everybody into Blue Room, so that was the only real safe place to play in order to keep your primary weapons online, and that's why the Kawanzin's Tejo ult comes down in that area too. Very well coordinated from Loud, and not really the game plan. That wasn't what STK presumably was discussing. Here's a brawl though. Yep. They still have that breach ult available, remember. 2Es in a spot where he could use it.
TP seconds all the way in here. This is Loud players corralled. All the way onto the site. Door opens up. That's going to be the fault line layered down. Just an attempt at stall from these Loud players, really, but they're just looking to hold their ground a little bit further. Still suppressed up to Digizine. You dare really overstep yourself here and take this fight. It is actually pretty perfect. Tracks well onto the angle, but he's opened himself up to Zeltis. Instant response from Kawazin. Rolling thunder now. And you're vulnerable up, yet Kawazin still delivers. Stun ricocheting down to the side, and that's a steady aim and steady hand from Luke Show to stand his ground against the raid into that spot. Sidestep, tip tap. 2Es looking to double up and high-low potentially, and they know they've got Bang cornered.
Bang not even realizing that Pancada's coming around behind. That tap of the door does absolutely nothing. They know still which direction he's coming from.
All cleared out. And look at it here. Very much set in stone. It's 2 years. He's holding on to a bit of util. Guns out potentially now. And there it is, faced up into the end. So,
beautiful round again from Lucio. Just showcasing mechanical brilliance. Digizine too, though. Remarkable to not overstep himself whatsoever in that situation.
Oh my goodness.
But this kill, inside the stun and having the patience just to hold it, and Array goes for the swing just a second too early.
That's cold from Lucio.
Hoping that he would find their Lucio scrambling, panicking, running away. Instead, Lucio just holds his ground, takes the fight, and wins it out. Narrate 11-3, by the way, so absolutely no slouch of a performance over here from the Sentinels flex player.
A different setup from Loud as well, different look entirely. Moving Lucio's setup over towards A now, I've had enough of it. Throw it over the top, that's a good connection. Pancada is going to be caught there, but 2Es might attempt to slow them down. He's got that held down now. Fault line has the door open wide, and you've triggered a trap entirely! Digizine! My God, man! No!
He didn't quite have it. He couldn't quite get it under control for the final kill. That would have made for a sick clip. Denied in the end, but all right. Yeah, he can't believe yeah, he just whiffed towards the end, but that's all right. The first four were magical. And this is a really unusual way of playing this setup, but the Paranoia could not have connected better. That was absolutely remarkable from Pancada. All four players caught perfectly within that little cone.
Yeah. I mean, a reasonable reaction when you're frying like that. Digizine is on an absolute tear.
Set up perfectly in that round, though, for the 4K. And the pressure back onto Sentinels. It's 5-5 half, but this map can often lend pretty attack-sided, and this is now 3 in a row for Loud. The final 2 rounds are going to be everything. SEN need to be able to navigate these kind of spots. They didn't quite anticipate that level of a trap coming out. Normally, teams are going to have some kind of setup to dodge that. But this composition's pretty all in. I mean, it's not quite like a comp that we would see from G2, for example, where Jorgamo can go forwards on the Yoru and then get out of dodge.
Yeah.
SEN were really more committed there to their positioning over towards Mount.
Well, here's another big group up here. Zelsis is going to be holding down towards B. Implies that they want to potentially pivot into B if they gain control of A rubble. Up the first ask, though, of Sentinels. They're going to be meeting quite a lot of pushback, it looks like.
They might be expecting another seed trap because John's one away from his breach ultimate, but both teams looking like they want to take the clash, take the fight over here on rubble.
B over the top, man.
And bang, he's a little bit lucky that nobody was fighting that.
I know. Trying to pass out what was happening there. Blue flames in your face. Fault line as the door gets opened wide.
It looks very dangerous, but Loud are not committing to this too early on. Does John feel safe enough to go for this ult orb?
My ult's ready.
Pivot, I think, is being thought about. Shock. No way, no way! Digizine! Just slips his way all the way past this one, and a few stray bullets again. He's there sighted. There's a collection. Bang follows up. Tiny windows of opportunity that Loud are happy to pounce on.
Yeah, Digizine swung inside of his own team's aftershock there. But 2Es, speaking of which, completely caught dead to rights. Bang has been so opportunistic in this round, and he's found them too to get it back into a 3v3.
He'd be quick up towards Heaven as well. He's going to gain some control on through the high ground here. Loud, no choice now but to wait it out. Take this retake together.
Pretty heavy util advantage in favor of Loud. I mean, the Pancada Paranoia is one I'm looking at.
Snakebite is going to be slowing this one down ever so slightly. Still some util being held, and that's Narrate taking a fight. Oh, okay. Paranoia held. Ready for the timing, and here it is. Sending it flying forwards here as the 3 players get into spot. Along with the salvos as well, wide open into the fight. Zelsis! He's done up dirty! Oh my goodness!
He can't be getting away with that. Wide swinging out. He got caught by the utility. The whole point of the retake is to put players like Zelsis into awkward positions there. Pushed way out into a sightline that Loud are already controlling, and a rare whiff from Lucio and Kawanzine. Not able to get the collection, and 3 in a row. Almost doubling the kills that Zelsis has got on board. Final round of the half here. John, He put a heavy emphasis on getting this breach ult online in the previous and then got caught by Dijazine.
Another play to be made towards C-Mount again, just where the bodies are going. Flash potentially, here it is, fault line, glide to the side as well. You have to have a steady aim and a steady hand! Pancada! He's happy to just literally put an end to any sort of funny business. Sen, we're going for, it's ult expended. Rolling thunder to no avail from Sen.
Drone is down.
Send that one flying forwards here.
Bit overconfident there from Sentinels. They were so... They just put all of their eggs in the basket that they would be able to collect a fault line and a neon slide.
There.
Put themselves in a really difficult spot. Looking like a 6-6 half.
Smoke in your face. For Sentinels, they're going to be creeping around the map, hoping that they can find a weak spot in the defense of Loud. Snake bite as well, lane claim. Okay, there's a kill with Pancada falling.
That's just the salvos. Caught Pancada out completely. He was holding Paranoia in the back of water. Caught in a bad spot, used the Paranoia, wasted it, died.
Oh, they got their backs to all of this here. There's a timing to be taken. Loud just about missed it. This is Sentinels grouped up. Spike exchanging hands. This is Zelda's one away. They're going to be a pit to play in over towards B. Now the B retakes have been good from Lau, but it's an extra element that they might not be accounting for all the way through and to the side. And that is rapid from the rate. He's going for it. John at his side. And Luke Shaw now left to pick up those pieces. With the pit in his face already decayed down 2 single digits, and he's got an inclination and he's found it. With the pit drop down now wide, still it's a steady climb up the mountain. And a hell of a time and a task for Luke Shaw. He's going to try and isolate that fight. Hold on.
Beautiful.
Incredible peek at that.
You have to be smarter
The now sticking half already. Where's the follow-up? Narrate. Narrate expects it to just be fake info. That is cold. Luke Shaw. Just remarkable. Brink, man.
He is so cold out here on the stage. How has he pulled that one out? A 1v3. A spot that Sentinels did such a good job of recovering too from a Pancada getting caught out in the open, having a bit of a nightmare of a half, but Luke Shaw, just miracles. This wide swing is gorgeous. And he saw the salvos coming from Blue Room, realized the Narrate was going to be on the wrap. Outplayed.
6-6 half here. An incredible beginning, really, overall to Lotus. We're going to set it down to the floor. Riv is standing by with a special guest. We've got Redux.
Yes, I am here with Sentinels Qbert Academy. Redux here hanging out in the Riot Games Arena. It's your first time, too. How you enjoying it?
I'm doing good, doing good. It's nice studio. And thank you to the fans for having me here. I appreciate it.
Heck yeah, very cool. You guys just had a really big win against Winthrop University. How's the team doing in Challengers?
It's doing good, it's doing good. Still need to be way better, for sure. But, you know, we're getting there, slowly but surely.
All right, I was looking at your Agents Played list. When am I going to say Waylay in there? Is it going to get in the mix? What are you favoring right now, though?
Might see me on some Tail, some Breach. We'll see, we'll see.
Okay,
you know, coming after John here. John, you better watch out, boss.
I like that, I like that. And as I let you go here, what are you thinking for the second half? We just saw Luke Shaw going crazy. He's kind of spicy this series.
Yeah, incredible game here from both of these teams. And Luck XO is actually, he's a monster, he's different. So shout out to him for showing up.
Yeah, Redux, thank you so much for your time, my man. Take care. And we are going to go ahead and throw it back to the casters so they can get back in the game.
Just a phenomenal game that we've had so far. Really just being treated, I think. The fact that we're seeing, you know, Sentinels had a few weeks underneath them now as well to solve a lot of their issues. They're looking like they're in very good form. And honestly, the same could be said for Loud, honestly, with the introduction of the fella that was just mentioned there in the interview. Luke Shaw has just been dominant.
He's been an absolute monster. He's been so tough for any team he's played against to get a handle on. And yet Loud still find themselves 0-3. Still find themselves a map down in this. And it's a 6-6 half that they've had to claw themselves back into. They've won 4 of the last 5 rounds. But some of them with, again, miraculous play.
Yeah.
That final 1v3 was something you won't see very often, and yet Luke Shaw has been pulling them out. Digi picks up the Sheriff to work with here to start out on the attacking round. Second looking to try to find a timing to re-clear.
Sliders of angles here, just a shoulder poking out. Dijazine facing that shot, and here's a little bit of a play that was cooked up earlier as well. Still trying to swing into that one. There's going to be reinforcements. Loud arriving onto the scene of the crime.
Kawanzine actually used the salvos, but I think Sentinels were just about to overextend themselves. Might have ended up working against him there. Fast pivot called, but not quick enough. Bang and John, I think you're here in time to defend this.
Yeah, smoke's already up into their faces.
So really, what you've got is a bit of a stalemate here. Zekken maintains a bit of info over towards A, and Loud, with a minute on the clock, have still just got to take stock, think about where they want to go. And you see here on the pistol that Luke has bought both Thorns. So he's got crazy stall potential against Sentinels if he can get into a position and use both of these.
Here's the stomping. He knows that someone's on the case. Already smoke's going to be propped up into their face. So Thorn's broken. Not going to be slowed down here. Puts a bit of extra threat. The Sentinels could be playing for this one. It's a TP up close into heaven. Trying to take these fights straight to them. Loud. Regaining control of this one as the doors open wide. No corner clearance, I should say. Bang, though. Sees one of his own. Going to start an attempt to try and float all the way back in through this one. Bang. He's quick with the trades on top of it. Still Loud. And every single option really accounted for there.
Another spot on the attack side where Loud go back over to Luxio's position. The rookie finds them an opening, an avenue into B. And Zelsis completely got the wrong read on what was happening there. When Zekken got killed over towards Heaven, he just assumed that nobody would still be holding on towards B main. Assumed that everybody on the pistol round had pushed forwards to take aggressive positions. So they were ready, they were waiting. And all of the early momentum in this game, it feels gone for Sen. There's been a streak of rounds for Loud.
The damage and the punish. It's a cheeky play overall from Sentinels, looking to see if they can do anything at all. With classics in hand.
Luke with a ghost on the flank. He's taken down Zelsis.
He's going to be pushed and pressured, at least off to the side here. A lot of bullets flying his way. He'll attempt to stay alive as well, just to buy as much time as possible. Loud just looking all the way towards the A site.
And Loud, because of the purchase, they're allowed a couple of deaths in this. They don't mind too much if Luxio and Pancada die, or even some of the others, as long as they're able to recover rifles.
Just holding it down.
Cover going out.
Damage done by Sen. It would be ideal for them here, but just lying in wait as well inside these smokes. Probably waiting for the time to tick down at this point. Loud to go on aggro. Clearing out towards Heaven, but...
Yeah, just looking to die the spike at this point by the look of things.
Yeah.
It's not like they're particularly denying any specific individual. I suppose 2Es would be the closest to being able to get one of these big ults online, but Sen just trying to stay alive.
No,
or rather, specifically die in the way that they choose.
Luxio, he's gone hunting. They denied in the end. Vitally important though, playing against a team. Attack side Lotus, as you said. You know, listen, it can be snowballing.
It can be really snowballing.
You want to try and get rid of those ults, or at least deny them the ability to snowball.
I think we're going to see this fall on the flank a fair amount. Zelsis likes to try to get a read on what the attackers are doing, but Luke has just been so excellent at holding the opposite side of the map for Loud. Every single map he goes to.
Let's go.
I can't imagine that this would be any exception. Clash here, both teams wanting to fight for mount control.
Flash on the salvos all going to be used. Fine approach, and okay, just clearing away as well, making sure that there's no even fight to be taken.
That's a massive utility advantage that Loud just got out of that. Not much of the breach util drawn out, but a paranoia gone.
Straight up, quick pivot all the way over towards A. Now they're getting a move on.
There.
Hear the rumbling of the footsteps. Zelsis trying to lay claim to this site. He needs some backup. It is arriving just in time, just in case it is real presence. But they pulled so much util out. He's got nothing in the back pocket to slow this one down. Fuel timing's down, just trying to dodge and juke this timing to be taken. Paranoia, though, is good, connects. For Loud themselves, are finding it difficult. But they're going to have to look towards A. They have no B main control for a quick pivot through the blue room. If they do it, it's ever so risky. Plant down now. No pushback. Off angle. Jump spotted around, and the stun connects. I believe onto both of the players. Yeah, Tajazim was slowed down himself as an aftershock out wide. Loud. They know exactly what to expect. Flushing these players out wide, but not anticipating the drop down there from John. Still up from the top. That's a quick trade indeed by Kawazine.
Very well handled in this round from Loud.
Yeah.
Dijazine just going for the walkout through tree. Takes the risk, finds that the site is completely open. And then beautiful clear onto Pit. Like you said, I think there was a bit of a team stun in the middle of that, but it didn't matter because the aftershock came through afterwards. Has been impressive, the way that Loud have been playing today, considering they're bringing it to one of the teams that went to Masters Bangkok, representative from Americas. And, you know, all of this after making a lot of roster changes recently and changing their IGL, changing the role that Tui's is playing. And it's not like his util has been bad.
Now, 2 years is really taken quite well. I mean, listen, he's been sat at the bottom of the scoreboard, of course, but it's about the setup, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, see him, he's empowering Digizine a lot.
Pancada had like 1 kill for so much of the first half.
Yeah.
But he was still getting really good util usage. It's like that they may be overloading their bandwidth slightly by trying to think about how to play the game as optimally as they can. So maybe some of that attention isn't able to be put onto the crosshairs, but they do have a stacked roster. It's not like you actually need Pancada and Tui's playing the best we've ever seen them in order for this squad to have a lot of firepower. That's one of the things that Loud have just in buckets is firepower from this roster.
Abundance of it.
And Sentinels, they are in a rough spot right now. Loud put together 3 really nice rounds to start off this attack half. They've immediately grasped control.
I mean, if you're looking at the timeline, it's, what is that? Last 8 rounds? Only 1's been won by SEN.
Yep.
So that's what you're seeing, the timeout taken off here. This is all the wind in the sails are Loud. We're looking to take it to the finish line of Lotus, bring us to Haven.
And remember, this was a map where we've seen the success from Loud in the past and not exactly been Sentinel's home ground. You'd be looking more towards maps like Split for that. Recently, Haven, I feel like the Haven performance against EG was remarkably good, but it's tough to tell when you play against EG. Don't mean to throw shade, have them catch a stray in the middle of this, but it's tough to rate them, or rate teams that play against them. Zekken has a hero rifle, and if SEN ever needed a hero, it would be here. The slow siege on the attack side has not been going their way.
Yeah, tiptoeing around here. They want Zekken as that point of contact. Hoping to set up a bit of a trap play as well, contacting most of the way. That's Pancada receiving the brunt of it. Celsius is really overextending any sort of advantage that they're hoping to lay claim. And Lucio,
he's so good at mopping up space when he knows it's uncontested.
Yeah.
He just takes it and so rarely gets punished.
Very good level of awareness from the newcomer to the Loud squad. TP up to the top. Isn't the timing, but seeing the legs and yeah. He's going to be chopping them off at the knees.
Zekken, maybe with an Avenue actually here to take some kind of fight and narrate.
Hey,
that's just blind.
Yep.
He knows the Pancada was up there.
Didn't reposition, 2 years, sticking that plan down.
If Cohentin gets caught, the round has a different flavor to it. He's really got to keep his position up here.
Yeah, Zekken though, he's making moves already. We're towards it with stun, line, spots Kawazine out. No, he's there. 1 bullet fired towards him. What is that? Can't quite control the rifle into his hands though, so... yeah, okay. Whenever we see the gun in Zekken's hands, you're going to think there's some danger towards it. But at this point now, okay, it's 10-6, Loud. And that timeout taken by SEN, this is the round that it was looking towards.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot from Zekken, but that's all it is, 1 shot.
Yeah.
Whereas you're looking at the other side, and Loud have got 2 players. Luxo at 20 kills, Digizine at 19 kills. Both of them with double the next highest on the scoreboard. Kanzine at 9, Pancada 7, 2 is 4. And they are the 1-2 punch that is knocking Sentinels out here on Lotus.
Loud forced into a bit of a slower pace, I think. Just the nature of the comp that they're playing against, so not willing to make too many mistakes off the rip.
Bang's job is to draw out as much util as possible here. Get early information.
Doesn't break the jar.
Yeah, that's going to be tough.
It's going to evacuate entirely. So not suppressed up. Loud going to be taking control of C-Mount.
And there is no help coming early. He is dead alone right now.
Triple flank occurring. I mean, it's a steel guard and it's going to be easily Sank giving up and over towards Loud. Instead, SEN opting all in very much this 3 players working their way in through the flank as a wall. It's going to be signifying a lot of when that time is to be taken.
And you get to see the reaction here from Loud. Do they flip it? Do they all fight with Dejazine? Or do they go back and reinforce Mound? 4 players looking to fight Mound.
The rate's been left behind as well. That door's going to be opened up. That's an aftershock into the corner, but a stun is good. Even better than that! Come play into the hands of Zelsis. This is a complete mop-up, one would say here. Leave it just to Dejazine, but those boxes are not much in the way of cover.
They had a one-way over towards spawn. Dejazine had full information over towards spawn. And Loud made the decision there to go back and fight the flank. They committed resources to it. There were 4 bodies there. And yet they could not stop the flood of Sentinels pouring in through Mound and Door. Ooh. A great 2K from Zelsis, but also all set up with the breach utility. Nice! 10-7. Super important round to get on the board there for Sentinels. And that's going to fire them up, make them believe that it's all doable. But that was on the retake. They haven't really been able to stop Loud. But once again, they're going for a similar kind of thing. This is looking
similar.
So similar to the previous round. But with more of a focus, you could argue, towards B main in case Pankara or Luxo are looking to try to lurk up there.
Coming through.
Smoke's going to be renewed here, but a spam again. Bang is hoping that he can hunt down the drone itself, but it tags up onto him.
So that means no smoke, no paranoia that he could potentially be throwing out.
No follow-up, though, from Loud. They weren't really eager to take control towards it. Another drone for the mid-round information. We're at the minute mark now, and Luxo has usually been the player to try and lurk his way up. Celsius is way ahead of most of this one here, but a util a little bit better now, and there's that return. Spotting all those bodies, making the call. An immediate attempt to try and pivot over towards C once more. Bang, looking to redeem himself, but just caught into the corner. There's no escaping that.
Loud with the player advantage, but they did get caught in a situation like this before. Do they know that there's nobody on the flank? Pankara is holding that position in a really deep angle this time. And they got to hear it right now. The Stampede coming through, the flash and the peek.
In through the back as well. Slowly picking away this Sentinels retake. No smoke as well to obfuscate this one. It's planted for Mound on top of it.
Yeah, it's a slam dunk for Loud. They have Breach Ultimate, they have Aftershock. Salvos are going to be coming back online. It's unlosable.
We're trying to clear most of this here, but as we've already mentioned, there's no safe avenue or angle whatsoever. That's a rolling punter. Silver lining at the end of the day for Sen, but for Loud, they're just focused on getting up to that 11th round.
And they certainly will. The punish this time onto Bang. A little bit more decisive than it was in the prior. Dejazine ran in knowing that there would be no contest. And I'm just loving watching Luxo in these kind of spots. The whole point of Sentinel's defenses in this round is find Luxo, run him down, and then we can focus on the retake. And he still takes one with him.
Yeah.
He still finds an opportunity to keep it into a 4v4. And then when Bang falls on the opposite side, it's kind of game over already.
Almost always feels like the case.
Zekken picks up the operator. I don't think DG was doing very much up in on defense himself. So this is one of the first times we're seeing it.
Another attempt over towards A here from Loud. And a TP into the opposite direction. Wait a second, it's a full commit. Second, I think he's heard it. And he potentially has put a movement. Oh my goodness! Happy feet indeed to Paranoia to try and push them back entirely, but Pankara has been picked 2 pieces. Bang! Supplemented, a bit of fire blindly into the smoke! And he follows up entirely. The pivot is called for, but steady aim and a steady hand from John QT. Finally shuts down this rookie player who's been running rampant with the lurks.
That was a mad play from Zekken. He used confusion on his opponent. Super effective. He was just running around, sliding in and out. Pankara didn't know what to do. He teleported away straight to his death.
Yeah.
And now, too, he's looking like he's going to head into this high-low setup. This was the point of having the operator over here to begin with, was to reinforce Bang and make sure that Dejazine was going to run into a nasty surprise if he did try to run down Sentinel's Omen player. Pivoting around the map, too, he's just doing what he can. Seems unlikely he would even get up to another Breach Ultimate, to be honest, by the end of the map, but that's what he's going for. But in a 1v5, he's not going to have too much success.
No.
But this one does not feel super replicable. Pankara just kind of sent himself into spawn and in some sense, was unlucky not to come away with a kill.
Yeah, I can kind of understand the idea by Loud.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams do that.
So
Where they
rubble fight, you're trying to force the, rotation, I suppose, from Zekken.
Yeah, and also, you're just looking to pinch the C players. You're supposed to put as much pressure as you can onto somebody like Bang, and then as he runs backwards, he's getting caught by an Omen in spawn. It can be a really effective way of executing onto C, but I mean, you look what happened. Pancada's brain just got fried. He was like, what on earth is this weird Neon player doing? And teleported away. He got scared. He teleported away straight to his death. But now that it actually becomes a bit of a challenge for Zekken to figure out what to do with this op. Because he's given away that he's played it last round on C.
Yeah.
Do you just go for the same thing again?
I'm a fan of shoring up the C approach. Bang's been holding this one alone with just the one way, and he's been getting caught out with a stun, can't quite break Stealth Drone when it was heading towards him.
Again, the idea here is that Bang is the bait, and if Dejazine takes the bait and starts to run him down, Zekken's got to cover it with the op. And they have been trying to stop Luxio from doing this the whole game.
Off angle. Narrate's ready for it this time.
One of the first times we've seen him punished.
Becoming quite predictable to a degree here. There's going to be that drone. It's broken in time. Fault line actually does connect onto both.
Yeah, Zekken's got to make sure he doesn't get caught by that. If there was a real follow-up there, and both of the SEN players could easily be caught dead to rights.
Oh! What? Where you pulled that one from, Kawazine?
Filthy.
Quick reactions.
But it's John jiggle peeking that's going to see this.
Sees it.
Has fault line, aftershock, breach ultimate. So many tools to stop this B finish.
Stunning his face, and well, okay, Digizine's going to be laying siege now over towards this B site. Like you said, though, still got that rolling thunder. Now is the time to strike. He hears it too. He's committing it into the plant. Doesn't get it off. It's perfectly timed at that. There's a stun at the feet of Digizine, and the aftershock as well. Pushed them right out into the open. Time for the taking. It's the lives of Loud, and still tip-tap to the side instant with the trade. John, it's been good for it right now. In the playmaker, up into the hands of Bang, though. Will slow down how fast he can really hope to play this one. The smoke propped up into your face, Pancada.
Kawanzin's had a good reposition here.
Paranoia forwards, dash forwards as well, and that TP off to the side as well. You're cutting it up, causing a little bit more confusion into the fight. Kawazine onto that high ground approach to Salvos as well, and he reveals his hand at that still. Heads on a swivel from the Sentinels players. A lot of angles to watch for, a lot of angles indeed, but Bang, he's got it well trained, well versed with it, and a quick attempt tapping away with a rifle from Kawazine, not enough to make the right moves. It's 11-9. Sentinels are clawing back the necessary rounds.
And the details are there, right? The Rolling Thunder was perfectly timed from John QD. Oof. Stops the plant from going down perfectly, and then Zekken swaps weaponry with Bang so that Zekken can start that retake, get in off the back of the aftershock, get the denial on the plant, and then Bang throws down a smoke and holds an angle.
Good job.
Loud taking a tactical timeout here, the second of the game. And despite the fact that they've been pretty broadly in control for the middle of this map, this will be the last timeout available to both of these coaches. Round 21, they get them back in OT if we end up over there.
Yeah.
And at this point, it feels like that's the kind of direction we're headed.
Loser's bonus is going to be in full swing for Loud. Might be able to scrap together a buy if they end up losing this one, but there is a lot of importance on it because steadily but surely, SEN are catching up to you.
I think the operator is going to start becoming a bit of an albatross around their neck. It's tough to find enough good defensive game plans with the op that don't just involve you giving up a bunch of space at the start of the round. You still do want to challenge over some spots and use the neon stuns and fight. So I don't think Zekken can start all of these rounds with the operator in his hands. You see here that John actually begins the round with the op. It's going to get a little bit awkward. Because you've got to be varying up these defensive setups. You can't just be running the same thing over and over.
It's going to be another bloodbath. We'll see if it's opted into on either side.
If John opens the door and hits a shot with the op, that's just ridiculous value from your breach.
Could happen. Here it is. Barriers are dropping. We'll see it. The util's going to be layered down just in time, and indeed it is. Loud are trying to fake like they are just lurking. Just Luxio was the one who threw out a bit of that util. Pit to deal with as well for Loud. Now towards C.
But they have left Bang here.
Inserted. And he's alone as well, so might be able to find...
Well, John is coming back over, but he doesn't really have a weapon to be able to fight with. So John would be swinging to trade with an op. It's weird, it's awkward.
Yeah. Phone line's going to be narrowly avoided here, but the drone still needs to be taken care of. It's cleared the way, mostly. Not quite. They didn't even break it. That's a big tag onto multiple players. Dodge at a flash on top of it. Loud is sticking around for this one, looking like they want to try and square up and posture. Potentially out with the shoulders, and that's bang. Head taken clean off. All's going to be dropping. John onto the angle, onto this line with the operator into your hands to see what you can possibly do, but he doesn't want to re-peek into it, and there's an off angle for you. Narrate. Getting a bit of a read in terms of how they're playing. Maybe not the intended target, but going to be happy with the kill nevertheless. 4v4 now. Savo's out wide, and it's getting personal here, and it's getting tricky for Zekin. No gun out to really try and take that fight in time, and the Narrate's still holding it up. On for the high ground here. There's an Armageddon, and slow down! He's missed the timing onto it. Wanted to try and get his own ult off in time, but it's been narrowly avoided. Just dodged to the side. This is Loud in control. Ujazine holding it down, just spots it. Perfect with a crosshair placement. Let's see if he can claim another! Was it ever in doubt?
John really did find it so awkward in that round, roaming around with an op that he couldn't use to trade anybody else. Loud get themselves up to 12. And I think SEN, they're kind of done with that experiment. What an opening from Tushazine as well, just ripping off Bang's head towards Rubble. Came around the corner and slapped Bang.
That's Loud up to 12.
Still being powered by the 1-2 punch of Tushazine and Luxio.
Once more. How this one goes. Slowly. Loud not really opting into using too much util here, but Tushazine might just be sent flying forwards anyway. Rubble controllers essentially given up freely. And John QT's alone, isolated out towards tree. There's going to be that stun, ricocheting. And now, John's on a bit of an island. He needs a bailout fun right now here. And it's going to be Zelsis still dropped in a moment's notice. Narrate from the top. Ropes! That's just handled it adequately. More so than that, I would say. It's a 4v2 now for Sentinels.
They did handle this chaos remarkably well. Pancada and Tui's are completely stuck. These are the two bottom fraggers for Loud today. At least in this map especially. And they've got to try to pull off a 2v4. Tough situation for them.
Yeah, we'll see.
Dude, Narrate got into that position to help out his teammates so wonderfully. And taking the walk up towards stairs. Crossfire here between Zekin and Narrate. Zekin and John, pardon me.
30
Doesn't seem possible.
No. Bang just right from behind there. Oh, yeah. Bullets flying forward. Still a lot of damage, but surely going to see the collection yet with the damage done prior.
Nice adjustment of the defensive setup here. Zelsis with that orb over towards A. Has a snake bite to work with. Then he and John moving forwards around all of the different obstacles on the A side. Just getting themselves into positions. And see here how quickly Narrate and Bang actually with his ultimate came in to reinforce.
OT.
Feels doable but difficult. Loud have generally had some good ideas on their attack sides, and sometimes the eco rounds are the ones you've got to be most careful of.
Yeah, Loud up the gut. 5 players, a bit of presence being showcased. Luxio, of course, wants to be that straggler, and here it is. Ult offloaded. We're going to see it overdrive, facing forwards into the blue room as well. Many targets, but cut away your guns. And there's not too much bite left to the task. Already out wide, though. There's traces in your face, and Tui's is able to at least lay claim just 2-1, but he's, again, isolated. And there's presence on every single front here from SEN.
Do not count Luxio out, though.
He's able to work magic in moments like this, but still, surely you got to think it's undoable. It's a high-low setup. Bit of spam into the corner. Luxio just eager to see if he can force these players out wide. Bang shuts it down. 12-11 now. One more chance here for Loud.
They got a Vice ultimate to be able to work with. This round was all on Tushazine, and he got shut down to the max. Multiple stuns in his face. Peiho drone suppressing him. This round could be fairly simple. Take a look at the minimap. Loud have got an open road straight through to the A site. Sentinels looking to do a B crunch, but Pancada with his teleport, with his ultimate, plenty of opportunities to get away from this.
Should be able to escape, and yeah, they're not hiding their intent. Pancada stands his ground. He was rooted to the spot, but that should be a quick reaction indeed from Loud. Loud for the taking.
Forced into A, forced to play to Sentinel's tune and Sentinel's tempo. And John might have an opportunity as he roams around the map to get the ult orb. He did. He got the ult orb over towards C. That gets him the breach ult online. A massive tool for this retake.
Let's see it preemptively though. 2Years also earns himself up to the Rolling Thunder. There's a lot of ults online. This clash is going to be monumental to decide potentially the entire series. Lined up right here. Util's going to be extended. Exchanged up towards the high ground. Here's the Rolling Thunder and here's the Steel Garden. Lay it all the way out forwards. It's a bit of a denial of the space. It goes both ways here. Stalemate is called for, but only for a moment. Tempered and eager to draw blood. Kawazine will not be denied from the perch, but finally with those trades, it's rapidly. Sentinels collapsed upon. Loud doing all the damage in the world, and Zeltis is left to do it even more. He can't get it done. Map 3. We will be heading to Haven.
And the game is delivering, just as it did towards kickoff. Fantastic back and forth between these two teams. What an individual performance as well from Dijazine and Luxo. Having so many moments. I mean, especially towards the end, DG just turning up, popping off over 300 ACS towards the end of this game.
It's unbelievable in terms of the form these individuals have Loud. But what the changes they made as well, it's astounding. How did everybody go toe-to-toe with a Sentinels team that really were feeling like they fixed a lot of their issues. I can't really fault too much of what Sen are doing, to be honest. It's just sheer firepower. Luxo, of course, is leading it. Makes it easy if he's getting multiple kills like this, but
they end with 40 kills between them.
It's crazy.
And 11 first bloods, which is just absurd. The individual impact. And set up well by teammates in certain spots like this. I mean, Pankata and 2Es have been playing more supportively today, but they are getting the job done. And it is remarkable because you wouldn't expect it from a team that's had so many changes so quickly and is 0-3.
Oh, it's a team with nothing to lose, and we're going to be heading into map 3 with that circling around our heads. It's time for a quick break. When we come back, of course, we're going to be getting ready for that critical juncture in this series.
Better, is it? Zelsis, gorgeous from Zelsis. Doesn't get much more picture perfect than that.
De novo, ele tá esperando o Stafezinho, pancada, leva o Zander, só falta um. Pancada nele!
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to map 3. There you can see Loud alongside Coach STK. They're talking about what they're doing for map 3, but it's all part of the plan, according to what STK was saying in that coach's interview. So now he accomplished the first task, right? Went out, showed that they were the better team on Lotus, and now just went out on Haven. Literally what he said. Seems like it's all coming to fruition here, Dryad.
He knew. He was confident about going to the map 3. And also, it was the exact same score as the last time these two teams played on the same map. So that 13-11, back and forth. It was a lead that almost pushes to the overtime, but it's all good. Loud
I gotta give love, though, to Digizin, man. That dude in those A fights, he was nasty. Every time he turned that corner, just was constantly hitting heads there, Vansili. Really just felt like the individuals were really hitting here, even, obviously like Luck Show as well.
Yeah, you came into this game prepared to face against Sentinels with a different composition because Sentinels usually have been going with this double controller, a fade, solo initiator, and this time they're going back with a double initiator to be more explosive in their hits, which worked out semi-well here for Sentinels in the first place, except for these moments from time to time. But once you actually saw the Sentinels starting playing on a defense, the game plan that you had there for Loud seemed to be very similar, where you have Lucio starting to move up a little bit more, find his individual moments. You also have Digizin getting a lot of util around the site executes when they're able to scale a lot. So I think, again, it's a great macro coming out here from Loud on the attack side that even Sentinels had to be ready to kind of learn when you don't know what the IGLing of Pankata could be like.
Yeah, so many variables in this situation for Sentinels here, and it's got to be really difficult to play through. But on the same token, though, you got to also give the flowers here, Dryad, to Loud, because Luxo comes into the team. They're trying to find their identity. Pankata's IGLing now. You got Tui's back in the lineup. Vinny's gone. So much has happened. So I wouldn't be disappointed if they were struggling. But no, they're not. Instead, they look like a team that is not just competitive, but could actually take the series.
They look stronger than they've looked the entire year, and they look so good because of Luxo. I think everybody in Digizin was talking about it last match. They're trying to win because of him, because he's bringing such good energy to the team. He's also bringing so many kills to the team, and it's just a perfect combination where it seems like it's a very unique case where the player is coming in and he fits perfectly into that environment.
And just to add a little bit and tipping my hat over to Tui's as well, big responsibilities. And it almost looked in the past when Vinny was IGLing and trying to initiate engage here for Digizin, it still seemed that they were a little bit off-timed in terms of utility to support around Digizin. But Tui's has been doing a great job so far, and you're seeing the openers, the amount of first bloods or just entries that Digizin's able to capitalize thanks to that util that opens it up for him.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely was a matter of, the star players stepping up in this game, right? You had Digizin for Loud, but on the other side, too, you had Zekin with some great moments, guys. And Dryad, I mean, I think it's safe to say that, both of these guys know how to put on a show because, my goodness, the things that some of them were pulling off are just absolutely mind-blowing.
This is the duel that we talked about right before coming into this match, because these are duelists that everybody knows and has known since the beginning of VCT Americas. And for this match specifically, Second is not playing that Raze that he was playing on that last series. He's going into the Neon instead. And we're starting to see now this change of Sentinels where first they made Second play the Neon on Haven. Now they're playing into Lotus once again. And now we're actually going back to Haven for a third map. So it's all kind of connecting for this Neon. And also what Digizin was doing on it was insane.
Yeah, and just real quick too for Zekin, I like that in between these rounds where Sentinels are winning and you're seeing shots of Zekin and his reactions. We already see his evolution or how matured he's become in going into this leadership role from the chat from when he bombed out of Bangkok or when he had his conversation with Wyatt, for example. He looks like he's such a mature player and a good leader. You're seeing how vocal he is in these rounds. Before it's just thumbs up, I just aced. But now it's actually yelling to his team, kind of being like a fight merchant, with Zelsis to just hype up the rest of the team to make sure, he really wants to win. He wants to go into Toronto. He wants to get into the playoffs, and it has to be with this victory here.
Yeah, and he also does the thumbs up and a hit.
Yeah, of course. He'll have those moments for sure.
We're just getting a more robust Zekin now, you know what I mean? I mean, without a doubt, there is a lot of good to be pulled away from this Sentinels lineup here for sure. Yeah. But I am definitely on Team Loud right now just because of what I've been seeing.
Because you predicted Loud.
And I'm a gosh darn genius, kids. All right, that's just it.
It's not over yet.
Yeah.
How dare you, Dad? How dare you throw that bad vibes out there? All right, but we got Haven coming up next here. Real fast, before we go to a break, what are we expecting here composition-wise? I kind of wouldn't mind seeing Digizin continue to be on that Neon. I know that you can always play Jet here, and that's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
But I don't know, something about that agent Vansily that whenever I see Digizin on him, he just has some confidence and takes fights so willingly.
Yeah, definitely, and they've tried it in the past too with a Neon moving forward, and they've also had different looks on in initiators. But so far, with how things have been going for Lotus, I wouldn't be surprised if they want to continue bringing out a Neon for that. And it looks like you're like,
Well,
you're like,
I'm just thinking, I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real.
Okay, I like these damn dried real moments. I'm gonna have to sit in and listen.
Real.
Yeah.
It can be a Neon, it can be a Jet, but Loud is not winning against Sentinels on this last map. It's simply not happening. Last time,
the crowd just all lost their mind. I'm sure we can't hear them. But I'm sure they were just
last time it was against EG. It was a 10-2 on the attacking side where they were playing it so well. There were a couple of fakes with second on this Neon, sending the wall towards A. Then a couple of plays where Narrate is getting some insane kills in the post spawn, and then you're also having plays like Celsius playing towards defender spawn, catching a couple of the players off guard. There's so many ideas coming into this map that they showed against Evil Geniuses, and it seems like they had even more to bring.
And I want to reiterate the fact that Narrate just had to TDM on that map versus EG. He wasn't really tested in terms of like, oh, I need to like deepen my agent pool, or that conversation that he needs to be more comfortable on different roles. And by the way, he's been looking very good on Ateo in that previous map. So just overall, if he's going to be tested by the way that Loud could execute on these maps, he's going to be a pivotal key to allow Sentinels to take this to a 2-1 series.
Yeah, well, look, it's going to be a test no matter what. Both teams giving us their best here. It's Sentinels versus Loud. It doesn't get any better than this in the VCT, and this series certainly has not disappointed. But the question is, can they pull off the upset? We'll find out after this break.
Well, this is it. All or nothing. We're going to the final distance here with Sentinels versus Loud, and Haven is the map of choice as well. And there were some stern words on the analyst desk, honestly, some bold takes in terms of there's no way that Loud can take this map, but I think it's a different case, to be honest. You've got the double threat with this Loud team. The new addition of Luke Show, and we saw it in action, to be honest. He essentially fixed the calling for them, I think, with just how much he was playing, taking advantage of space, I suppose, on the lurks on their attack side. Now, Loud aren't starting on their attack side, they're starting on the defense, but they have an even different approach to that. We've seen it succeed in the past. It's Digigene, and as soon as they get an op into his hands, he can take over.
Yeah, he's a menace. And even his rifling has just been phenomenal. You saw the analyst desk breaking down the stat head-to-head of him versus Zekken. I mean, I'm taking Zekken most of the time in a head-to-head against almost anybody in Americas. But Digizene, especially on Lotus, what a monster.
Yeah.
He was putting up outrageous performances here. We saw Sentinels come out with an easy victory over EG. They just looked superb with this slight shift up of the roles. With John QD picking up the breach, Narrate playing Sova. Hadn't seen very much of that at all. And the Zek and Neon. But they've got to now showcase that they can do it against a team full of shooters. And a game where they're live as well. I mean, Digizene and Luke Show in particular are putting up outrageous performances here. And I think there's no reason to suspect that they'll slow it down.
No. It's for a Loud squad that is just hunting for their first win. For Sentinels, different stakes. A win here will lock them into playoffs within that top 4. For Loud, there's weird mathematics going on in the background. We're not even going to discuss the possibility of them making playoffs because it gets strange at this point.
Yeah.
Just know that they're out here to ruin Sentinel's day.
Yeah, yes. And of course, they'd love to have their fate somewhat in their own hands and pull off some kind of recovery. So let's have a look at here on Haven. what kind of momentum they get off to early on. Sentinels with an attack round that looks like they want to set up for a C-split. Just checking out to see if there's that classic mid-push on the pistol from the defenders.
Luxio's ahead of this one, and it is cleared in time. Instant whip it, and that's going to be the stun to lay it down. Zelsis dropped in a moment's notice, and a quick pivot and away. Dejazine just trying to scurry towards the back of the site, and hopefully the defense at least arriving in time to try and supplement this one, and guns in hand. Making sure to really put an end to all of this one. The rate. How the hell are you going to try and pave a way to victory? There's no possible way. He's got 70 health still left, alive with 4 bullets left and remaining. 2 players out wide into the open. Oh my God, this is getting messy.
1 HP. He should never have had a chance in this.
1 HP and a bloody dream with Loud. Health advantage, player advantage. Spike drop down into the middle of nowhere as long as they double up here. And with that discipline, yep. Sails away into the sunset with that pistol round win. Good beginnings here for Loud.
So confident on this pistol. Luxio's tucked into the corner, manages to pick up one because his mechanics are amazing, and then just as he flies through the smoke over towards garage window. I mean, look at him, he's in. Off the back with the stun as well. Immediately collects Zelsis and manages to scurry his way back into the backside of C. Narrate's had a hell of a game, by the way. If you want to take a look at an individual on the Sentinel side of things, he's played amazingly map 1 and 2. This is what the SEN fan base was waiting for. When is this guy going to activate? We were talking about, oh, maybe he just needs one big match. Well, he's having a great game today. It's just that Dejazine and Luxio are untouchable.
I'm out of here.
Pretty standard game plan that's going to be occurring here from Sentinels. Grab the orb, see if you can get a plant down on top of it. Maybe you can lay claim. So a couple of lives in through the back of the side, but Loud trying to play this one safe now. They're going to be regrouping. Trying to play with a gun advantage. Sentinels, they have anything else up their sleeves? They're all grouped up towards the back of the side here. That's a big reveal. Spawning all sorts of them. Util is going to have to be expended here, but a shot darts, rebounding, ricocheting, and here comes the classics, and here comes the side swing of Zelsis. Straight bullets though, straight through the wall. Will be that answer back from Lau, but this is getting more than messy. This is getting downright dangerous. Drone up and over towards the top. Has to be that exit out of this one. Dart over and around. The timing to be avoiding, and a bit of spam into the back. You're out of bullets. Mankata is barely alive. And in through the back, there's no surviving, surely. Mankata! No long for the world.
What a swarm from Sentinels. They do it again. Picking up round 2 and looking great with it. There are certain teams that look like they put a lot of focus and attention in making these rounds winnable. And SEN, they're turning me into a believer that they are one of them.
One enemy remaining.
Taking every opportunity, threatening from many different angles. The push up through garage window was crucial. The reflank through garage at the end, also crucial from John. There it is, the pop off from the shock dart kill too. I like this idea. It's a really good idea on an eco. You hide from a recon dart, you get yourself in.
Potentially seeing it though, that's going to be that wow, at least the stun coming through. Held down the line, Sentinels. They've got the guns this time. Facing into the corner, Dejazine, he's hoping, oh, yeah. Got to be an indicator issue there. Maybe just stepping into the aftershock. He was hoping that they would just not look at him.
Yeah, I don't think there was too much more that he could have done in that situation. He's just got to tuck and hope. Cleanly dealt with by SEN. Because that's a play we've seen from quite a lot of teams on these Haven eco rounds. I think I've yet to see it work actually in a match, but it is a nice idea.
It's got to be working somewhere, probably in scrims.
Yeah. Narrate gets up to his ultimate really, really quickly here. A lightning start. And he's been good, like I've said, on all 3 of the maps today. But it just hasn't made the difference necessarily. It's still been scrappy. But they have a round concocted. Louder in the right place at the right time again to try to challenge this in A lobby.
A lobby fight occurring. Sending it flying forwards here as well. This is hard committal with these bodies here, but the near side is good enough for the paranoia. You can't escape your fate. Kind of dropped down by the former teammate, and Zekken might be paving away a bit further forwards here. Dash to the side though. Not quite there. There's a flash into the corner, narrowly avoided. Dodge due to Kawazine. Steps up to the challenge once more. Round to the side. He's got those reinforcements arriving. Luxio sidestepping with the bullets. That's Narrate. Answers back rapidly at that. And this guy, I mean, it's never ending.
He's making the difference here. He's been playing great all day. Got his Hunter's Fury online. Took a tag onto Kawazine. And that gave the confidence
for Zekken to run in and try to get that kill. Didn't get it though, and it took Narrate slowly working his way forwards, being cautious of all of the peaks coming out from the flooding players, and managed to take down all three.
Marshall, take over, bro. You're so... Let's go.
He took over last time they played on Haven. He demolished EG. But Silly was saying on the desk, he didn't really even get tested in that game. Was hoping that Loud would test him a little further. As yet, he stepped up to the challenge.
And we'll see Cheeky plays in order, of course. That's a rapid shot to answer back from Luxio. Straight to the dome of Bang, but already damage is being done. Kills need to be reclaimed here, and you've got to be watching for all available angles. Zekken has been dropped. Bit of patience play still. Cleaning them all up. Kawazine now with 20 health. There's a multitude of weaponry to pick from. Not going for it though.
No, he's not going for any of it, because actually the guns have been dropped pretty far away in A lobby, and he just wants to try to take the timing.
Wait a second. That's a shot to the head, straight through the wall.
Too weak.
Yeah.
With only 20 health, not much that he could do in that situation. Let's take a look at the ultimate situation here. Taeho ult for the defenders, for Kawazine, and on the attack side, a Breach ultimate to work with. So an opportunity for them to crack a strategy just around John QD's ult here. DG.
Oh, it's fine. Take it. No. Ah, it's all right. I was going to fizz bomb.
They're talking about who wants to take the plant at the end, the plant point. DGZine has picked up that operator. This was your big win condition that you highlighted, but they're going completely away from him at the start of this round. Actually, the A long control, a fake. But now walking back into this mid pressure.
And Loud got walkabouts for themselves. Lots of bodies here. Pancada gonna try to escape. Double TP to try and get the hell out of dodge. SEN were quick to pounce onto that one, and here's another play being made.
That's so good.
He just slinks his way all the way up through C-Long.
Off the back of all of that mid-pressure, Zelsis walks up C-Long, somehow manages to evade the timing on the operator watching that. Loud have got a call. A horrible decision to save here. And they're not going to get the gun on Luxio. Narrate really is taking over. I mean, he's finding so many opportunities to exert his will upon the game. But this round, got to give credit to Zelsis for finding phenomenal lurk timing.
140 jobber. Loud just need to keep these guns intact.
And I think Loud will look back on this round and just be kicking themselves for DGZine pulling off the timing.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, that damage done prior. We'll see if they can even keep one of these guns in check. The answer's no.
Celsius opens.
5-1.
Celsius closes.
They're usually distracted once I reveal them.
Yeah, the timing that he caught up C-Long there, though, is superb. I mean, against... The whole purpose of this round was that DGZine was holding C-Long with an operator. You see him still holding it during this timing. And then Celsius walks his way up. I don't know whether DGZine made some noise, maybe heard the footsteps rotating over towards garage or something, but couldn't have been better.
No.
And Loud put everything into that round. Sure, there wasn't any ultimates being used.
Woohoo! The hunter! It's the fake hunter and the real one.
Yeah.
Wow.
But Loud have been economically ruined out the back of that. They put everything into the operator stocks, and the market crashed, and now they've got nothing.
Relatable.
You can stay with me.
Yeah.
It's all right. We can stay with Mimi, she's the only landowner.
That's true. Landlord mentioned. 5-1 though. This is SEN. At this point, you know, I've been using the word in control, momentum, everything else, but it all applies to Sentinels, even now.
Yeah, they're looking completely in control. I mean, it's like they've got a read on everything that's going on in the round. You know, a little pump fake over towards A-Long, draws out that fight through mid. They're there to punish the fight in mid, and then they're there to punish the reaction from DGZine. It just doesn't get any better than that.
Yep.
It's exactly how they were visualizing it. Now this looks like an opportunity for DGZine to get some value out of the Neon ultimate. They're going to be stunning, salvoing, running down there with Neon. Can Sentinels control the aggression once more?
No,
they're actually doing it off sound.
SEN are playing this one patiently and passively enough.
Trying to find
the best value they can off the back of the Neon ultimate, because it doesn't last very long anymore.
Cage triggered.
Salvos, tricky spot to be playing into. You got your cage propped up, gives you a bit of safety, but okay, gun in hand.
He doesn't even get the chance to use the ultimate. I mean, what more are you looking for there?
Yeah. Walking up though into this trip setup. Luxio not relying onto this one, but when everybody's just steadily crawling up onto the line, a bit of raw spam there. Stinger in hand is not quite the gun for it. Still steps forwards. But Second getting tripped up twice in the making. Double TP out and away. Pancada calls for that evacuation, just trying to play his life out. And Cam's going to be spotting out all sorts of business as well. These players are trying to swarm and hunt down the straggler that is Zelsis. But as mentioned prior, this guy is the hunter right now. He is the dangers.
He is the Eco Cobra.
Yeah.
He strikes when the money is low. 6-1. This round, I'm confused why Digizine did not trigger the go signal. I mean, he's got a stinger in his hand, but the whole purpose of this round surely is for DG to get set up with his ultimate. I mean, maybe not. Maybe he just wants to use it in a round where he has the op, so that at least you know, when you get overwhelmed, you can pop the Neon ultimate and have some value. But Loud, again, they've got everything in the bank right now. They have the op online. They have 5 ults online. If they can't win a round like this, they're not going to win hardly any on defense.
Tight angle for Digizine. Flash into your face as well. Hopping around. I don't know where that shot went. It's just a little bit wide, but that's a stun connection. Hunter's Fury sidestepping and dodging. Luxio stays alive for now. Already C-site has been gained. Granted, given up over to Zekken.
Both of the big ultimates are yet to rotate around.
TPs.
All 3 in spawn. They have Taeho ult reach up, but they can't really play to flood. It'll have to be a big set retake.
Hyper aggro. It's SEN just trying to feign like they're holding on to backside control. A lot of Util going to be expended on top of it.
Dude, look at
this. Rapid flank going to be occurring. He just needs his team to be buying time as well. You're seeing it ult offloaded. Armageddon as well, straight up the gut. And now Zelsis has to be that playmaker. Time is of the essence, but he's got to play it patiently, not give anything away into the moment. Darts up and overhead. A quick tap as well. What is the next line of defense for all of this? TP up close to the top lines. And Sentinels, they're going to scatter out to the wind.
Another textbook round from SEN. Setting Zelsis up on a deep, deep look, and then baiting out those ultimates, making it feel like they're playing on site, forcing the ults out early, and then all playing an off-site setup. Where is that? He's got an ear piercing.
Yeah.
And like I said, if Loud can't win a round like that, where they've used every ult.
One more first month than I did last map. Yeah! Yeah!
It's just excitement on every front from SEN.
They're playing a pretty perfect game right now. And this is one of the maps that used to be towards the bottom of their pool. They were so struggling on this map when it came to Kickoff. Start of the year, they were banning it. They were playing the Yoru ISO comp and they looked lost on it. But this, they've really found their groove. This is now 2 times in a row that the attack side has looked picture perfect. C-site, nobody home. Luxio hoping that he can take a duel over towards Garage. Zelsis has actually been more of a monster on the Cypher than Luke has so far.
Seeing a wall up and over into his face, bang. Just holding down the double doors angle. Down through the back on top of it. It's a bit of a weird one.
Go, go, go.
And Zelsis strikes, yeah. So he was just inserted over towards A, and he gives them those pivot options. Ult online, it's going to reveal all.
Can be slightly dangerous for a player to go for a bit of an aggressive lurk like this, because you risk giving away a rifle, but now he's just given himself and his team the easiest, freest entry back in. Although Loud look like they're poised ready to flood. Salvo's paranoia already could still be a scrap.
Man going down here, stepping forwards into the smoke. It's where it's going to be decided, essentially. Zelsis quickly deals with Luxio, and that's going to be the ult offloaded, but still, how the hell do you get value out of it? You don't. You just don't. Straight back to the spectator seats, and listen, 10 more bullets in the clip can't help you with that one. Oh my God, a disrespect.
He's styling on him.
Oh boy. No reaction?
No, they're cold. I mean, in their heads, that was like the optimal play to set up John for building up towards the breach ultimate.
He's locked in.
Yes, do you remember when we practiced this one in scrims?
Yes, remember when we practiced our backwards B hops up the stairs silently. through Ivy. He's a speed demon. But our former teammate couldn't do anything.
Yeah. Crossing up Bancada. It's a pity they didn't win the pistol, because it would have looked cleaner, wouldn't it?
That's a stun. Push them back. There's a second's time to shine. Full line's going to be slowing them down a tad. Heavy committal as well from just the Sentinels. They've got a lot of bodies here to try and lay siege into the A site, but they're going to give this one up. Digizine reveals his hand with the operator shot that just went wide here, so different direction to be taken now for Sentinels. Pressure exerted by Zeltis up through mid. It's going to be the breaking. Needs to be a response realistically from Loud as well to try and clear up some of this space. But Bancada, flash to the corner, tight to the corner. No one's cleared it out, but it doesn't even matter. Luke Show himself. Second, already forwards into the fight and might be able to just slip all the way behind, but NoFF is going to be revealing the job entirely. Can't quite take that timing. Just feigns like he potentially could be. Gets his team straight back into it. Bang is also just trying to fake like he could be lurking up towards A. Util's used and the cam just spots it out entirely. Salvos the next level and layer to all of this. Luke Show is online.
And it looks like he's ready to get this ace. Bang. Might end up walking straight into this.
30 seconds left.
Drop and exchange of the gun. Bang. He's got plenty of money, doesn't need to be worrying too much about that one, just wants to do economical damage at this point. But he's just been highlighted, and that's an ace! Secured up, Luke Show. We're waiting for him to really show up.
This round, a bit chaotic for Sentinels. You could see what they were going for, but the pivot through Garage after that B exploration didn't quite work. A lot of players just kind of getting caught out in the open.
Yeah, make sure to follow iBuyPower on socials, hashtag unlock your ace. Lots of giveaways to be happening. And Luke Show, you can tell he's happy with that one. Fist bumps out.
At the same time though, I mean that, you know, it's an ace, but they're down 8-2. They need way more than that.
Need every single round they can get here. Digizine with the operator again. Core part of the playbook for Loud when they're on their defense of this map, but he doesn't really get too much value. Instead, it's a pivot that's called for. Straight up through into Garage. Trip's going to be dealt with and deals with. Luke Show's just trying to at least delay him by a bit of time here. Bancada chooses that time to strike, but now he's the one being squeezed. Revealed his hand a little bit too early, but he cuts up the ankles. Luke Show and Bancada. They become that 1-2 punch. Heavy-handed with the swings, and Digizine just comes in delayed, but necessary. Third round added to the tally. One more potentially Loud can work with.
They decided to fight. They decided to brawl.
They found my wire.
I mean, they were getting overwhelmed by Sentinels in the prior rounds. And now they're just choosing the timings and choosing to scrap. Luke picks up another 3 in this round. Digizine's had some difficult shots and hasn't quite been able to land them, but throughout it all, Luke Show's been there. If they can get up to 4 and win a pistol, suddenly it doesn't matter that they lost 8 rounds in a row. But that's a tough ask still, even at this point.
Spotted out Digizine. Deep calm, and Zelsis not willing to really step over.
Headed to Luke Show. There's a one-way cage.
What? He's just pulling that one out 20 seconds into the round.
Yeah, but bit of a weird timing to be going for it, for sure.
Second one for good measure. Throws this one down here. It's going to be that drone to try and clear close. That's broken though, and it's trying to bait Kawazine in. Something is going to be smelling off here for Sentinels if they're aware. They've got all their faculties. There's a flash and a peek around to the side, and Digizine, I don't even know if they're realizing that Kawazine's still there, still Sen. Don't like the look of it. Over towards A is a dangerous place, and down towards the back of B now. Still, Trip, fairly broken, a bit of punish inside. Luke Show's just laying down some heavy fire suppressive element. Aftershock as well, seeking to delay. This is Loud. Surrounding, slowly tightening the net.
You have to fight over one of these connectors, and they don't look like they're in position to.
Oh, here it is, rolling thunder though. Asking you shall receive.
But
They're
who
going to try and push the
follows up?
back all the way up. Who is following up? That is the question. Intruder smoke. And it surely won't save you. Luke Show just narrowly off the mark with that one. Significant amount of damage done to John QT, and up a flash as well to push them back. Here's a fight in through Garage. Narrate just strikes from the side. The critical one, Digizine in and through. Sentinels! They're just filling the streets with blood. 2 years is finished. And a 9-3 half. Sentinels can be happy with it.
Scrappy end to the half there from Sentinels. Having to make something out of nothing with that ult. Nobody really in position to be able to play off it. John does it himself, dives into the smoke, picks up the kill onto Luke. And then Narrate finds a nice timing onto Pancada to be able to pull that one out. Being able to find player advantages in tight spots.
Nice!
And those are normally the spots where Sentinels have been struggling so far this year. Playing off each other well, though, for a 9-3 half.
And they've set themselves up beautifully for the slam dunk finish here in this series. A potential chance to lock up a top 4 playoff spot. We'll see on the other side of this. Just treated to an absolute masterclass first half here on Haven by Sentinels. Just dishing it out on a silver platter. Forcing Loud to eat it. And 3 rounds is really all Loud have as a bit of buffer, wiggle room here. Obviously puts a lot of importance onto the pistol round itself, but listen, if I see it going Sen's way, we're going to be singing their praises and honestly just rolling out the red carpet for them landing a spot into the playoffs.
We'll see what they've got planned here on their pistol. Didn't really have to see too much of it last time, but Loud pulled off a bit of a comeback over towards Split, made things at least interesting over there, forced an enormous play out of Bang to close. They'll be hoping they can do something similar.
Shock Dart, that is monstrous damage.
Enormous damage.
I mean, listen, I'm not going to do the maths mentally, but that's a lot. Slightest of breeze is going to be bringing down some of those Loud players. They're not careful, and here's the second one. Lays it all the way down, up and over this long-range artillery, and an attempt to punish, already gliding all the way into this fight. There's a lot of damage done. Needs to be the reinforcements, and wow, Second just trying to slip his way in through that anchoring smoke, but didn't realize that timing and tempo was taken by Loud already.
Jajazine did a good job to stay alive in the midst of all of that. Got 10 HP. Still have an Aftershock to try to keep out the first wave of this retake, but double flash available to Sentinels, and the Recon's back in 5. They go early.
Oh my goodness, defense is ordered. Pancada needed a bit of a bailout, and he's going to be receiving it. Still, Sentinels just trying to take this one through stray shots. Potentially finding it here with the damage done to Jajazine. It's a 2v2 at that. Still, health advantage for Sentinels. Walking all the way around here with a fault line, swinging in and trying to make that play happen. John QT left into that 1v1. Isolate the fight and win it out entirely. Time!
He's got it.
It's on his side.
What a recovery there from Sentinels. Was looking like Loud would still be able to get the job done even with such little health values on their side. I was worried when Sen just sent it on the first wave too. They ran into the Aftershock, went before the Recon dart, but ended up being the right call. And John clutches it up. 14-3, by the way. John and the Wraith on this initiated duo are diffing their opposition on Loud. It makes sense, because it's not like Dewey's as long in this role as Initiator. It's his first time picking it up. Was a duelist main, went over to Smokes, went over to Sentinel. He's been around the houses trying to find a secure position in Tier 1.
Yeah, just doing it all, but
not even a force here.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
Not even a force, bro.
Loud, it's 3-10. You're not opting to force and invest everything, at least for the Stingers to try and engage. You're hoping you can drag this one all the way back. You're essentially giving Sen the 11th round at this point. Now, you do have open and easy access over towards B, and Jajazine all the way in, and that's a shotgun into your face. You've got to be careful about that one, and a gun reclaimed, picked up. Bulldog
Bang was worried that this was actually going to be a split into A. He didn't go and help Narrate.
Spike planted.
There are players everywhere.
Yeah, suddenly it's looking much more winnable with a kill like that. Yet laying claim to all sorts of lives. Luke Show will not be stopped. Upgraded for himself here, but with Loud, complete control of backside B, the A-Link extremity. A spike planted for it. Sen. So I find myself eating my words, to be honest, saying that they were going to get up to 11. You can blame me.
I mean, that's definitely what Loud were going for. I think it was the right decision to force into this round. They didn't, and they just win it anyway. I guess the Bucky was enough of a force buy.
Yeah.
And the confidence to just burst through B, run it all the way through the A connector and find value out of that made all the difference. Sen looked like they weren't quite respecting the threat on the other side there. Not necessarily with the way that Narrate died, but with the second player just walking back in through B main. I don't mind that challenge, but this play from Zelsis, probably you can find better opportunities to fight that one together with John. Kaplan starting to get just a tad frustrated. But if Loud start running things back, you'll see him, I mean, he'll be giving the people's elbow to Cuba right in the back there. Tearing the stuffing out.
We don't want to see that.
Sen have got a weird buy, haven't they? Outlaw. They're taking a timeout.
Okay.
A tactical timeout after 2 rounds.
Something heard in the comms, perhaps, that Kaplan might not be happy with. I was going to say it earlier when we saw him just, you know, poor Cubit. But
that's a very early timeout.
It is hyper early. I mean, you're round 15.
10-4 up. 10-4 up. And sure, you lost control of that round. But this has got to be to do with people getting maybe a bit too lax in the comms or something. It can't be a strategic component. You've only seen a pistol and a follow-up from Loud. There's nothing you can hook into.
It's keeping the attitudes in check, I think, ensuring that you close out wins when you get leads like this. Pretty important you don't let it slip.
And it did nearly get away from them on split.
Yeah.
They were 12-6 up, had 6 opportunities to finish.
The Bang didn't show up.
Yeah. Who knows? I mean, there is a slim possibility that it could have been a 2-0, but yeah, it didn't quite get that close. Loud was still just fighting to get it to OT on map 1. So, with the coaches getting to have some very early input in this half, still, eyes, attention drawn back over to Zekken and Bang.
A decent amount of util now just to try and push the rate away. Zekken with a Bulldog in hand here. Got to try and break most of this util coming your way, but Nate's in the danger zone. There's no Anchor Smokes to be helping him out here, but they want to try and flip their way in anyway. Zelsis running knife out to try and catch that timing. Slight pocket to play in with the wall up against it, and Aftershock. It's all being used to augment this attack.
Zine looks really good on the entry. He's finding these pockets, being able to play inside of them.
Zelsis punishes that reload. Hold on, he's just spotted. Yeah, 3 players, but Luke Show straight from the back. It's a dagger to the back there, Zekken.
These A executes, they are actually struggling, Sentinels, to hold on to them. Narrate is being forced out by the stun that happens over towards default. He runs out as Zelsis runs in. So the idea there is to flood defend, but they're not quite on the same page with it. It's not too bad in this round. This wasn't the most important round in the world, but if that is a pattern that continues into the really crucial rifle rounds, then Sen are going to have a lot of difficulty.
Sen looking to fight over this one a bit harder. John QT, you can see him holding out his arm a little bit wide there with a fault line. Ready to receive either front B or down towards A lobby. The cam broken. Zekken has got to respect this one here. There's a big presence. Might be expecting just the one, and Louder feigning like they are lurking up through A lobby with just the one player potentially here, but Dizine is all the way in through the connector, in through the lurk, and he's causing chaos and carnage. Quick to capitalize as well off of most of it.
He's pulled them all off the A side.
Yeah, and this is it. Quick scurry as well, the tempo increase. How does Sen manage? Can they shut down this approach? Narrate from the high ground, there's no smoke in your face and util in your hands to be denied at all. Zekken wants to just try and eat up most of these players.
Sentinels had a super crucial decision to make there. They had Dizine flying around like a mosquito towards the back. Do you go back, do you swat him, do you just try to commit to the A flood? And in the end, they decided, all right, we've got to fight towards A. And Pancada had made a bit of an error here, I think. Used that one smoke to try to get in through A lobby. Didn't smoke heaven. Allowed Narrate an opportunity to get in, cause a bit of chaos. And the door was open. 5-11. A massive round. Because Loud looked like they had the opportunities there. Digizine still in rare form.
It's full on. As you said, Josh, there's no slowdown in terms of that form as well.
Zeken's whole job here, Zeken's whole job is to try to deny this lurk that they've seen Luxio do. Last time when we saw Loud on the attack side of Haven, Luxio's debut, he was just taking so much space, so much free control over towards A. And so Zeken is trying to make it as tough as possible. And he's forcing out Drone, he's forcing out another smoke in that area. So now Pancada only has one for the exec on C.
You only heard the one set of footsteps though from Digizine. Still he's called it. Drone to reclear in through mid here. This is going to put the pressure onto Zelsis. He hears the footsteps, the rumble now, and he needs some help and assistance. That's called for. It's going to be that cage into his face. A lot. How do you sidestep most of this Yuto coming your way? You want to play inside of it. There it is. Hunter's Fury. Big reveal off to the side. It's exactly what was called for here to Cam to try and pave the way. See if he can find a few more. And bang! Will oblige. Helping him out from behind. Over the shoulder with the bullets, but onto a purge. Luxio trying to make the most of all of this action. Zelsis cannot be cleared out, cannot be denied.
That is a round from Zelsis. Playing that one beautifully. Inside his cage setup, working off the pressure from the rest of his teammates. Utilizing that Hunter's Fury from Narrate, long range artillery support. Then a paranoia comes through from Bang, the whole time tapping the cam, using the pings. That's how you play the Cypher. To wait and buy time for the rest of your team to come and flood. That was lovely. And this has put Loud into a really similar spot. We saw this in map 1. It looks so similar to Split. Except the economy is in an even worse spot. Sentinels with 7 opportunities to close, and the economy kind of ruined. They're coming into this next round with a Guardian, 2 Sheriffs.
On the Loud side.
Yeah, it's odds and ends. But if Loud can get this one, then maybe there's still a little bit of hope for them to run something back.
It's tight though. No breathing room. Loud will have to run this one back. As you mentioned, 7 rounds in a row. They're going to be telling themselves, listen, 1 round at a time. But for Sentinels, they've got their eyes on the prize, which is trying to secure up their playoff spot here and now. Keep fate into your own hands.
I think with lighter weaponry, you might be wanting to run some kind of punish onto Zeken. You know that you can smoke him off over towards short, but you could try popping through your own smoke to try to catch him really unawares. And that might allow you to cycle up a Sheriff into a Vandal or a Guardian. No, sorry, Vandal or a Phantom.
So here it is. Barriers drop down. Fault line flying forwards. Down against the back wall just from the amount of pressure that Narrate was feeling. You could hear it. Rumble of the footsteps. There is that committal of the bodies, and Loud are looking to just vacate, leave the space. It's going to keep Sentinels locking a couple of players, I think, over towards the A site, just in case it's a pause that's inserted and Loud wants a re-hit over towards A site, but we know it's going into a different direction.
This time, Zelsis is playing off-site, so he's not in an opportunity to really get huge anchor value, but he might catch Luxio.
Luxio, yeah, just pulling out the dart there, and there's the second one. Okay, falling right into his trap. Zelsis laying siege to this one, picking him apart at the seams. This is a rapid go-around.
Flank retake to avoid 2E's ultimate. They don't want to all be approaching from one direction.
It's so damn fast here. It's a rolling thunder to try and clear their way in through spawn. On top of it, it's an aftershock. Push them back and slowing them down. And here is the approach from the Sentinels player. This is where you need to find some value. Here and now, Digizine with the answer back. But John QT also from the side is laying them out. Haymakers, they have to try and deal with Zeken here while a distraction occurs and triple face up on top of it. How the table turns for Sentinels themselves. A 13-5 will put a necessary finish onto the series. They will be going to playoffs.
Dismantling Loud here on Haven. Back-to-back performances on a map that was rough for them at the start of this year, where they've looked pretty much immaculate. Love what Zelsis is doing on this map. Zeken looks super comfortable. Narrate really coming into his own. I mean, what a match from Narrate today. The standout performers, you could argue, were still on Loud with Luxio and Tishazine. But SEN showcased that they are the better team, worthy of a playoff spot. I think playing so many of these situations well, making on-the-fly decisions like in that final round, scattering to play the retake as a flank, because they didn't want to deal with the breach ult. Excellent, excellent stuff.
Exactly right. The decisions in the moment. Sentinels have got it all going on right now. He had a bit of a stumble at the beginning of the year, but time and winning solves all problems, really. And it was hard work, presumably, to get them to this point.
Yeah, I wonder if they would now talk about themselves as being a Toronto team. Because that's something internally that the team has been discussing. You know, are we there? Are we on the right path? I think certainly from what I've seen, they're looking like at least they're going in the right direction.
For sure.
I'm loving the comps that they're playing, the role swaps that they've got to. They feel comfortable out there. They're making good decisions in tight moments. Things are looking pretty good for a repeat performance at a global event. And in terms of this rivalry, 7th time I believe that Loud are playing against Sentinels, and SEN now taking the lead at 4-3 with double performances, double 2-1 victories this year against Loud.
I alluded to the history between these orgs, obviously. It's gone back and forth between them, but it's an era of dominance that Sentinels were hoping to really stretch forward from last year into this one. As we mentioned, they had some obstacles ahead of them, some solves for them to fix, but for now, all the stars are really aligning.
I think sometimes it can take time for these squads to find their form and find what works for them. To be honest, I feel like Loud have got something decent going on.
Yeah, I'd agree.
But that is a wild thing to be saying about a team that's 0-4.
Yeah.
Because that is a brutal spot that Loud find themselves in. But the addition of Luxio to the team
is very promising, I think. Incredibly promising indeed for Loud.
But I think you can kind of pick your poison between whether you prefer having Vinny in the lineup or Tui's in the lineup. Yeah. I think that both of them looked fairly competent, but at the end of the day, they're just not getting the wins on the board. They're going to have to hope that they find themselves in Sentinel's kind of position a month, 2 months from now, you know, further down the line for sure. Maybe they can find a rhythm of what's working for them.
Sure.
But man, the individual performances that you're seeing from Luxio and Tishazine, and they're losing. I mean, they're putting up ridiculous, like 300 ACS performances every map. And they're losing.
Feeling wasted a little bit, isn't it? But listen, time is now for Loud to experiment a little bit, maybe settle on a core 5, look forwards, look ahead, to be honest, because playoffs, I mean, listen, there's some weird chances where they could still make it, even though they're 0-4.
Yeah, I guess
we're not going to go into detail about it.
In theory, there could be some like 1-4 weird tiebreaker scenario between them.
They're not banking on that, though.
No,
they're not.
Absolutely
they're just looking
not.
for the future, I think, at this point.
I think it's very unlikely as well that they end up in that position. They've unfortunately put themselves in a little bit of a hole at the start here. Who have we got the interview with?
I'm looking down at the stage, looking for the queue. I mean, Riv's looking at me. I'm looking at Riv. Hey, Riv.
I'm seeing potentially some parents down there on the stage. So, you know, we could be seeing. I believe Narrate's mum was in the venue for the first time today.
Okay.
Though, I mean, it looks like back.
We're currently missing a player, though, so that's kind of a crucial element for an interview.
Do we need a player?
We might need a player for the interviews, I think.
Well, we'll figure that out.
So we'll fill for 5 minutes. And wait, I can't make him laugh because he's getting over a cough.
Yeah.
So
it's going to cause me problems.
You can hit your cough button now.
No, I'm not going to go for that.
We can stay on camera for a few more minutes.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Do you think that Sentinels are going to be able to take the #1 seed in this? It's down to Crew. Crew beat them earlier on. Crew still have to play against 100 Thieves. If Crew have a little bit of a mess up there towards the end, I mean, they still have to play against EG, I think, as well, that it is.
I think it's definitely possible for them to be the #1 seed going into Toronto. Like just
number one seed coming into playoffs gets a bye in playoffs.
Right.
So I think at that point
you're
only 1 win away from making it to Toronto.
So how would they win over Crew? Crew beat them.
Yeah, but Crew would have to slip up in the game against 100 Thieves.
Gotcha. Okay.
Just asking if you think it's
scenarios. I've got no visualization for any of this. I'm left wondering, scrambling. What's he talking about?
Crew versus 100 Thieves. Who wins it right now?
That's a good question. I would say Crew.
Yeah, I'm feeling like that as well. I think they'll probably take the #1 seed, even though Sen are looking like they would have a very strong performance.
Now, where is this player? Where have they got?
They've scrambled. I think Zelsis was scrambling off.
And so he's trying to escape his responsibilities, is he?
Yeah.
I see him up there. He's got a mic in his hands.
He'll have to apologise to Verizon after this.
You definitely will, I think. Let's send it down to the stage with a Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. I am joined by Zalsis and Bang's mom, Tina, as Sentinels get the victory today. It took 3, but it was a great series back and forth. Zalsis, as we go back and forth, we're going to interview you here and just get some questions in. What was the vibes today? It looked great. The team looked like it wasn't just you yelling. Everybody else was yelling. Is this a new thing? Is this everybody getting vocal?
I think it's just a big thing for us to be on stage with like confidence, like growing it. I think we're all like, I think everyone on this team is super talented, super individually just gifted, I would say.
Okay.
I think our biggest thing is just stage confidence, and I think Cap does a good job of like pushing us to like scream and yell and like just kind of be obnoxious, and it kind of brings everyone out of their shell. So
awesome. I like that. I like that.
So Jordan, what was the highlight of this game?
Highlight of this game? I mean, I don't really know if there was a highlight.
Okay.
I mean, the whole series was fun. I think it was exciting. Yeah, I couldn't pick a highlight right now. Sorry.
There were too many.
There were too many highlights.
It's always tough at the end, all the adrenaline going. Looking at how the team's going towards playoffs now, who are you feeling about? Who's formidable? Who do you want to face?
I would like to play G2 again, just
Very
because... I mean, yeah, everyone wants us to play G2. I mean, they just look unreal. Like, everyone hyped them. They're coming off the second at Masters Bangkok, so I just want to play them and see where the matchup is at.
Perfect.
So I have a crazy question. What's it like working with Sean?
I love Sean. I love him. He's a great kid. He's super talented. He plays a little too much Minecraft.
Oh.
No, I'm just kidding. No, he's a really great kid. You have a great son, and I'm glad we stole him from 100 Thieves.
That means a lot.
And one of the things Cap was saying in the beginning is it is a young team. Have you guys kind of moved out of that growth period? Are you feeling a little bit more confidence about where you're at, or do you still feel like there's a little bit way to go before everybody's there?
I still think we're a little young in the sense. I mean, me included. I'm a little young sometimes too.
Sure.
You know, Unk's got to stay with the kids. But I think like we're I don't want to say maturing, but I think like improving at like a rapid pace. And
Awesome.
I think I think we're on like the right track. Yeah.
So it seems like the team is ready for Toronto. Are you, Zalsis, ready for Toronto?
I've never been, so yes, I am ready for Toronto.
Love it.
Very good. Awesome. Tina, thank you so much for helping me interview today. Fist bump. Zalsis on the win. Congratulations as always. Congrats to Sen as you're moving on. Yes, you may.
So can I say hi to my mom, Sean's grandma
There.
in New Jersey. She's 82 and she watches every game.
There you go. That's the kind of support you need when you're bringing home the W's. Thank you again to both of you.
We love you, Sean. We love you, Mom. And I know that Sean's grandpa is looking down from heaven because he's super proud. Thank you to all the fans. Thank you,
Sen City is definitely real, and we got even more city to go to. We got Zekin and Narrate over on Match Point. Take it away, gents.
Thank you so much for that. And I mean, that was just the most wholesome thing in the whole damn world. That was awesome. Thank you so much for that, Riv. Well, I am joined now by Zekin and Narrate. We're going to have some fun here because it's Match Point. It's a show that we, do random stuff. I make pro players, defuse a bomb or play a stupid game. And they have to tolerate me for like 5 minutes. It's pretty awesome. Can't wait. Yeah, it's great. Thanks, guys. You make me feel good. All right. Well, so here's how it's going to work. Because we're going to play a new game, and it's called Wrong Answers Only. And we did a few test runs of this, and it's pretty fun. So I'm going to ask you a series of questions, and I do not want the right answer. Okay, you just got to be close. All right, but wrong. You got to be wrong. All right, and it's going to be rapid fire. Remember. Okay, so here we go. We're going to start with an easy one. Now let's start with you. I'll just point.
Oh God, I'm scared.
All right. Which gun in Valorant shoots the fastest?
It's got to be the Guardian.
Guardian. Okay. What about you?
Stinger.
That shoots the fastest.
It's not the fastest. But
Okay, semantics with you? Unbelievable. All right, how many players are in a ranked match?
20.
20? Like, can you imagine that? That sounds like nightmare. Okay.
Like 11.
11? All right, we're gonna go faster here.
Yep.
What is the name of Jet's ult?
Fuck, I can't name.
That's an answer! All right. Which team won Masters Madrid?
100 Thieves.
100 Thieves won Masters Madrid. Where is the next Valorant Masters event located?
Newark, New Jersey.
That would be an event. You know, it's funny. I did a Rocket League event in Newark, New Jersey, of all things. Yeah, like years ago. Okay. When did you wake up?
5 seconds ago.
He woke up 5 seconds ago. Good thing you were able to play the game still. What show is based off of a game made by Riot?
Game of Thrones.
That's good. Okay, that's a good one. What color is your jersey?
Oh, green, obviously.
Green, obviously green. Yeah, I see green here. Who is the person sitting next to you?
Hiko.
You said Hiko?
Yep.
Is that the first name that popped into your head?
Jesus. What does that mean?
Shout out to Hiko. I haven't seen you. You don't know Hiko?
What does that mean, Zach?
You don't know Hiko?
No, I know Hiko.
Oh, okay.
Right next to me, right there. That's a good guy I am.
That's him. He's Hiko. Who am I?
Sideshow.
We're both bald.
Same hair content.
What kind of haircut does Cypher have? We'll go with you, narrate.
I mean, he's got a big afro. Like,
yeah,
it's massive. He's containing it with the hat.
My guy, he could do some cornrows if he wants. You know what I mean? He's just however he needs to. Got to braid it. All right. Who made Valorant?
John Valorant.
John.
That's the right answer. I don't know how you can say that's the wrong answer. It's the right answer.
That is the right answer. Yeah, Anna Donlan does look like John Valorant, I guess. All right, name a map in Valorant.
Mirage.
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 And finally, name a team in the VCT.
TSM.
TSM, yes. When are they playing?
Tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. There you go. Look at that. Good job. Good job. There you have it. Wrong answers only. Hopefully you guys are playing in the chat. Just want to do something fun here, but I did also want to let you guys know that with that win, you have officially locked in your spot for the playoffs. So congratulations. Has to feel good.
We got it.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
First things first, man. Look, narrate. We've been covering all the stuff that's been happening with you. How does it feel? You're getting these wins, and I'm seeing that confidence on that stage.
I mean, it feels great, obviously. I think I found like a good routine and being, in LA, because I feel like the first few months I was in LA, I just wasn't there mentally.
Yeah.
And I feel like
it's hard, new location, changing things.
Over the past few weeks, I've just been grinding, getting myself in the right mental shape, right physical shape.
Yeah.
Especially I've been doing a lot of exercise.
Good.
Just to keep myself in the zone when I get to the match day. So yeah, I think I've learned a lot as I've been here, and I think that's just paying off.
Yeah, have you guys been like hanging out, just trying to like get your mind off of the game so this way you can try and like just chill a bit more?
It depends.
Yeah.
I think it's an individual thing. Like if someone's, very frustrated or something, obviously you want to like pivot the frustration, get a good release.
Of course.
Versus like if you're not dialed in, like
yeah.
Put the work in, buddy. That's what I'm doing now. So
yeah. How's it been for you guys? Ups and downs this season, but I think overall it's been now up, right? It feels good. Did you always feel like this was an inevitability for you guys given the roster?
It's definitely been a roller coaster, like a lot of highs and a lot of lows, a lot of good prac days, a lot of bad prac days, good matches, bad matches, but we're all in it together and we've been trusting the process and continuously improving as time goes on. So I think we expected this to happen,
Yeah, no, I mean, look, you guys, it's official. You locked it in, so you're going to be joining Crew and 100 Thieves in that, and you still got one more game to play, I believe, right?
Yes,
I think that's going to be against Crew.
Two
or
games.
Two game.
Jesus.
Two game. You went for the official name. I'm going to be playing against True Game Esports. So in that matchup, and I'm sure thinking and looking ahead for what is to come here, Toronto. You guys feeling good about it? Because I see the energy, I see the confidence.
I'm trying to make it there, man.
Trying to make it.
I mean, obviously we want to make Toronto. It'll be a very sick event to make.
What do you do to make sure that what happened in Bangkok doesn't happen again in Toronto? If you make it.
Well, so what we do is we just win instead of losing.
That's fair.
That is very important.
Hey, right answers only. that's what that one is. Honestly, I mean, seeing the adversity and seeing you guys fight through it has been really awesome. And congratulations. I know it has to feel pretty damn good.
Thank you. Feels great.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what you guys do in the playoffs here. But now, let's go ahead and take a look with our last two matches of the week. Because I don't know if you know, but we still have like another day of games to play here. And it's going to be a good one. Because we got Crew going up against Evil Geniuses and then NRG versus MIBR. Any predictions you guys want to give me for this matchup?
Well, the best case scenario is that, NRG lose and Crew lose. Like, that would make us the most happy, to be honest. I think Crew is very strong right now. They're playing with tons of confidence, and I think that's like their win condition.
Yeah.
Just being beasts on the server. I think not free win, it'll be hard, because I think EG will come back. But I think it'll be a crew victory.
Yeah.
And then MIBR Energy, that's going to be the match of the week.
Yeah, that's going to be
awesome.
Any credits on that one, Zach?
I think Verno's going to drop 500 kills on Energy. I think 500 minimum.
If he does that, I will do a segment with my shirt off, okay? Which no one would want. So, hey, look at that. We're saving it. We're saving it. All right. Also, do want to let everyone know what are the scenarios going into tomorrow's games, right? If EG wins, then EG will lock playoffs, and 2G and Loud would be eliminated. And if MIBR win, then MIBR would lock in playoffs. Crew Visa versus EG, as well as NRG versus MIBR would play a factor into that. But this is going to be a big game. Two big matches tomorrow to determine who's going to be punching their ticket to playoff. But that's going to do it for us here today. Well, thank you guys so much, as always, for taking the time to join me here on Match Point. But for now, enjoy your Samsung SSD Fast Replay, and we'll see you mañana.
Buy the SEN Classic!
Buy the SEN Classic!
Buy the SEN
Classic!
Classic!
Buy the SEN Bundle, please!
Of qualification for playoffs here. They've got to be feeling confident going up against a team who all 5 players are in the bottom 25% of ACS in Americas. Not a great start for Furia. They're looking for redemption. Still players here, but losing Rafa towards A. But there's Havoc. He got 2. Not bad.
And hey, he basically accounts for 2 players.
He does not seem to care, and he runs straight into it. Price. Vic here is ready to find the 3K and around with C9. He wants this action. Teasing Cloud9 to try and challenge him, and he makes short work of them.
Damn, he looks good right now.
He's about to get another one. Make it 4 for Heat. Then back-to-back insane round. Multi-kills galore for Heat. And there goes Net. Mitch and Zephyr now. 2 versus 3. They want to try and double up here if they can, and that's Mitch for 3. Can he get away with this? Rolling gun developed. He's going to let it go. Oh, Rafa not ready. Prize can save this for Furia. Mitch knows he's there, but time is short now, and Prize is going to try and take the chance. He whips it out. What? Still in the veins of Furia.
He has declared opportunity now to close this game out.
Blow. I shall deliver. There's Khalil down early, and this is looking ugly now for Furia. They've got no choice but to go for it. Stand and deliver. He does so. Spike going down. Rafa doesn't have any opportunity. He's stuck over the walls. Stairs, and that is that, folks. The fake is the fake comebacks here for Furia, but by God, they gave us a Lotus. This gets a little bit scary. Armageddon Mitch has got nowhere to go, folks. Caught inside the grab well, and the end comes for us all. Price able to find one, but Vic is fighting like a heli on this side. What an ace out of nowhere, Vic. Delivers a stunning moment there for the Ivo Power Race.
Net, immediate entry, and Rapids time to pick up the Marshall and go for round 2.
See, really forcing it. The issue there, he still gets his. It doesn't have to be clean or pretty for Cloud9. It just has to get the job done. And Khalil has been in this situation for the umpteenth time in this game, and it never feels any better, folks. An utter demolishment there of Furia. A relaxing end to the series if you're a Cloud9 fan, as you know your team have just secured their spot in our Stage 1 playoffs.
Sentinels versus Loud. It's historic in terms of the rivalry between the 2 orgs. And, you know, that back and forth, that history continues. It stretches forward here for Sentinels playing for a chance at playoffs, or at least a chance to lock it up. Loud's still going to be committing the abundance of util to try and make an attempt, at least, of this round. Already floating out towards the fight. That's Pancada hitting off some beautiful shots. Damage done. Absolutely absurd work. Joined by the sides here. They've got Sentinels corralled into the corner. What a beastly round from Pancada. I mean, some anchor smoke just being laid down for him, and that's beautiful. Still flashed up into the moment to deal with this one, and running gunning is ordered up. It's exactly what he needed. Still Flash is connecting. He's running a mockery over the round. In full control of the site. Still it's traded out instantaneously, but bang from behind. Trying to do more. Rips away 2 of their lives, make it 3. And will he grab the 4 for the 1v1? Yes, he will! Bang! What a beast! Where did he pull that one from? That was the play they needed to take it across the line. Held down now. Fault line has the door open wide, and you've triggered a trap entirely! Digizine! My God, man! No! He didn't quite have it. Yeah, he just whipped towards the end, but that's all right. The first 4 were magical. Along with the salvos as well, wide open into the fight. Celsius! He's done up dirty! Oh my goodness! Already decayed down 2 single digits, and he's got an inclination, and he's found it. And a hell of a time and a task for Lucho. He's going to try and isolate that fight. Hold on! Beautiful. Half already. Where's the follow-up? Narrate. Narrate expected to just be fake info. That is cold. Lucho just remarkable. Finally with those trades, it's rapidly. Sentinels collapsed upon. Loud doing all the damage in the world, and Celsius is left to do it even more. He can't get it done. Map 3.
And the game is delivering.
He's got those reinforcements arriving. Lucho sidestepping with the bullets. That's no rate. Answers back rapidly at that. And this guy, I mean, it's never ending.
He's making the difference here.
They're up to this space, but Mancada, flash to the corner, tight to the corner. No one's cleared it out, but it doesn't even matter. Luke Show himself. Utils use, and the cam just spots it out entirely. Salvos the next level and layer to all of this. Luke Show is online. Just wants to do economical damage at this point, but he's just been highlighted, and that's an ace. Secured up, Luke Show. Big reveal off to the side. It's exactly what was called for here to Cam to try and pave the way, see if he can find a few more. But onto a purge. Luke Show trying to make the most of all of this action. Celsius cannot be cleared out, cannot be denied. That is a round from Celsius. A 13-5 will put a necessary finish onto the series. They will be going to playoffs.
Dismantling Loud here on Haven.